Aston Villa believed they had a permanent saviour in Graham Taylor, and then England went and poached him. Their demise was quickly advertised, but they were caught in the throes of another manager, and this one delivered them a trophy and a title race. So why has Ron Atkinson's Aston Villa team been so forgotten?
Popped in and a goal! It's 3-1 Villa.
In the summer of 1990, when most of you were basking in the afterglow of England's run to the semi-finals at Italia 90, Villa fans were scorned by the departure of Graham Taylor to the national team. Understandable, but now Villa had to go and find a new manager mere weeks out from the end of the season. Jack Charlton was approached but rebuffed them, Oldham were approached, they rejected them, and Doug Ellis even chucked Franz Beckenbauer's name into the hat, which did nothing but cause a mild stir in the local press. Then out of the blue, Villa were handed the name of a man who had experience in overachieving with an underdog. The problem was this was still the first division age and the name was foreign. It was Jozef Venglos. You see, an English club had never acquired a full-time football manager from outside of Britain and Ireland, but Venglos had experience. He'd taken his Czechoslovakia deep into major tournaments in 1980 and the summer just gone in Italy. He was unveiled to the media in July 1990, signing a 2-year deal which flexibly included a break clause for both club and manager should it not work out, and that should give you enough of an indication in what would happen. In hindsight, he should have brought his own coaching staff with him, but didn't, so his messaging was confused. In hindsight, he probably shouldn't have signed players like Baniko Strava's Ivo Stash, who would never play for the club, nor Neil Cox or Gary Penrith, lower league players who cost the club £1 million. And then they had to take to the field.
Oh, and Beardsley, it was a great ball by Ablett, and a great goal! Mark Ward stepped up to put City a goal ahead.
Okay, those losses were against big clubs in fairness. Liverpool, the reigning champions, and Manchester City still meant something to older fans at least. The wins would come though, Coventry at home, Derby away, and progression through the League Cup against Barnsley, and it was teamed with something that had become a novelty. Yes, an English team was allowed to play in Europe again, and Aston Villa had the honour of being that one and only team.
The substitute is now there in the penalty area, along with the keeper, and it's goal number 3 from Ian Olney.
Birch now trying to get Cascarino in.
Yes, and a terrific shot! A fabulous goal for Villa!
Cascarino.
Here's Platt! Here's a chance! It's a great goal!
Il pallone è verso l'area di rigore, Klinsmann, gol! Ora è Matteus che mette in mezzo, il pallone sfiorato, poi c'è il tiro che termina il gol da parte di Berti. Mette in mezzo ma proprio sui piedi di Magrata, ancora Pizzi il suo cross. Poi Bianchi, gol di Bianchi!
That incredible 2-0 win over Inter in front of their own fans would remain a hallmark of this season, perhaps the only positive one of this season, and that's because they were unable to kick on with continental distractions removed. Venglos tried to lean into the club's heritage, bringing Peter With as an assistant in January who would feel more like the club's manager, whilst Venglos performed most of the coaching duties. Still, heading into the early weeks of 1991, Villa still clutched onto their faint promise of cup silverware.
No answer to this, and Spink is left stranded for the second time in 3 minutes. Price his header out of defence, and Chapman launched himself at it in the...
Good back header from Scales. Scales again! Fashanu is claiming it!
And once that was over, Villa sunk into a shambles. League Cup seeded, Villa would win just 4 league matches in the final 4 months of the campaign, and there were some pretty hefty defeats thrown in there. 5-0 down at Highbury, 5-1 on home soil to Manchester City, before Leeds knocked 5 past them at Elland Road. On the pitch, Villa's one saving grace was David Platt, coasting from his spectacular Italia 90 campaign as he netted 24 goals for the club in the Venglos season. Such was the dearth of attacking options, Derek Mountfield's 6 from defence represented Villa's 3rd top scorer. It was 41 points from 38 matches and a 7-point advantage over the relegated Sunderland. Their status was never in doubt, largely thanks to a re-expansion of the Football League back to 22 teams, but it must be said that teams like Sheffield Wednesday and Leicester City had gone down with better tallies in recent seasons. Venglos was finally sacked in the post-season, a full month after offering his resignation. He was probably the right man at the wrong time in the wrong place. English football wasn't ready for his changes and he wasn't ready for the English game. Probably too nice, tried to change too much far too quickly, but his exit would infer Villa's recent future. Bizarrely, it was Ron Atkinson who had a hand in his resignation whilst he was happy at mid-table Sheffield Wednesday, where he scooped up a surprise League Cup over Manchester United. He was the man who told Venglos not to be persuaded into resigning from Villa Park. He was the man who told Venglos to squeeze a payout out of Doug Ellis. He would, to the tune of 25 grand, and Ellis was quick to acquire his next manager. He didn't have to look far. Of course, it was Ron Atkinson who became Aston Villa manager at the third time of asking. In '84 he was unattainable, in 1990 unattainable again, and by 1991 he was walking into a disgrace of a club. The first decision was a sentimental one. Former Villa marksman turned part-time co-commentator Andy Gray was assigned as his assistant manager. Peter Wiv had, after all, taken a demotion to the reserves as manager before Atkinson's arrival and wouldn't last much longer under the new boss's watch anyway. Within 3 days of training, Atkinson is said to have remarked, "I'm not having this lot. We need to go out and get a few players, otherwise we're going to get relegated." And a few players is what he did get, and he was handed a £5 million wedge by Doug Ellis. Obviously not out of the kindness of his heart, but because Barry had signed David Platt for the exorbitant sum. Atkinson wasn't keen on Platt anyway after he had him on the books at Old Trafford as a youth player, so was more than happy to take the money. The summer business therefore would become an Aldi version of Chelsea 2003's spending. Out Tony Cascarino to Celtic somehow, Kevin Gage to Sheffield United, Derek Mountfield to Wolves, all Venglos's signings as well, heroes of the recent past in Stuart Gray, Ian Ormondroyd and Ian Olney. In their place, Atkinson went big, bolstering the front line with Daly and Atkinson, whilst Kevin Richardson also followed him from Real Sociedad. Liverpool were raided for Steve Staunton, while Sean Teal and Earl Barrett further improved the defence from Bournemouth and Oldham respectively. Cyril Regis and Gary Parker were shrewd signings for the midfield, and whilst the European acquisitions of Darius Kubutski, Stefan Beinlich and Matthias Breitkrautz wouldn't work, the cheaper local signing of Ugo Ekiog would, as did Mark Bosnich, but he would need time. Arguably, the best move Atkinson ever made, however, was stopping just short of selling Paul McGrath to Celtic. And with that business achieved, Villa were just about ready to start their new era.
To Regis, brilliant ball from Regis to Mortimer. He can make it 2-2 here. Fine save, but Atkinson's there. First challenge trying to get around. Second, Dwight York, he's onside. And Richwood makes the save. York follows through and scores. And it's squared for Staunton. And Steve Staunton strikes what might well prove to be a winner for Villa.
The fixture computer had a wry grin on its face, sending Atkinson back up to Hillsborough at the first opportunity, and their new boss couldn't have started his life back in the second city much better than that. A great start, but...
And that's 1-0. To score for Chelsea.
And it wasn't long before a great tradition in Aston Villa history was strewn to one side as well. The League Cup was lost at the first hurdle to Grimsby Town. Maybe that was exactly the kick up the arse that the Villa needed, and it was a young striker by the name of Dwight York who began to score by the bucket load.
What a magnificent goal from Dwight York.
Daly, right foot shot, superb goal from Tony Daly. King run. Olney, fine ball there, York's in space.
Cross comes over, and it's goal! Villa have scored. After all the effort from Rangers. The cross in. York turns, snap!
Yorkie had been acquired on a tour of the Caribbean by Graham Taylor, and whilst he was one of the few players willing to take successor Venglos's ideas on board, it was Ron Atkinson who gave him his Villa Park breakthrough. He would top score for the club in the 91-92 season, later owed part of his recent surge in form to new acquisition Cyril Regis. By the time Villa rattled off their 5th win on the spin against Notts County, there was a slight whiff of a title race returning to the Hall End terraces. Those who had reigned over the country since 1988, nowhere, Liverpool and Arsenal. And the top 4, at least in mid-November, was Leeds United, both Manchester clubs and the Villa. Of that pack, Villa had won the league most recently, and the rest hadn't done so for a couple of generations. Elimination in what people were calling the Zenith Data Systems Cup against Nottingham Forest did not matter. What did matter though was a losing habit that took Villa out of the race and into 1992 with defeats to Leeds, Oldham, Sheffield United and Norwich City. A new year, however, meant a new Villa. Difficult opponents in Spurs and Derby were cast aside in the FA Cup, as well as an upwardly mobile Swindon Town in the 5th round. It meant Liverpool in the quarter-final, but they were not to be feared anymore. In fact, nobody who was remaining in the last 8 were to be feared anymore. Good cup teams in Norwich and Nottingham Forest were drawn away to clubs like Portsmouth and Southampton, whilst lower league standard in Chelsea and Sunderland made up the other game. In short, win at Anfield and Villa were probably favourites for the cup.
Come back today from injury, combining through the middle. Barnes with the slide rule pass, and this time Thomas is finished so assured.
But that was the problem, wasn't it? They didn't win the cup, Liverpool did. The season would fade out into a whisper, a couple of results here and there at White Hart Lane and then at home to Chelsea and Liverpool, as if Villa couldn't have done with beating the latter in early March instead of mid-April in a meaningless fixture. Instead it meant 7th place, a significant improvement and a solid start to Atkinson's time at the club, but in a way, a missed opportunity. The summer of 1992, you all know what that means. B-Sky B, Premier League, money. For Villa it created a problem more than most because of what I'm going to call the reverse Gary Neville. Andy Gray, who had been commentating on the odd game allowed by his Aston Villa employers, would now have to choose. Was it Villa or was it Sky? Ron Atkinson was honest with him. He viewed him as his successor at Villa Park, but everything could spin on a few bad results. Sky was the safer bet, so Gray listened to his boss. Outside of that potentially tumultuous shift, Villa looked to meet the Premier League head-on with a fresh coat of paint and a young outlook. Mark Bosnich was getting more and more into the picture in net. Ugo Ehiogu was almost cemented at the heart of defence, and the same too for Dwight Yorke up front. But despite the Trinidadian's goal of the prior season, Atkinson wanted more of an experienced killer alongside his namesake, and after the start to the season Villa had endured, he was quick to act on that.
The season began disappointingly. At Ipswich, Villa laboured for a point. One flash of opportunism from Daly and Atkinson, and a draw. Southampton, hardly among the big fish in the Premier League, held Villa to their 3rd 1-1 draw. But the worry beads were out. Villa needed to spend.
Without winning 6, Ron Atkinson came up with the name Dean Saunders. It left Yorke pushed out to the wide right, competing with seasons named in Ray Horton and Tony Daly. After all, Villa marooned in 15th, they needed a fix, and quick, and in Dean Saunders, £2.3 million would start to look like a bit of a bargain pretty quick.
Sean Teal goes up for it, but he's beaten by Ronnie Rosenthal. Rosenthal, and it looks like Bird ball through. And here's Stephen Froggatt, and Saunders! There's Ray Houghton, slips the ball out to Gary Parker, and there's Daly and Atkinson. Plays a superb ball through for Dino. Can he get there? He can! On the attack again with Atkinson. Through to Gary Parker. Oh my word, that goal came from nothing.
And that was one way for Saunders to prove his former employers wrong. 4 days after that emphatic victory, the League Cup would begin in earnest, beginning with a pair of 2-1 triumphs over Oxford United, a team who had won the League Cup more recently than the Villa. And I should probably stop proceedings here to show you this goal, what I think is probably the best and forgotten goal in Premier League history. It rightfully won Match of the Day's Goal of the Season contest, beating players like himself to that award. That other nominated goal was a wonderfully arrowed finish into the top corner at Hillsborough in December. Another match-winning strike, Villa had lost just 1 game between the Goal of the Season contenders, and it was the tandem of Saunders and Atkinson leading the charge. All good things, unfortunately though, must come to an end, and for Daly and Atkinson the season was rudely interrupted by incessant injuries between December and April, which robbed him of competing at the highest level, and potentially it robbed Villa of silverware as well.
Improved here. Thompson whacks it in. Dazelle! Jason Dazelle puts Ipswich Town in the lead.
And with that, Villa had lost one potential feather in their cap, going down in the League Cup replay at Portman Road, and despite receiving a 3-0 beating at Highfield Road on Boxing Day, Villa were still in the hunt for the inaugural Premier League trophy. Let's get it straight, Aston Villa were the most recent English champion to be within half a shout. Everton scrapping for relegation, Leeds wouldn't win a game away all season and would finish in the bottom half, Arsenal more bothered about winning both cups, and Liverpool still absolutely nowhere under Graham Souness. Chelsea had a good team, they occupied 5th but were largely inexperienced. Blackburn were wedged into 2nd place on Boxing Day and despite being newly promoted were competing thanks to a pile of Jack Walker cash and Alan Shearer goals on the pitch. One of those would dry up, the latter after the forward had just gone down to a season-ending injury that very afternoon. Meanwhile, Norwich City were the team at the top. Manchester United still had a generational spell over them in terms of winning the league, so the question was, why couldn't Aston Villa win it? They would rue a penalty defeat to Wimbledon in early February in the FA Cup, but Villa's position in the table had only strengthened. They were only a point back on leaders Norwich, they were level with United, who were supposed to dramatically have improved, but hadn't kicked on yet since the signing of Eric Cantona, and Villa's results were only improving.
To his right, Cox. Well done by Cox. Off the post and in.
It's from time. Paul McGrath's hopeful chip forward, and Dwight York finding the bottom corner and transforming anxious faces into pictures of sheer delight.
A hiccup at Sellers Park to one side and that cagey point against Spurs, Villa helped lead the league with Manchester United ahead of what was a monumental clash at Old Trafford. A title race 6-pointer with Norwich only a point back and still firmly rooted into the conversation. It was a momentous day in Manchester.
Now Staunton. It's a good try. It's a fantastic goal. Good break, but getting the ball is the problem. Owen, it might come Cantona's way here. And Mark Hughes.
It left things very much as you were, with Norwich City impressing away at the City Ground 3 days later. And yet there the Canaries were, on the whole, unpredictable, seemingly to be shot down from their perch. They'd follow up a 3-goal win on the road to Nottingham Forest with the reverse scoreline at Wimbledon 3 days later. And after Villa had dispatched of Sheffield Wednesday to move top ahead of United, who could only draw in the Manchester derby, Norwich could be put to bed at home to Villa on March 24th. Just when you thought Norwich were dead. Thankfully though for Villa, United couldn't get all 3 points when Arsenal visited Old Trafford that afternoon. Therefore fate was still in Villa hands, thanks to Norwich only holding a point advantage with a game in hand. After a brief interlude, Villa began April with a crucial win on their travels, Paul McGrath claiming the only goal to relegation-threatened Forest. The following afternoon's result would have an enormous impact on the destiny of the title race. Villa kept their lead at the top, but Manchester United's 3-1 win at Carrow Road meant they were looking increasingly ominous. The following weekend threw up 3 tricky fixtures for the title contenders. Norwich travelled to White Hart Lane whilst Villa and United hosted top 7 teams. What seemed to be yet another crucial weekend began with the Canaries getting slapped 5-1. The following day would have ramifications for the next 20 years.
During the match, you're 100% concentrating on what you do, to the point where you hardly ever hear the fans.
The lead was just 1 point, but the weight of the afternoon sent the momentum big time in another direction, not just for this season. The birth of Fergie time all but killed Norwich City's dreams, which were all but confirmed with a loss at their local rivals Ipswich Town. Meanwhile, Villa were still here and fighting for the title. Just as United were still winning, Villa matched them stride for stride.
Clear. This is Earl Barrett. Cleverly done. Ray Houghton. That's useful. That's in! It's Tony Daly!
Staunton. Houghton is onside. And it's 3-1.
A point in it, 3 games to go. It's at this point, if you're not a Villa fan, you're thinking, why isn't this title race spoken about? Is it the passing of time? Is it the whitewashing of history to see Manchester United as this all-conquering Premier League beast? No, it might have something to do with those last 3 games of the season for Villa.
At Blackburn, Villa just had to win.
Steve's trying to win his drawn back in, but just watch the centre-backs just assume he's going to win it. He doesn't. Breakfast control's not good.
Barker, not Bradley Allen. Good shot. Oh, I think that may have been deflected.
And the Premier League would like you to believe that the entire division spun on Fergie time at home to Sheffield Wednesday, but the trend of the title was sealed well in advance of that. It's not as glamorous or entertaining, but it was Villa's failure to win at Old Trafford a full month prior. The match came off the back of a United defeat at Oldham 5 days beforehand. Afterwards, Villa lost 4 of their last 9. United didn't lose a single one. In fact, they were well on their way to winning their last 7 well before Sheffield Wednesday pitched up at Old Trafford. As such, the next 20 years of English football history all but confirmed. It's not that Villa stood still in their attempts to lay another punch on the Manchester United juggernaut in the second Premier League season. The feel-good story was another Gordon Cowan's return to Villa Park. The exciting youngster Guy Whittingham, brought in after scoring 42 league goals in the first division. The solid purchase, Chelsea's Andy Townsend. Aesthetically, it all looked better. It was Asics and Muller on the shirts, and a personal favourite of mine, this bad boy right here. Plus, the Taylor report demanded that the Hall 10 terracing would not be long for this world. The continued newness and freshness of Aston Villa continued well into the new season. 4 were stuck beyond QPR to begin the campaign, a QPR, it must be said, that were the best performing team from the capital in the first few years of the Premier League era. Villa proved they were solid in defence too, in victories over Spurs and Everton, as well as in goalless draws against Coventry and Sheffield Wednesday. And with the return of Europe in the UEFA Cup. Ultimately though, Europe wouldn't deliver. Since English clubs returned from the shadows, no English club had threatened to win silverware on the continent. Whilst that would change with Arsenal's Cup Winners' Cup forays, it wasn't until 1999 that the big one was won again. Thanks to teams like Deportivo, another incredibly underrated team of its time, Villa would be nowhere near the conversation, for now. And by this point, if it wasn't abundantly clear that Aston Villa weren't going to trouble the Premier League trophy too, it was when Manchester United kicked onto another gear entirely. Nobody was going to stop them anytime soon, not in a league format anyway. With that foreshadowing well out of the way, here's the beginning of the League Cup and an opponent Villa knew all too well, but hadn't played in years because they weren't good enough to grace the Premier League until 2002. Yes, the Blues were back. The first leg was the match that cemented Mark Bosnich's place in the starting 11. Coming on for Nigel Spink, he saved a penalty, the Blues were dispatched, and it had become pretty obvious that the Cup was Villa's avenue to success. Inconsistent form saw Villa go down at newly promoted clubs like West Ham and Newcastle, yet go on mini winning streaks that featured teams like Arsenal. In and amongst this, the League Cup shone through for the Villa.
Atkinson right in there. Got it here for Arsenal as Villa go into the lead. And a goal.
It was an excruciatingly long wait for the League Cup to return after Arsenal were dispatched, but well worth it when Spurs were sunk in another successful trip to North London. And whilst the Premier League wasn't looking too clever from Villa's perspective, the FA Cup had thrown them a bone when, no disrespect, teams like Exeter City and Grimsby Town were offered to Villa. In the 5th round, yet more lower league opposition were put in front of the club to knock down.
This time it's Alan Stubbs who tries his luck and he's done it! 9 minutes to go! And Bolton Wanderers are ahead.
So that was that then. Villa would have to go and win the League Cup, except 4 nights prior, that had been made incredibly difficult after events away to another lower league club, Tranmere Rovers.
Prearranged move as he spins away. Hughes gets the flick again. Comes back to Hughes. It's 2-0. cross, the face of goal, and Atkinson strikes it in.
11 nights split the two legs of the League Cup semi-final. In the meantime, Villa added to their FA Cup exit with a limp home draw against a poor Manchester City. Wrong form at the wrong time on all fronts. Surely Villa weren't about to bottle their way out of another competition, having got so close to the Twin Towers of Wembley. We wouldn't know just how valuable that late consolation would be until the second leg in what was a mesmeric Villa Park occasion.
Excellent ball into Saunders. They'll try and cause the problem again for Nixon with a good ball in. And it's a goal! Sean Seal!
It was a great header, to be fair. His placement of his head was superb right to the corner.
They're out. Daly has scored.
Villa were off to Wembley, and after a week of waiting, the dreaded and expected news followed. They'd be meeting Manchester United in that final, a probable domestic treble win in Manchester United at that. And whilst Villa had booked their ideas up in the league, dispatching of Coventry City away from home to go fifth, it was understandable that a trip to the National Stadium blurred vision for some, a date that Villa could win some silverware and qualify for Europe for in the same afternoon. But given the opposition, it seemed a long shot.
Including two in the semi-finals at crucial moments against Tranmere Rovers.
Great ball from Saunders, and he just tucks it round Seeley, and Steve Bruce just can't get there.
Popped in and goal! It's 3-1 Villa.
11 long years it had been since Villa had won the UEFA Super Cup, and it was a triumph that put the club on 4 League Cup trophies, a record level pegging with both Liverpool and Nottingham Forest. It was only natural that what followed Wembley jubilation was a murky slide into mid-table obscurity, but it didn't matter one bit, especially when everything from the earlier weeks of the 94-95 season pointed to yet more great times for the club.
Because we want Villa to win, being English, but it doesn't need one to be any better again.
Here's Houghton, and he's got one! And Villa take the lead! All in business! Portman hits it high into the crowd! Got into Milan. Oh, it's a beautiful side of the ball and come out! Yes! You beauty!
But in actuality, it was really the end of an era. For the first time that summer, Ron Atkinson stood still, and 3 gambles in the transfer market did not pay off, as Phil King, Neil Lamptey and John Fashanu all flopped. The unbeaten start soon gave way for incessant defeats in the league, which quickly bled into their travels on the continent.
Signed Villa flashes up on the scoreboard on the far corner. Can they still do it? It's out. It's knocked away. And the last chance is gone.
Wimbledon drove the final nail into the coffin, scoring 4 beyond Ron Atkinson's side. Housed in a new 4-team relegation zone, he was sacked after just 1 point from the previous 8 matches. After the highest of highs, the quickest of free falls, the question was, what next? Find that out tomorrow, but whilst you're here you may as well watch the other Aston Villa stuff we've put on this week, or troll through our archives and load up on 90s nostalgia. Ipswich Town had already proven they could handle the new-fashioned Premier League. After years in the wilderness, they were back where they belonged, but it would not be an easy ride. This is the fall and rise of George Burley's Ipswich Town. For the longest time, it appeared as though the inaugural Premier League season would see Ipswich Town cast to the Ramsey and Robson heights within the top 4 or 5. In the end, a dwindling second half of the season cast the club back as background characters. In a fresh new league with fresh new money, Town smashed their transfer record twice in the summer of 1993, first bringing in Ian Marshall from Oldham before Celtic's Stuart Slater was added to the ranks. It should be stated, however, that the particular spending had been offset by Jason Dezelle signing for Spurs at a tribunal set fee of £1.75 million. Despite all that noise, the season couldn't have started any better.
Ago, Town signed Ian Marshall from Oldham. Football fate often plays weird tricks, so it wasn't very surprising that Marshall should score.
was ironing Ian Marshall, who got the winner, heading his second goal in 2 games. A goal a game certainly helps. A through ball from Steve Palmer today, and the £750,000 signing from Oldham looked every inch the authentic striker.
Inevitably, this pace and relentless pursuit of goals from Ian Marshall wouldn't take long to dry up, ending with a defeat at Carrow Road. In fact, by the time Leeds turned up at Portman Road on October 17th, Town were back in the old familiar position of bottom half furniture. The club was confused between the backstage wranglings of Mick McGivern and John Lyle as the latter had handed head coaching to his assistant, only for the fans to reject the idea. The strange old season only got weirder as Town ended 1993 8 unbeaten without playing incredibly well, drawing 5 of those games and climbing up to a presumably safe 12th. Well, they did manage to take all 3 points off of Norwich on December the 18th. But with the changing of calendars from 93 to 94, Ipswich's form took a turn, an unbeaten 8 seamlessly drifting into a winless 7, 3 of which were goalless. As Newcastle United were the league's entertainers, Ipswich were at the opposite end of that scale. They were keeping themselves to themselves, 10 points above the drop, 10 points from the ludicrous idea of Europe. Then shit hit the fan.
There's no offside here. Could it be a hat-trick for Wright? It is!
Wilkins again, through towards Ferdinand, comes off his shoulder, Ferdinand has a shot, there's a bit of a deflection.
It had taken 2 months for Ipswich to officially become embroiled in a relegation dogfight. Those behind them had games in hand, and after their most recent escapade, Town had negative momentum. By the time they played again, only a point and 2 places separated Ipswich from a Football League return. Their next fixture couldn't have been more badly placed. Town welcomed Manchester United, who needed a win to claim the title for a second season running. Of course they did, but with a struggle. Since Sheffield United had clawed 4 points from fixtures against Newcastle United and Oldham Athletic, Ipswich were there for the taking. Only a point and a place now separated them from Everton and the drop, with 1 game to go. With Swindon long consigned to relegation, they would be joined in Division 1 by 2 of 5 teams above them. Ipswich simply needed to better the result of anybody around them. Thankfully, their opponents had nothing to play for, even if they were second placed Blackburn Rovers. 90 goalless and nerve-shredding minutes passed the club by as fans evolved to have radios pinned to their ears for any news from Stamford Bridge, Goodison Park or Upton Park. From Goodison Park, bad news. Everton had come from 2 down to win at home to Wimbledon, confirming their safety. From Upton Park, goal machine Matt Le Tissier netted twice in a captivating 3-3 draw to book themselves in for another season. And finally to Stamford Bridge, where Sheffield United led twice, but had been pegged back twice, which would have been enough to relegate Ipswich until Mark Stein popped up with a 90th minute winner. Ipswich lived to tell the tale, but they wouldn't for long.
Boy Keane, well struck, Hordes of red shirts arriving, Cole, it's his second post, Cole's in there, the box, oh it's in, Forrest, it's in the air, Hughes is one defence for Clare, Hughes is safety Cole, and United have taken it quickly, Ince is in there, here's Cole, he's back to goal.
It feels harsh to boil down a season to one afternoon in a campaign where relegation had long seemed an inevitability. That inevitability, that loss of will to survive in the season, began on March the 4th with a still record Premier League defeat at Old Trafford. It had been a hellaciously bad campaign, despite John Lyle reverting to head coach, despite a retooling of his coaching team, and despite the club's first £1 million transfer, Steve Sedgley. In the end, the player that the fans took to their hearts was the Argentine bargain Maurizio Tirico. Like when you buy your pet an expensive toy only for the cardboard box it arrived in to cause that pet more joy. However, the more pertinent Ipswich match against Manchester opposition happened 4 months before the 9-0. After losing at home to City on December the 3rd, John Lyle left the club by mutual consent. In his place, although it didn't look like it from the remainder of the season, the club's saviour, even if 4 wins from 25 Premier League matches didn't say so immediately. Yes, it was time for George Burley. He was saved from Colchester United 6 months into a 2-year contract. He got right to work, blooding in youngsters such as Adam Tanner, whilst Alex Mathy, Chris Swales and Lee Chapman were acquired in time for the 95-96 season. Sadly, a glut of injuries and the selling of Chris Kawamia, Eddie Hughes and Phil Whelan to balance the books rooted Ipswich to the last ever 22nd place in the Premier League. They'd be hoping to be more akin to the class that were relegated in '93, who had all been promoted back to the top flight by the time Ipswich dipped back in to the Football League. More so than those that came after in 1994, with none of the three relegated teams even appearing in the playoffs, as Swindon Town fell through the trapdoor immediately to the third tier. There were big changes either side of the white line, as Tony Mowbray was purchased and immediately installed as captain, whilst David Sheepshanks was made club chairman. It took them until November to settle into the division, thanks to patchy results and dour performances like Charlton Athletic rocking up and winning 5-1. When Town did click into form, they spent the festive period and beyond unbeaten between November 22nd and February 3rd in the league, as Burley's side leapt from the obscurity of 15th and into the playoffs. Outside of league action, the world would come to know Richard Wright, who helped shut out reigning champions of England Blackburn Rovers in an FA Cup third round replay. It earned him the number 1 shirt. Ultimately, there were just one too many defeats on the back nine of the season, as Ipswich sunk in Tranmere and Southend, ending the campaign with a goalless draw at home to Millwall, falling too short of the playoffs. 96-97 was here, and the term second season syndrome hadn't been invented yet, but it was quite clear that a malaise hung in the Portman Road air. For one, results just weren't good or consistent enough, as teams as lowly as Oxford United, Huddersfield Town, Tranmere Rovers and some pokey unit called Norwich City all stuck 3 beyond Town before Christmas. Then there was the upheaval linked to the selling of Ian Marshall and Klaus Thompson for a combined £2 million, only to replace them with a youth prospect by the name of James Scowcroft, a series of loan deals, TalkSport's very own Jason Cundy and young local lad named Kieran Dyer. You could cut the season in two before and after an early cup exit against Nottingham Forest. As they bombed out of the cup, Ipswich laid equidistant between playoff hope and relegation doom. They went into 1997 having lost a third of their games. They wouldn't lose again until the middle of March, subjecting teams like West Brom, Oldham and Swindon to enormous thrashings in advance of a hotly anticipated East Anglian derby. Ipswich were back in the playoffs, just about, but a Norwich win would leapfrog them above Town.
It's past the Argentine, but it's the Italico swept Ipswich into a lead. But Paul Mason punished them, perhaps ending Norwich's promotion hopes.
They weren't mathematically confirmed for the playoffs yet, but spiritually they were already there. 7 points from their last 3 games earned them home advantage in the semi-final second leg against Sheffield United. After Mick Stockwell had salvaged an away draw in the first leg in South Yorkshire, a win or a goalless draw was required, but since I'm obviously about to show you some footage of some goals now, a win was needed. The season was cruelly over by the away goals method. Away goals, a tiebreaker designed to nullify long international journeys in the 1960s, not a 3-hour drive up England in the 90s. But it felt like only a matter of time before promotion was a reality. The 97-98 season saw enormous changes to the playing staff, as almost £2 million was recouped for Tony Vaughan and Steve Sedgley, and 5 names made their way in through the door. The most pertinent of which was Bournemouth's Matt Holland, as well as Mark Venus from Wolves. Operating on a different level of experience, a correct balance was struck, not that it felt like it at the time.
Now, something to cheer about. 3 dull and dreary but desperately needed points in Oxford to beat the Town.
There was the excuse that an abnormal amount of players were injured for vast swathes of the season, including Jason Scowcroft, Gus Uhlenbeek and Paul Mason. A probably more useful excuse was the much changed team hadn't fully integrated yet. In advance of Christmas and yet another sluggish performance at Tranmere, Ipswich had won just 4 of 20 matches and could be thankful that there were somehow 5 teams worse off in the division. Then the march up the table began.
He was complete 7 minutes from time when Petter landed his first
Burley had weeded out the troublemakers such as Jason Dezelle, who had returned on loan only to break club curfews, it seems. He then got key players through the door, David Johnson signing for £1.1 million and being quickly followed by Spurs' Jamie Clapham. They'd clawed themselves to within a point of top half and, coincidentally, Norwich City by the start of February, before simply just pushing straight through. The month was bookended with a pair of draws and 4 productive wins in the middle. March was even better, pristine from a results basis. By April they were wedged within the playoffs, and ultimately the only team that could stop them were the runaway leaders Nottingham Forest. The nerve to rebound from that defeat showed that Town were ready for the playoffs and perhaps ready to go up, ending the league campaign with 5 wins, confirming 5th, and a semi-final with Charlton Athletic.
Piece of play from Newton, tiptoes through the defence and scores a wonder goal!
Even though they finished a position further back and bowed out at the same stage, the season was a marked improvement. It's just the league was much stronger. Take their 83 points for example, that would have been enough for automatic promotion in each of the last 4 seasons, and even enough to win the league in 95 and 96. And that was surely the next step, right? Well, an Ipswich Town game didn't see a goal for the first 3 matches, and Burley's side wouldn't find a goal or a win until match 5 of the new season, when they plundered Port Vale for 3 points. It was once again all change as Brian Hamilton and Stuart Houston entered the coaching staff, and a glut of injuries took Burley into the loan market to bring back names like Jim Magilton. Thankfully, by the time the sale of Maurizio Taricco sparked fan outrage, Ipswich had corrected themselves in the league.
Went for the same ball, leaving David Johnson the simplest of tasks.
Didn't really matter because a couple of minutes after that, they did take the lead.
By Christmas, Ipswich were firmly entrenched in a promotion battle, having gleaned 45 points from 24 matches. Sunderland were already zooming towards their rightful promotion, so Town were left to scrap it out with the likes of Bradford City, Norwich City, Watford, Birmingham City and Bolton Wanderers. When Ipswich smashed Swindon 6-0 in the midst of a winning run, commanding a 3-point lead over surprise package Bradford with 6 to play, there was a sense that momentum belonged to Town. But even after a wobble of 1 win from 4 had the club ejected from the top 2, fate remained in their hands. A trip to Birmingham City could cure Town's ills and sneak them back into the top 2 in advance of the final day.
Who's spreading panic in the Ipswich defence? He did all the hard work. Paul Furlong was on hand to turn in the cross. That win guarantees Birmingham finish in the top 4 and get a place in the playoffs.
Even a point would have dredged Town back into the automatics. Instead, they were left to scrap for the playoffs for the 3rd season running. For the pessimist, it could be seen as a curse. For the optimist, 3rd time lucky was the cry. Their opponents were Bolton Wanderers, a team Ipswich had finished 10 points ahead of, but also a team that had had Town's number in the league that year.
Scudetto is found. It's Matt Holland! And he pulls it back for good Johnson. Wonderful save for Bob Taylor! Scowcroft again. Kieran Dyer. Oh, it's in! Johansson's corner. It's gone all the way through. Fratson! Oh, it's in! Vilnius sends it in. Dyer's looping header. Oh, yes! That's a lovely ball through to good Johnson. Taylor is in the middle! It's 3-3! Holland. And Holland, oh, it's in! And Bergson sends it out of play. It's all over. Bolton are at Wembley.
After a 1-0 loss in Bolton, the 4-3 home win was yet another away goals defeat in the playoffs. The pessimists were right, the playoffs, they were a curse. Fans must have thought they'd blown their chance. Once you can put down to bad luck or momentum, twice sure, but 3 times and you're pushing your luck. Nobody spent that long hovering around the top of the 2nd tier playoff system and went that extra mile to go again. So when Kieran Dyer was flogged to Newcastle United for £6 million, it appeared that Town's promotion window had slammed shut. An alternative view was that it was still slightly cracked open, but this would be the absolute last season before other talented youngsters like Holland and Wright made the step up to the Premier League, leaving Ipswich behind. From the Dyer sale, Burley replenished the team to the tune of Jermaine Wright, John McGreal and Gary Croft. They roared out of the blocks.
Ipswich so bright and so positive, and no one more positive than David Johnson. Here's Johnson, still with Johnson. Terrific run by Johnson. What a goal by David Johnson.
Johnson, the obvious target. Here's Scowcroft. Deflected in. And Ipswich.
Brown gets it in. Johnson! And again. And Holland. This time it does go in.
An autumnal wobble was quickly corrected by club record signing Marcus Stewart from Huddersfield, as Ipswich got their second wind and wouldn't be defeated between November and March. Entering into the business end of the season, Ipswich were in the right place, wedged between Charlton Athletic and Manchester City in a race for 2 promotion spots. Then came the pre-appointed blip, 3 losses from 4 in March, Norwich of all teams, twisting the knife in on March the 19th as Town tumbled out of the automatics. After recoiling to a win at Tranmere, the pressure eased from Burley somewhat when he was able to capture Martin Reusser on loan, and he netted the last gasp winner at Fulham. Heading into April, Town now sat 4th but held a game in hand over Barnsley. Again, Town found themselves in a situation that demanded they scrap for 1 automatic spot with 3 other teams. They could have done without a draw at West Brom or the loss at Loftus Road, but after a win on home turf against Crystal Palace, they salvaged an outside chance at automatic promotion on the penultimate weekend at the Valley. Ultimately, they just timed their return to form a little too late. Manchester City were going up at the first time of asking. For Town, it was a 4th consecutive playoff campaign. It very much felt like now or never.
Bergson has made his way forward inside that Ipswich 6-yard area. Hill with Johnston. Now Good Johnson, chance for Good Johnson. It's Holland. Stewart. Oh, magnificent strike. Flaggers stay down, Rooster is onside. Stewart, a chance to level it. Marcus Stewart. Surely Stewart. Fantastic. Johansson's cross, a real test for Richard Wright. And the goalkeeper stumbled. And here's Holdsworth. He's got an his breath. It's Magilton. And this time Jaskalainen has saved it. Magilton away. Magilton, terrific run. Fantastic goal. Now there's danger signs here. In a game by Venus. Mowbray with a header on. Magilton. What a fantastic equaliser. To put Ipswich ahead for the first time tonight, and he succeeded. Some of the chance to wrap it all up for Ipswich Town. Yes.
Ignatz. Oh, it's gone in off the back of the goalkeeper. Oh, it's in. Keep his nerve as Wright stands tall and saves it. It could be through here, and Naylor has scored. Form of Clapham. Stewart. Get Barnsley back into it, and he does. There is onside, and he's been put through by Naylor. This could finish it, and he has. The Flying Dutchman in stoppage time.
Thankfully, it was now 4th time lucky, and after 5 years away, Ipswich Town were Premier League bound. In the age of the Premier League, 8 teams had gone up via the playoffs, and 6 of those had immediately been relegated. The 2 that survived, however, Blackburn in 92 and Leicester in 96, finished in the top half. So which one was it to be? Either way, the club's first act upon promotion was to officially acknowledge a new nickname. Now we can call them the Tractor Boys. Let's crack on.
He looks like a striker. Bramble is 9.
Free kick. That's John McGreal who scores.
Ipswich, the Tractor Boys, were quite clearly holding their own, beating teams of upward momentum in Sunderland and Leeds whilst getting points against the top 2 in the country, Man United and Arsenal. Whilst defeats to lesser opposition like Aston Villa, Leicester and Spurs shackled the Tractor men to mid-table, they simply brushed it off and went again the next week.
Holland. Matt Holland!
So much so that by the time they sunk Southampton at Portman Road on December the 16th, Ipswich, the tractor people, were in 3rd place in a Champions League spot and just 6 points behind a team that had won the treble less than 18 months ago. The dictionary definition of dreamland. As usual, the jaded fan was ready to sharpen the old knife, so when Ipswich, the tractor team, finally fell from their apparently undeserved perch, you could just about hear the glee in their faces when they eventually fell to 4 defeats from 5 in January and February. But then something strange happened. They rebounded.
And a well-taken free kick from Ipswich's Martin Reusser in the second half.
A little short-handed in the middle, but Armstrong again! Armstrong. Great breaker ball and somehow found his way through, right. Still the chance of...
Yes, of course, the Tractosaurus roared back into the picture. Just when you thought they'd gone extinct, temporarily dropping to 6th, now they were back in the Champions League contention. 3 games to go, they were back in the top 3. They'd been able to keep hold of Richard Wright in net, Matt Holland in midfield, and now new signing Herman Hreidarsson had been a revelation at the back, and they'd even been able to sell David Johnson for £3 million because Marcus Stewart was the talk of the league. In battling teams like Leeds, Liverpool and Chelsea for the 3rd and final Champions League spot, Ipswich were handed 3 games to go and claim that incredible prize, and 2 of them were against their newly fellow promoted teams. The other, on the final day at Pride Park, was against a team that would have very little to play for, safe in the bottom half of the table.
Benson had put Charlton a goal up, and although Reusser equalised for Ipswich to make it 1-1 at half-time, Burley says they were made to pay for defensive errors. Rufus got Charlton's winner. Ipswich are already assured of a UEFA Cup.
It was near, and it arrived in the form of Dutchman Martin Reusser, his 3rd goal in as many games.
One of them is Christie, round the goalkeeper. Oh, yes! And he still is. Oh, it's Naylor! A goal! Ipswich Town are really back in it now. Richard Naylor.
Ultimately, it wasn't to be, as Ipswich wound up in 5th. Still an incredible achievement and couldn't be more in the snap your hand off territory if Town fans had been offered that position in August. Only Blackburn in 93, Newcastle in 94 and Nottingham Forest in 95 had been promoted from the Premier League and finished higher than Ipswich's performance in 2001, and nobody would do so again. Relegation, promotion, Kiki Musamba, David James playing up front, Richard Dunn free scoring into his own net, and that comeback against Spurs in the Cup. Manchester City weren't so bad that they were slumming it with teams like York City in the 3rd tier of English football, but they obviously weren't cut out just yet for Premier League football as their relegation in 2001 inferred. In short, they were vulnerable, bouncing immediately back into the Football League, therefore their next managerial appointment was almost a kindred spirit. Enter Kevin Keegan. The former Ballon d'Or winner in his playing days and his managerial career began back in 1992, he was no less colourful as he took Newcastle United from obscurity of the 2nd tier to the brink of the Premier League title. But in doing so, saying he'd love it if he beat Manchester United and Alex Ferguson to the title in '96, alongside offering a tearful resignation from the national job in the toilets of the old Wembley, he was viewed as emotional and damaged goods. He'd come a long way from those swashbuckling days in the North East, but his teams continued to play entertaining brands of football. He was viewed as emotional, but perhaps that's what Man City needed as they re-entered the Football League, an imperfect brand of entertaining and emotional football. A heady cocktail of a poster boy manager and some backing from above in the form of John Wardle and David Makin's millions, City were able to shop in markets previously unrealised for Celtic's Eyal Berkovic and Paris Saint-Germain's Ali Benabia before they even coaxed the experienced Stuart Pearce down from West Ham. More on him later. Alright, it wasn't as if Sheikh Mansour was already here or anything, but it was a re-injection of life that had begun with Joe Royle, and the momentum wasn't going to be passed up on anytime soon. Inheriting firepower like Sean Gota and Paolo Wanchop, City got off to a flyer in front of their own fans.
Back to Xavi. Gota! Wanchop's there! Berkovic! Yes! It's Pearce, it's in!
There were 5 scored against Crewe, there were 4 scored against Barnsley, Grimsby and Old Foes Gillingham, and even 6 posted away to Sheffield Wednesday in mid-September. In typical Keegan fashion, however, there were 4s shipped in losses on the road at the Hawthorns and Highfield Road in September, and a particularly damning 4-0 defeat in front of their own fans to end that same month against Wimbledon. There wasn't the blowing away of what was a competitive league. Heading into the all-important visit of Wolves to Main Road, City sat in 3rd, 7 points adrift of the surprising pace of Burnley, and in a gaggle of teams dreaming of making that second half of the season push. Teams like Norwich, West Brom and Crystal Palace, who were destined to make the Premier League their home soon, and teams like Coventry, Preston and Millwall who weren't. The run to ensuring they would be in the former camp began at home to Wolves on December the 11th, 2001.
It is going to be Horlock. It's a great effort, you would expect. Bernabia aims for one of them. But Sean Goater's looking. Paolo Wanchop's arriving. Encouraged forward by City's travelling faithful. Goater leaves it. Berkovic. Fleming's got back to him. Goater retains possession. Berkovic. 1-0. Phillips. Ali Bernabia looking towards Goater. Oh, Heide Helgeson. Right, Phillips.
It was a make or break period for the Blues, one where they played 6 of the top 9, and a period which saw them catapulted into an inevitable Premier League position once again. A 0-0 draw at Walsall wasn't going to stop the run. If anything, it made City harder to beat. Their next 6 were won, stretching the gap to the playoffs from 2 points on February the 23rd to 13 points less than a month later. And whilst trips to Edgeley Park and Millmoor didn't return wins, the promotion charge was still alive and well heading into April.
What a dreadful back pass. Darren Huckabee says thank you very much. And from Cameron, Alex Ray though has dropped too long, and right Phillips.
It's wonderful, it's away from 2 defenders. This is Huckabee, plenty of space for Darren Huckabee.
Goater, Bernabia, oh wonderful Goater. Oh, and he's found Sean Goater. Well, Dave Besson getting in the party mood as well.
This was a club built for the Premier League, and the splurges that Kevin Keegan's side made in the market ahead of their top-flight return in the summer of 2002 proved that. First off, Sylvain Distin was dissuaded from turning his loan up at Champions League Newcastle United into a permanent deal. £4 million diverted him from St James's Park to Eastlands. Spectacularly 4 days later was arguably the coup of the entire transfer window when Nikola Anelka was signed from PSG for £13 million. If that somehow didn't get the pulses racing, then the more antagonistic in the Kipaks would have been delighted in the fact that Peter Schmeichel was the club's new number 1 3 years after he had apparently retired from the Premier League when he left United. Regardless, the club were in for a rude awakening on the opening day.
And Leeds United are over the hills and far away.
Maybe a year prior, the proposition of Leeds United would have been entirely daunting. However, this was a Leeds United grasping onto the financial cliff edge by its fingernails. They weren't supposed to go again. City would soon readjust to the Premier League, Darren Huckabee's winner 7 days later against another potential title winner in Newcastle United, proving that before finally Nikola Anelka got his shooting boots on and City began to climb.
But they couldn't get there, Anelka gets! An error from Naismith could be costly, it's Anelka. Yes! Brings in Anelka. Still Anelka! This is terrific. And it's better than that. It's
rooted into 14th place because of a keen knack of conceding early, they were also coming off the back of a humiliating League Cup exit to the lowly Wigan Athletic. It was hardly the rambunctious, swashbuckling and third archaic adjective restart to life in the Premier League. But wins on the road at St Andrews and the Hawthorns had dredged City further away from the bottom 3 in a decent bit of form. Just as well then that the Main Road final derby would be played next.
Could he put Goater in here? It's Sean Goater for Manchester City. It comes out to Anelka!
And Mr. Roy breaks for Giggs. It's a brilliant ball.
And 3-1. That's the most important thing. Add to that 100 Manchester City goals for Sean.
The old enemy in Main Road's final version of the contest, The next results painted City's first season back in a more realistic light. Charlton were the next visitors to Main Road, and they did what United couldn't, took 3 points away. Then Middlesbrough was another stumbling block, Sean Wright-Phillips sent off in a 3-1 defeat, only for City to surge back up the table in the final weeks of 2002. The only real blemish could be found in Spurs' visit to Manchester, where the North London club managed to steal 3 points. They found themselves right in the mix for European football, 5 points off a Champions League spot, even as they bounced back from the confirmation of yet another trophyless season, losing in the FA Cup's third round to Liverpool by dispatching of a now bottom half Leeds United at Main Road. Shortly afterwards, Leeds were raided for Robbie Fowler. With a front line of Fowler and Anelka introduced to a foundation already in the top half, the possibilities seemed almost endless. From then on in, however, the season could be categorised with one understandable phrase: typical City. They could do the hard work, that being going to the home of the eventual champions Old Trafford and get a point, as well as getting all 3 from trips to White Hart Lane and Anfield. Frustratingly, however, they were also prone to shipping 5 against other elite teams in Chelsea and Arsenal, whilst being wasteful against those at the wrong end of the table, going down at home to the relegated West Brom and West Ham, with a loss across at the Reebok Stadium against fellow relegation candidates Bolton Wanderers wedged in between. Whilst the curtain unfortunately fell down on Main Road with a pair of 1-0 defeats against the Hammers as well as Southampton, City's final win at the famous Old Ground came on April 21st, 2003 in a 3-0 triumph over the hapless Sunderland. Poignantly too, that City's last ever Main Road goal came from Marc-Vivien Foé, who would pass away during an international break 2 months later. 9th place, a respectable foundation for a club that, on reputation, certainly resided within the top 10 of the country, but it was much more than that. In a measure that feels like it's from a distant land, the UEFA Fair Play League would spit out 3 countries every season, and from each, their cleanest club would be entered into the UEFA Cup. In this year, England, France and Denmark won extra berths, and alongside Lens and Edgeburg, Manchester City qualified for the UEFA Cup based on their disciplinary record. Tails were supposed to be up going into the 2003-04 season, confidence was supposed to be bolstered, second season back in the big time in a sparkling new stadium as well, with an experienced and entertaining manager on the touchline, Manchester City were supposed to be back. Spoiler, they weren't, but here's some Nicola Anelka crackers from the season regardless.
3 minutes into the new Premiership season.
He's put it in. It's Anelka. Once again.
Same outcomes about the stadium. A real buzz about Manchester City.
After defeating Southampton to begin November 2003, City were safely housed in a UEFA Cup spot and were even a point away from a Champions League position, admittedly in an embryonic table that featured Birmingham City holding on to that final 4th Champions League spot. Then the torrent of shit came. First with a pair of 3-0 defeats against a would-be relegated Leicester and a similarly depressed Newcastle United. And then after they had dispatched of such luminaries as TNS and Lokeren, City's European journey ended in ignominious fashion. Wrocław Grodzisk, a team you've never heard of before or since, a team that doesn't even exist officially anymore, had eliminated Manchester City from European competition. It's safe to say we were firmly stranded on a barren island a long way between the Mercer and Guardiola utopias. A week later, the League Cup became a pipe dream once again, but after 2 replays in the early rounds of the FA Cup in the new year, Manchester City were involved in an FA Cup tie for the ages.
Here's Ledley King. The lovely take. It's a smashing. It's Ziga. Brilliant. He's capable of doing it. He just looks forward and stiff down. And it drops to Busfeld. All deflected. Off Gardner at 3-2. Right Phillips. Out comes Keller. But Right Phillips beats him to it. It is 3-3. He's looked to Tarnat. Oh, There's a bit of tugging on Macken. He scored!
But this was 21st century City. You just knew what was around the corner. From probably the highest high since the last main road derby day win nearly 18 months prior to a typically crushing low. And naturally, it came on yet another derby day.
Problems in this attack. Scholes going in. Ronaldo. And that's all right. Disdain. Oh, what a save by Harrison. But in goes Ronaldo. Works with intent. Round the back goes Keane. And that's the right.
United, in one of their lower moments in the Premier League age of Sir Alex Ferguson, were able to pip City not only to the quarter-finals of the Cup, but also got their red hands on the trophy. Meanwhile, City's interminable wait for a trophy would continue. With Cup dreams now returning to their now default state of in tatters, City were now staring down the barrel of a team in relegation form, just 3 points ahead of their drop. 13 matches remained, with City on a league run, with 14 without a win.
Bieski with a flick on, and Fowler! Handball shout, it's been... and Sinclair! Oh yes they can! One down!
And with that Paolo one-shot winner, Manchester City were all but safe from the drop for another season. That status was never going to extend to the manager's tenure. Took me a while, but I'm going to cobble together some good moments from the 2004-05 season for you now.
Manchester City. Sean Wright-Phillips. Oh, what a stunning...
So here goes Anelka. And he fires it.
Anelka does score.
Wright-Phillips. Wriggling free, runs his way. And Ashdown's made a great save, but Joey Barnes.
Pulls it across, cleared to Sean Wright-Phillips!
Yes, that was Manchester City inflicting the only league defeat onto Jose Mourinho's first Premier League season, and yes, it was a very slight improvement into mid-table mediocrity. Naturally, there were cup defeats along the way, first understandably in the third round of the League Cup to the still invincible Arsenal. Second, less understandably at the same stage of the FA Cup against local side Oldham Pissing Athletic, who were far removed from the heady Joe Royal days. There was Richard Dunn scoring own goals for fun, just as much as our fight back seen at Carrow Road in February as the Blues overturned a 2-goal deficit to win. Situated in 12th, only marginally closer to Europe than they were to relegation, Kevin Keegan informed the club of his intentions to retire at the end of the season. It ended his brief but colourful tenure in charge of the club prematurely.
Centre. Usampa. Fowler to chip it in. It's a bit of a mess there. It's not in.
From Wright-Phillips, what a run this is. Out to the right-hand side. Oh, fantastic!
The season was not over yet. 6 unbeaten Manchester City now found themselves on the precipice once again. With everything else sealed bar what was the greatest fight for relegation the Premier League has ever seen, there was one more thing to sort out. England's final lucrative European spot. Should Manchester City chalk up a 4th successive home win under Stuart Pearce and continue the 100% record the former assistant manager had so far, they would be back into the UEFA Cup. Anything else, Middlesbrough, their opponents at the City of Manchester Stadium on the final day, would take their spot.
Deliver from this kind of range. Plenty of power. What a goal from Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. Musampa. It's the well-keeping Musampa. Very well. The perfect start. In the 93rd minute of the final game of the season, it all comes down to this surely. Robbie Fowler against Mark Schwarzer for a place in...
Later, City were the ones just existing, watching other clubs have their day in the sunshine. This time it was Middlesbrough reaching European finals, and it all started with City allowing them to do so all the way back in May of the prior year. Just as one season's form bled into another, City began the 05-06 campaign brightly. Stuart Pearce had recoiled from the sale of Sean Wright-Phillips to Chelsea by heading into the transfer market and fetching 2 pieces of promising business back with him, Darius Vassell and Andy Cole, and you could pretty much set your watch by them. Pumpkins, ghosts and cobwebs were still knocking about, and City were actually still holding on to a Champions League spot ahead of the team they shared Manchester with. And inconsistency was always going to be around the corner. Say hello to such results as a 4-3 defeat at the JJB Stadium against Wigan Athletic, or the penalty humiliation against Doncaster Rovers in the League Cup. Still, they were firmly in the shake-up for European football once again, and had the chance to make their first semi-final of any note since 1981 thanks to the FA Cup.
Past the tackles, he's got Benayoun racing forward here. Benayoun, and surely Aston will score, and he has.
Yet another banner was commissioned for the Stretford end, which would read 30 years, as United somehow found a way to win yet another trophy whilst being mediocre at best in the form of the League Cup.
A long way since their Northern Premier League days. The football hasn't been better, and that's it. The runaway and find Drogba. Oh, it's a great turn from Drogba.
Catamol breaks into the area.
Robbie Keane. Oh, and again James is denied, but still Terry.
Saved by Thatcher. It'll open up here for Newton.
This in the midst of the club's worst run of league form, time to utter perfection in dragging the club from the potential of the UEFA Cup into the reclusivity of 15th. After such a poor return from Pearce's first full season in the Eastlands dugout, the club went into overdrive in the market. Another Wright Phillips departed, Sean's brother Bradley, before David James, Andy Cole, Antoine Sibierski, Claudio Reyna and David Samir all left in exchange for Paul Dickoff, Didier Hamann, Bernardo Corradi, Joe Hart, Andreas Isaacson and of course Ousmane Dabo. Nothing changed. They'd have 2 or 3 bad results.
Who delivers it. McCarthy free! Benny McCarthy! Valencia joins in as well!
Then they'd inexplicably pull one single result out from their rectums.
Goes Joey Barton. Daly makes the block. And Manchester City. Good ball in, the glance, and Vassell!
Even when they trotted out 3 piss-poor results on the spin before Christmas, first losing the derby at Old Trafford, then going down at home to Spurs and Bolton, they'd rattle off 3 wins on the bounce against Sheffield United, West Ham and Everton, as if the universe demanded they stick to their average. When Ben Thatcher wasn't committing GBH on Portsmouth's Pedro Mendes, Ousmane Dabo was scrapping with Joey Barton on the training ground. February came and these are the City goals that the City of Manchester Stadium saw. March arrived and these are the City goals that the City of Manchester Stadium saw. April was here and these are the City goals that the City of Manchester Stadium saw. May was alright, you get the point, plus pretending that there was nothing but a Derby Day loss at the City of Manchester Stadium in May 2007 would be a touch disingenuous, even if that would be United's final victory of the season in the first title winning campaign in 4. If there was anything worse for a City fan than their club being utterly dogshit, then it was City being dogshit compounded with United entering another purple patch. Either way, the last goal scored by a Manchester City side on their home turf, the date was January the 1st, 2007. This despite Stuart Pearce acquiring Georgios Samaras in January. Yes, that's a 3rd striker in through the door that season for a club that scored just 10 goals in 19 league home matches in the 2006-07 season. Even the famously and record-breakingly bad Derby County of the subsequent season managed 12. And then there was the olive branch, rumours of a possible takeover from abroad. Former Thai Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra was behind it. Maybe he could dredge City back to where they ought to have been and away from this dull form of the sport. Maybe he was 3 months removed from a military coup and couldn't afford to buy the club. Whatever the result, Manchester City were just existing and they lost their manager to the England under-21s. Imagine that happening now. Still, it was a fate much better than where they had been when the millennium started.
Cross coming in, and it went all the way, and it's in there, and it's Trevor Steven, and it's the second for Everton. What seemed impossible has happened.
Everton were finally on top after over a decade in the doldrums since Harry Catterick last steered them to the title. Suddenly they were a European winning outfit, they'd won the league again, and they were regulars at Wembley. This is how the peak of Everton Football Club happened. Harry Catterick, the most successful Everton manager, was gone. Nobody wanted to succeed him. Names that Everton chased and chased, from Bobby Robson and Don Revie to Dave Sexton and Jimmy Armfield, all rejected them. The up-and-coming Grimsby Town manager Laurie McMenemy was informally interviewed, but instead Everton turned to Greece, not the musical. Northern Irishman Billy Bingham was the national team manager of the country called Greece, and their participation at the 1974 World Cup had become black and white. They weren't going. Therefore, he quickly became available and Everton pounced. He entered the club at their lowest ebb since their promotion back to the big time in 1954. Not only had they recorded their lowest finish of 17th since the relegation of 51, they had become stale. The Mersey millionaires were now old-fashioned. Bingham inherited some players still coasting off their 1970 championship, some players that had been bought since that hadn't lived up to the hype, and others that had come out of the youth system and just weren't ready, except for Mick Lyons in defence. Combine that with a dour, disastrous form of defensive football, Everton were going nowhere fast. Only the acquisition of Birmingham City's Bob Latchford offered any glimmer of light, as Bingham's second season took the club out of mid-table hell and into the title conversation. In a league of rancid quality won by a Derby team who barely won half of their games, Everton still finished some way off the pace in fourth and weren't remotely entertaining in doing so. Their style of play was likened to the modest tortoise, slow plodding, not about to win any beauty contests. With the wrong players in Howard Kendall, Colin Harvey and Joe Royle being moved on, embarrassments in the cup competitions, the Bingham era was only going to last so long. Optimism of the half-hearted 1975 title push had fallen off a cliff by the following February. Whilst the failure to sign Kenny Dalglish that summer was only retrospectively labelled a disaster, the true beginning of the end of Bingham at Goodison came in the early months of 76, with defeats like 5-0 at St James's Park and 3-0 up at Main Road. They did actually start the 1976-77 season well, only for a home draw against the same Manchester City team to trigger the end. The Merseyside derby was lost shortly afterwards, and after ending 1976 winless in 6th, nowhere in the league, the cord was finally cut. The football surely couldn't have got much worse, and not many could argue with the decision. However, Everton being Everton, they had arranged Bingham's sacking a full month before officially sacking the manager, yet still allowed him to sign players in Duncan McKenzie and Bruce Rioch. Then after that shambles, they weren't prepared to hire the next manager, despite giving themselves a full month head start to secretly do so. Everton's league season continued to fall off a cliff in the meantime, as Don Revie rebuffed them again, Ron Saunders, Brian Clough and Dave Mackay rejected them, and even Bill Shankly was approached. It finally looked as though they'd got the man they wanted all along, Bobby Robson. Everything was agreed with the manager, the club were willing to buy him out of his current club, and then the plug was pulled. Bobby Robson had one condition: he wanted to tell Ipswich Town himself, and yet his agreement to join Everton was leaked to the press. If they could do that to me on the first day, what might happen further down the line, was Robson's understandable response. So he remained with Ipswich and didn't do too badly out of it. But there remains a mystery of who leaked the information to the Daily Express. The widely held view is that Everton surely did, and yet it was the southern desk of the newspaper that ran the story, inferring that actually Ipswich Town knew all along. If that is the case, it's one of the shrewdest moves ever to keep hold of a football manager. After that, when Newcastle's Gordon Lee was approached for the job and accepted, the news was met with a shrug. Then he took them to Wembley and pretty much all over the country in a Marathon League Cup final.
And it's fitting that Old Trafford, where in 1970 Chelsea and Leeds settled their differences in the longest FA Cup final, but it should now be the scene of the climax of the most prolonged League Cup final. McNaught came in and Latchford! There's Nickel. Oh yes! Again and win it. Here's Little. And he's got there! Lyons getting in. Dobson's there. And Lyons is there! And Lyons! Mike Lyons! It's 2-2. So Smith Oh, and Little is going to score! Oh!
Before a chance at another momentous trip to Wembley via the FA Cup, only they had to get by Liverpool in the semis first. What was that? Life breathed into Everton Football Club? Surely not. The Blues ended the campaign 7 unbeaten, and once the 1977-78 campaign got going, any doubts over Lee's perceived negative football flew out of the window. 5 beyond Leicester in QPR, 4 stuck past his former club Newcastle before a 6-0 hammering of Coventry City. They even went to Anfield, home of the now reigning European champions, and got a goalless draw. Christmas 77 and Everton were in a title race and 4 points ahead of that team across from Stanley Park. Shipping 6 at home to Manchester United, followed by another sucker punch at Elland Road 24 hours later, would have normally derailed Everton, but they remained in the hunt. A vibrant and fresh Nottingham Forest way too strong, Liverpool still buoyant and roaring to a second European Cup in succession. Still, Everton in 3rd place and Bob Latchford smashing in 30 league goals meant the club's highest points tally since 1970. It meant Europe, it meant optimism. Optimism that, typically, wouldn't stick around for too long.
E supera il turno entrando nei 16esimi di finale di Coppa UEFA. Ecco un gol molto da lontano, ma con notevoli incertezze del portiere. Budding.
Cross, and oh, it's gone in by Lampard! Frank Lampard has scored for West Ham! West Ham are through to Wembley again.
He's on to Power. He's done it. Paul Power, the City captain.
Gordon Lee fell down because he didn't relent on signing over-the-hill players like Colin Todd and Brian Kidd. He had too many young players and not enough talent at peak age. The 4-4-2 system implemented in the summer of 1979 did not suit the team. Players grew restless and the club snuck out of title conversations. They got a derby victory at last though, in October 1978, their first for 7 years, but far too often they met the precipice of success and just turned back around before sneaking back into a comfortable malaise of bottom half football and non-starter cup runs. Mick Lyons put it best when he said, "We are fed up of being losers." There was seemingly no end in sight. A combination of economic decay, the local political shambles and increasingly changing football landscapes, Everton were in danger of becoming ancient history. Whilst other clubs got with the times, Everton still counted the cost of spending £1 million on Goodison Park's main stand in 1969, as they lurched from transfer disaster to transfer disaster, missing out on names such as Martin O'Neill, Peter Wiv and Peter Shilton. Whilst Liverpool could boast multinational Hitachi as their sponsor on the front of their shirts, a local food company's product was emblazoned on Everton's. Whilst other clubs went on profitable tours and played money-spinning friendlies, Everton were busy touring destinations like Libya. One thing they did do efficiently in the summer of 1981 was replace the manager. Despite flirting with Bobby Robson for a 3rd time, former player Howard Kendall quickly took on the job. The difference in the pair's experience was stark. Robson had just won the UEFA Cup with little old Ipswich Town. Kendall had no top-flight experience as a football manager. Encouraging, however, had been Kendall's only work in the job, as he took Blackburn Rovers from the 3rd division to just goal difference away from the top flight inside of just 2 seasons. He simply got the club, but as per, there were reservations that he was cut from the same cloth stylistically as the 2 previous failing managers. In his 88 league games as Blackburn Rovers manager, Kendall's side had scored only 100 times but conceded just 65. It appeared as though the Blues were going down the functional route yet again. Kendall got straight to work, signing what would become the Magnificent Seven in the first summer in the post. The names just trip off the tongue, don't they? Alan Biley, whose Everton career wouldn't make it beyond New Year's Eve 1981, Mickey Thomas, who didn't even last that long after refusing to play for the reserves, Mike Walsh, who was solid enough but lost his starting position by Christmas, Alan Ainscoe, who featured just 28 times in the league before departing in '83. He actually lost his place to Neville Southall, whose £150,000 fee from Bury would eventually equate to just £200 a game. The one true player of the 7 signed in the summer of '81 that could be deemed a success. The club mourned the sale of Bob Latchford, who admittedly had been consigned to the injury scrap heap. Nonetheless, the form on the pitch didn't show any signs of improving under the new manager. Average performances at home, no bite away from Goodison. It was only until a 2-2 draw away to Notts County that they showed that they were anything like a good football team. From there, despite results confirming a spot just outside Europe and no elongated campaigns in the cup competitions, there was a glimmer of hope for the Blues. So 8th place in the league was a solid enough return when Kendall was trying to lay the train tracks mid-transit. By December, his first team had come to resemble the squad that started the season in the reserves. Goodison's undersoil heating kicked in for the 3 successive home games to end 1981, all won against Swansea, Villa and Coventry, which gave Kendall's side a jumpstart mid-season. Gary Stevens, Graham Sharp and Kevin Richardson were growing into their roles at the club, while Steve McMahon was clearly a player to build the entire squad around. Meanwhile, Kendall tried to overhaul the squad so much that he was forced to keep his own player registration and take to the field a few times as player manager. His last professional appearance would come in the FA Cup 3rd round loss at Upton Park in January 1982. That month, Kendall dipped into the market once again and came out smiling with a club record fee, £700,000 spent on Adrian Heath. The manager was ruthless, slapping 10 players on the transfer list over Easter to replenish the wage bill. The subsequent 82-83 season began as the prior campaign ended. An inconsistent Everton seemed just as likely to slap Aston Villa, Spurs and Man City as they were to lose away to Watford and Notts County. When an explosive post-bonfire home derby against Liverpool was lost by 5 goals, it appeared as though Kendall's Everton was going nowhere. Still continuously aiming for improvement, the club's volatile player turnover continued well into 1982. Peter Reid acquired at a cut-down price of just 50 grand from Bolton, whilst a tribunal generated a £100,000 fee out of Liverpool reserve Kevin Sheedy, whilst Tranmere's Derek Mountfield cost just 30 grand. Even if mistakes were still being made in the market, such as David Johnson's ill-thought-out return from Liverpool, a squad was being cobbled together. On the pitch, Everton's 82-83 was one that brought joy and frustration in equal measure. In the second half of the campaign, they were able to juggle miniature winning runs with winless ones, resulting in another near miss for the European places. 64 points, same as last time. The barrier to continental entry was placed 4 points higher thanks to Aston Villa, a team they had embarrassed 5-0 on the opening week of the season. Everton toiled to the quarter-finals of the Cup, but unfortunately were paired off with the eventual winners Manchester United at Old Trafford. But if you listen to the outside voices, you'd have believed that this Everton team were the worst in history, as they were flung from pillar to post, defeat to defeat, in the league in the subsequent 1983-84 campaign. They were robbed of Steve McMahon, who departed for Aston Villa for £250,000. Howard Kendall was a perpetual week away from the sack, and players designed to score goals for the club, Graham Sharp and David Johnson, weren't doing. By October the 26th, 1983, Goodison Park had had enough. A post-war low turnout of 8,067 pitched up at the home of Everton for a second leg 2-2 draw against Chesterfield in the League Cup, which confirmed Everton's limp progress to the next round. Supporters booed the players and the staff, distributing leaflets that read 30,000 stay-at-home fans cannot be wrong, and ended with the call for Kendall's sacking. 2 weeks later, Graham Sharp scored a last-minute winner at home to Coventry in the third round, again in front of a sparsely attended Goodison, up only 1,013 supporters from the prior game. It was a game that kept Kendall in the job. Superficially, the club still looked on the precipice of trouble. They were running out of both options and money. Under the surface, though, they were moving through the gears. The club beat Liverpool to the signature of Burnley's Trevor Steven before they raided their neighbours for reserve player Alan Harper. At the same time, Peter Reid was proving to be a bargain in midfield, whilst Neville Southall had just gotten hold of a number 1 jersey they refused to let go of, and Kevin Ratcliffe was made captain aged just 23. Then, with dwindling money and players like Paul Mariner and Alan Brazil rebuffing them, Everton went to a club in a sorrier state than they were, Wolves, and they haggled them down to £250,000 for Andy Gray. Gray, a man so desperate to move to the club that he burned some of the less flattering parts of his medical report so Everton wouldn't see. On such acts, great football teams are made. It wouldn't be long before the Blues graced the Wembley turf once again.
Spink had to come for it. The referee looks at his watch. The 1984 Milk Cup final will be all Merseyside. As their fans spill onto the pitch, Everton are back at Wembley for the first time in 7 years.
A League Cup final that would start in London but quickly make its way back up to Main Road in 3 short March days, an Everton team was built.
We've rarely heard before.
Everton 0, Liverpool 0.
Souness. And a goal! Souness for Liverpool. Again, Stevens with a chance to play it in. It's over, and Liverpool have won the Milk Cup of 1984.
Alright, they didn't win it, but the league form had booked the season's trend, kick-started with the New Year's clash at Birmingham City. It was a game where Howard Kendall sat his players down and told them that they were all on their last chances. This, combined with the promotion of Colin Harvey to permanent first-team coach, changed the club's fortunes forever. Everton ground out a 2-0 win at St Andrews, didn't lose in the league until March 14th, and steered themselves from 16th and back into the top 7. The Toffees were marching up the league and had Wembley in their sights. Southampton were the next opponents in the FA Cup in a semi-final to be played at Highbury, when the other semi-final saw Watford and Plymouth converge on Villa Park. Everton had got a rough draw. This was Southampton, the title contenders, the team that ran Liverpool the closest in the First Division. But if Everton could get over the line against the Saints, there's a good chance they'd be canonised at Wembley a month later.
Are all in there. Mountfield, and it's hit! And that final whistle which has come, Highbury's invaded, the Everton players are dancing with joy, they've got us through to Wembley.
After being absent from Wembley for 7 years, Everton decided to pay the stadium 2 visits in 2 months. Their opponents were Watford, a slippery prospect despite the Blues being named overwhelming favourites. Another good omen though, the last 2 League Cup final runners-up both went on to lift the FA Cup.
Watford, possibly the youngest FA Cup final team in history. Everton, marginally more experienced, but the 2 young managers personifying what this cup final really means. Cross headed half away, and Stephen Sharp, and a goal for Everton. And Gray is closing in here. Oh, and Sherwood didn't connect, and the goal is given.
Wembley was becoming a regular haunt for Everton. The FA Cup was won and the team was taking shape. Now the task was to overcome the city neighbours in the league and compete in Europe. We were only 7 months removed from Howard Kendall tendering his resignation to Chairman Philip Carter. So much had changed in the interim period. 2 trips to Wembley were successful, Europe was coming to Everton's doorstep and the team was finally complete when Kendall went back in for the signature of Sunderland's Paul Bracewell. The midfielder was joined by Pat van den Hauwe from Birmingham for just £100,000. Everton's pre-seasons of recent years had been laced with suspicions, infighting and failures in the transfer market. This one, rubber-stamped with a win over Olympiacos in Athens, went off without a hitch. Then what normally would be a cherry on top of that pre-season, the winning of the Charity Shield, took on new meaning because of the team the Blues defeated.
And now Sharp coming through, and saved first time, and saved the second time! Oh, they've ended off Romanov! Taking the Charity Shield for Everton. What a way to start a season for them with a victory.
All that only for Tottenham Hotspur to pitch up to Goodison on the opening day and stick 4 goals past them. Only for West Brom to also take 3 points 2 days later, and I guess that's why they call it the Blues. Players, however, were due to come back, most important of which was Andy Gray, who settled the game up at St James Park 3-2. Then a delightfully batshit trip to Watford saw the Blues edge out their opponents 5-4. 6 favourites before the season was due to commence. An unfortunate loss down at Highbury reminded Everton of that fact, before the season finally got going. Typically, at Anfield.
Stevens looking for Sharp, and he got behind Lawrence, and there did Sharp. What a fantastic goal! An unbelievable finish from Graham Sharp, and the Evertonians have gone berserk.
Graham Sharp scored the winning goal, Everton's first of such importance at the home of their rivals for 14 years. It prompted a run of 5 wins without conceding. A once porous defence had been shored up, and now the triumvirate of Sharp, Heath and Sheedy were finding the net with regularity. And not only that, Everton had continued their pristine defensive form onto Europe. Whilst University College Dublin were a tough nut to crack, Graham Sharp scoring the only goal of the tie in the Goodison second leg, Everton breezed through into the springtime stages of the Cup Winners' Cup ahead of Inter Bratislava. The only blemish in the first half of the season was a surprise League Cup exit at home to Grimsby Town, a round after a second demolition in as many weeks over Manchester United. Nonetheless, the Toffees would simply have to make do with a trip to Wembley via other means. The FA Cup. Everton had proven their winter resilience by that point. After the League Cup elimination from Grimsby Town, Everton fell to another defeat, their first in the league for nearly 2 months, when Norwich City dispatched of them. Much worse came prior to Christmas, not the drop points against each of Sheffield Wednesday, QPR and Chelsea, but the injury of a key player in a match against the former. Adrian Heath ruptured his cruciate ligament in a 1-1 draw at home to Wednesday to begin December 1984. The key man would miss the remainder of the campaign, and in his absence Everton really had to step up. They were only 2 points off the Spurs' pace on Christmas Day. The Toffees needed to prove they were more the team who smashed Nottingham Forest 4-0 than the one that had gone down in a topsy-turvy 4-3 defeat to Chelsea. Boxing Day arguably turned the season when a surprise goal machine, Derek Mountfield, bagged both goals in a 2-1 win up at Roker Park. Everton were the only team of the top 4 to win their festive game, and all the way back in 8th, Liverpool lost as well. The presents kept coming, the Bracers too, Sharp in a 2-0 win at Portman Road, Stephen at home to Luton, Sheedy at home to Newcastle, Stevens at home to Watford, and finally, Andy Gray broke his 5-month scoring duck in a win at Filbert Street. 6 league wins on the spin meant a commanding March lead of the league. In another time, away draws at Old Trafford and Villa Park in quick succession would have derailed Everton, especially since Spurs were still breathing down toffee necks. But this was a confident Everton with a rejuvenated Andy Gray. The marksman bagged his first hat-trick in 7 years with a return of Europe at home to Dutch outfit Fortuna Sittard to help put them to bed in the quarter-finals. Then he notched a goal in a win over Arsenal. Kevin Richardson got both at the Dell before a title decider at White Hart Lane once again brought the best out of Andy Gray.
Start for Everton. Neville Southall's kick, the mistake by Paul Miller, and a tremendous finish by Andy Gray. Everton won up in front of a crowd of 48,000.
Spurs were even second anymore after that one. Everton held a game in hand over them, as well as 2 over Manchester United, whilst maintaining a seemingly insurmountable advantage. Gray could no longer be stopped. 2 more against Sunderland, whilst West Brom also fell by the same 4-1 scoreline 10 days later, in between semi-final ties in other competitions. Whilst we've already shown you the victorious Everton against Luton in the FA Cup, the 0-0 draw away in Munich to the almighty Bayern was far more revered with the blue half of Merseyside. This wasn't a bad Bayern despite not occupying the European Cup. This was a Bayern of Pfaff, Augenthaler, Matthäus, Löbit and Hoeneß. And what's more, it spurred on the greatest 90 minutes in Goodison Park history.
Side and clean in at Neville Southall. And Hoeneß off the goalkeeper. There are 2 on the line for Everton, but Hoeneß finds a way past them. Gray goes in. Sharp! Stevens with another testing long throw back, lost it! A goal! Andy Gray! Gray is onside, played onside by Nagby. And Trevor Stevens, it's settled now! And the unique treble is very much on.
It was the final before the final, and the Germans probably have an easily pronounceable word for that one. That much was patently obvious when the Rotterdam opponents for Everton was revealed to be Rapid Vienna. The Austrians had already been incredibly fortunate to squeeze through a replayed last 16 contest against Celtic, and their most famous name was a blast from the past, Antonin Panenka. You might have heard of him, and a penalty he scored once. Back at home, Everton had only mere formalities to take care of after they had prepared for Bayern with a 2-0 win away at Stoke. The Toffees refused to come down from their European high, securing a simple enough 3-0 victory over recent League Cup winners Norwich City 3 days after the Goodison heroics. Now it was a case of when as opposed to if Everton were to be crowned champions, as both Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur stumbled over each other, seemingly to finish third. 3 games in 5 days opened up May. 4th place Sheffield Wednesday would be followed by the bottom half outfits of QPR and West Ham. 2 more wins were needed. The first was a typical away slog when Andy Gray grabbed a winner at Hillsborough. It only felt right that Everton should win the league in front of their own fans. After such a momentous occasion, Everton were due in Rotterdam, the city in which Aston Villa won the European Cup 3 years prior. In a good omen, the Toffees settled in the same hotel as Villa had done before they won their trophy. Would it make any difference?
All the back pass might come to Sharp. He's got Andy Gray in there. That's the goal! Just moved just a moment for Kevin Sheedy. There's the cross coming in, and it went all the way. And it's in there. And it's Trevor Steven. Offside. Now here's Sheedy. Well, there's the answer. Now they are there. Everton have won it.
A European trophy was finally won. Liverpool were beaten to the league. It was the peak of an Everton mountain. Where now?
Whiteside shoots. It's there. Norman Whiteside.
For once, Everton could afford not to be too downhearted about a loss in the FA Cup final at Wembley. 11 days later, in a match they didn't even contest, the Blues would mourn a final result in the European Cup final, and not primarily because Liverpool were in the match. No, they should have really fulfilled the prophecy of Bayern Munich manager Udo Lattek when he called the Toffees the best team in Europe. After all, they had beaten a strong Bayern and won a competition where teams like Porto, Barcelona and Roma barely made a dent. They were at least on a par with Europe's other cup winners, Real Madrid and Juventus, and Liverpool knew that they could cause them problems too. But all that went out of the window on May 29th, 1985 after the Heysel disaster. After the death of 39 supporters in the Belgian capital, English clubs were withdrawn from European competition, and despite Everton's many returns to Wembley and another championship in the second half of the 80s, it was a grinding halt to what should have been an English footballing empire. And Everton never really did get their timing right. When Harry Catterick was successful, his Everton teams were surrounded by those who achieved more than them. The 63 team an afterthought when compared to Bill Nicholson's double-winning Spurs. The side that took the championship again 7 years later, outdone by teams like Manchester United and Celtic, who had already lifted the European Cup. By 1984, after 14 crucial years without silverware, Everton had gone from a level playing field on Merseyside to distinctly being the second best team in their own city in all aspects. And then even when they did return to the height of English football, when they finally won big in Europe, they were stopped by things outside of their control and, due to what was to come in 1992, would largely remain forgotten in the pantheon of English football history. When someone mentions English football in the 80s, they'll mention Hillsborough, Heysel and hooliganism. If they make it past that, finally, to talk about the football, they'll discuss Liverpool's European Cup winning sides of 81 and 84, or they'll remember Anfield 89 and George Graham's Arsenal. Despite their rampant successes, Howard Kendall's Everton often goes overlooked, much like
tragedy struck at Liverpool's 5th European Cup final in Brussels. A wall collapsed in the Heysel Stadium after fighting between rival blocks of supporters. 39 people lost their lives in the crush. Their memory is perpetuated by a plaque inside Anfield and by a memorial in a garden in Turin.
It was supposed to be a time of celebration. Everton had not only won the First Division, booking themselves in for the European Cup, but they had also won their first ever continental honours and had beaten Bayern Munich to become the holders of the Cup Winners' Cup. Instead, uncertainty filled the air of 1985. The morning after the European Cup final, FA Chairman Bert Millerchip and President of the Football League Jack Dunnett drew up a plan to withdraw English clubs from UEFA competition. Within 24 hours, Liverpool had formally announced their withdrawal from the UEFA Cup. Meanwhile, talks commenced with Downing Street, which confirmed the plan for a nationwide withdrawal from Europe. A month later, after Spurs begrudgingly accept this plan, 4 clubs remain wedded to trying to play in Europe. Everton, with the most to lose, front a group also containing Cup Winners' Cup team Manchester United and both Southampton and Norwich, who were due to participate in the UEFA Cup. They took their case to the High Court and, predictably, it did not work. Heading into the 1985-86 season, Howard Kendall saw fit to change the way Everton played. He wanted an option in behind the opposition defence. The squad lacked the speed after Adrian Heath's attributes had become diminished after injury in December 1984. Therefore, after several scouting expeditions, Howard Kendall approached Leicester City's Gary Lineker, whose contract was running out. This was before John Mark Bosman had enlightened us to the free transfer, so the case went to a tribunal. Everton wanted to part with £400,000, Leicester wanted £1 million to let their star man go. In the end, the figure stood at £800,000. It left Kendall with a thankless task of letting go of one of Goodison's favourite sons, Andy Gray. For many, the talismanic figure of the 85 double winning season was sold for just £150,000 to Aston Villa. A pre-season tour took the champions to Canada whilst they fulfilled their Charity Shield duties with victory over Manchester United. Evertonian fuming over the European ban was exchanged for the lukewarm reaction for what is now considered a legendary Everton jersey. Too much white? You decide. Either way, Japanese electronics company NEC were now paying the club £500,000 a year over 3 years for the sponsorship privilege. Everton entered the season as 3-1 joint favourites with Liverpool and Manchester United. Liverpool were managed by rookie Kenny Dalglish, whilst United were reigning FA Cup champions and had beaten the Toffees in the Wembley final that May. The sarcastic fixture computer threw out an opening day against Leicester City, a 3-1 defeat which saw the untested Lineker and Heath attacking partnership flounder, whilst Graham Sharp was banished to the reserves. It would be a case of Lineker plus one other up top throughout the season, which pleased nobody. Thankfully, nobody saw it because of the UK television blackout, as the Football League's biggest clubs butted head with ITV, who didn't particularly have the appetite to broadcast football. Nobody did, so everyone went without the sport unless they went to the game in person. Lineker would take 4 matches to register a goal, but when he got going, he banged them in, mainly to begin with his head. The opening weeks were marred by the long-term injuries to Peter Reid and Derek Mountfield. Reid damaged his Achilles away with England and would miss September all the way through to March, and Mountfield required a cartilage operation. A mix of that, Manchester United's ludicrously good start, and afternoons like the one at Stamford Bridge where multiple penalties were missed and Kevin Ratcliffe had to go in net, were precisely why Everton lagged so far behind the pace as summer turned to winter. They'd also developed a worrying habit of starting matches horrendously. Liverpool's Kenny Dalglish, Bournemouth's Colin Clark and Chelsea's Kerry Dixon, just some of the names who netted against the Toffees before the first minute was up. Not only were key players either sold or missing, Kevin Ratcliffe and Pat Van den Hauwe had been unable to cobble together a telepathy at the back. Soon enough, the injury crisis would extend to Van der Hauwe, leading to Gary Stevens deputising in the middle of defence, which earned Neil Poynton a debut from left-back. Because of these defensive frailties, Everton were at their best when a frantic game of football was unleashed. Such was their attacking potential. Adrian Heath and Gary Lineker were free scoring, and with Trevor Steven and Kevin Sheedy behind them, the Toffees were brilliant going forward. Limiting them, unfortunately, for the majority of the season was their god-awful defence. Indeed, they scored 4 or more in the league against Birmingham, Sheffield Wednesday, Watford, Arsenal and Ipswich before Christmas. It wasn't just Liverpool and Manchester United that Everton ought to have been worried about. In the midst of that blackout, a new contender revealed themselves, West Ham United, and one that would lead Everton for the majority of the campaign. The season took a turn for the better, however, when a Gary Lineker brace helped Everton to a win over the early pace setters Manchester United. Ron Atkinson's side had won their first 10 but had since capitulated. This Boxing Day defeat took them from the top spot, and suddenly the Toffees were back in with a shout. Then they showed the form of champions, dropping just 2 points in the next 8 league matches, which included one of the more important League Merseyside derbies in recent memory.
Richardson, Alan Harper, Ratcliffe joining in, and Drummond! Lineker, can it be 2 for Everton?
Everton were also busy making progress in the FA Cup. Exeter, Blackburn, Tottenham and Luton all beaten before a Villa Park date with Sheffield Wednesday was pencilled in. Gary Lineker had finally got the fans back on side, key names were coming back and Everton were the form team in the division. After the derby win, Everton commanded a 6-point lead over Manchester United, but most importantly, a staggering 11 points separate the Blues from Liverpool. The Reds had a game in hand, one that would be comprehensively won at home to QPR. 8 points the difference with 11 matches to go, 1 or 2 wobbles in red would keep the championship under lock and key on the blue half of Stanley Park. It's supposed to be Easter where championships in this time frame were won and lost, but the key movements in this title race happened well beforehand. Firstly, Kevin Sheedy was needed to rescue a point at home to Chelsea before a typically difficult trip to Luton Town ended disastrously, thanks to a 2-goal comeback for the Hatters in the final 8 minutes. The gap had been cut dramatically and much worse news was to come in the week before Easter. Wales vs Ireland in Dublin March 26th were all intents and purposes a meaningless friendly, especially in the days after the home championship was annulled. So when Neville Southall crumpled to the turf after a simple catch, Howard Kendall must have been fuming. His goalkeeper had dislocated his ankle and damaged some ligaments. Out for the season, Everton would now have to play stand-in Bobby Mims instead of arguably the world's greatest goalie. Still, both Liverpool and Everton traversed the notorious Easter period identically, 4 points apiece. Liverpool were held at Sheffield Wednesday, Everton at Old Trafford, whilst both navigated home victories. The league would now take a back seat with both involved in cup semi-final action and the potential for another Merseyside Wembley final.
Back in by Mountfield, now Harper is onside, and he's got the ball over the goalkeeper, and Alan Harper, the substitute. Hart and Chapman, Hart header, shot! Yes, the equaliser! Sharp is hovering dangerously! Goal!
Both needed extra time to dispose of provincial clubs, and now with league competition back on the agenda, Everton trailed Liverpool by a goal, but with that crucial game in hand, which tantalisingly was scheduled for between the league's final day and the cup final against the third wheel in the title race, West Ham United. Everton took to grinding out wins as both Arsenal and Watford were beaten on their own patch and Ipswich was seen off. Meanwhile, Liverpool only appeared to grow into their role as title contenders. They had dropped just 2 points from their last 9 matches, becoming the form team in the league. Everton needed 10 points from their final 4 matches, trips to Nottingham and Oxford before the home comforts of Southampton and West Ham. The Hammers by no means out of it just yet, either, as they consigned Newcastle United to an 8-1 defeat. They would, however, need Liverpool to slip up once and to win their remaining 5 games. They had fulfilled their end of the bargain, dispatching of Coventry, Man City and Ipswich before the final day of the season. By then, Everton had effectively sent the title across town.
Campbell, and it's all over. Howard Kendall quickly off his seat. It was always going to be a demanding fixture for Everton.
Given time to set up Phillips. Oxford United have a goal that could mean First Division survival.
And Dalglish is in here. Yes!
And with Dalglish's winner at Stamford Bridge, West Ham could no longer win the championship either, rendering what could have been an incredible night between 2 title rivals a meaningless game. That kind of season denouement would need to wait 3 more years. Evertonians meanwhile were still focused on the cup. they had become only the second team to appear at 3 successive Wembley FA Cup finals, less than a decade after Arsenal had accomplished that same feat. Of Arsenal's 3 in a row, they won just once. Everton had beaten Watford before returning to the same match a year later in defeat. Now with Mersey pride on the line, a 5th cup was on the line. Everton had lost only twice in 29, Liverpool were unbeaten in 17. The unstoppable forces met at Wembley, aka Merseyside South.
Lineker for Everton, saved by Bromelo, Lineker, 1-0 to Everton. And here's Rush, onside, Ian Rush, goal. So is Mulvey here. Dalglish, no Johnston, yes! And Dalglish, and Rush is on the far side. Is this 3? It is!
Somehow it was a trophyless season for Everton. They had chucked in a league title that was theirs to lose, they lost their 2nd cup final on the bounce, and now one of Europe's finest clubs were in for their best player. Yes, Gary Lineker was away to Barcelona, and there was a healthy chunk of supporters despite his 40 goals the prior season who were actually quite glad. He'd scored by the bucket load, but the debate was whether or not he'd actually improved the team. A £2.2 million fee had been agreed prior to the World Cup, yet a polite Everton failed to price gouge Barcelona after Lineker went and won the competition's Golden Boot. The Toffees surely got some big names in as replacement with all that money, right? Right? Enter Manchester City's Paul Power, 32 years of age, for £65,000. Of course it wasn't only that, a £900,000 wedge was spunked too on Dave Watson, the Norwich City centre-half. If that didn't satisfy Evertonians, then the 3-pronged splurge of Stoke's winger, Neil Adams, Wigan's Kevin Langley and Warren Aspinall at a rate of £350,000 for the trio didn't either. These were the actions of a team attempting to dislodge a double-winning outfit, and not just any old double-winning outfit, the Reds from across the road who had won everything in the past decade. Then came the departure of Kevin Richardson to Watford at the end of his contract, and then another slew of injuries. Neville Southall wouldn't be back for some time after his injury on international duty. Neil Point had ruptured his knee ligaments and wasn't due back until November. Pat van den Hauwe was suffering from a blood disorder and there was no solid return date for him or Peter Reid, who went down to a stress fracture to his shin at the World Cup. And that's without mentioning Derek Mountfield and Gary Stevens, who missed pre-season, and Paul Bracewell, who had just undergone ankle surgery. And there wasn't just Liverpool that Everton had to beat now. North London had fresh new managers in George Graham and David Pleat. Manchester United was surely to come again with Ron Atkinson at the helm, so too West Ham and Chelsea. Therefore there was precious little optimism floating around Goodison Park when Nottingham Forest turned up for the opening day of the First Division season. Kevin Sheedy won that day with 2 brilliant strikes, but it would be one of the rare bright days in the early stages of the season. Trips to Hillsborough and Highfield Road weren't profitable, nor was the visit of QPR to Merseyside. Regardless, the Blues maintained their unbeaten start to the season, chucked in another home triumph over Oxford before a defensive 5 was needed to prize 3 points out of Wimbledon at Plough Lane. 8 days later, Everton vanquished one of their supposed title rivals in Manchester United. Sharp, Sheedy and Heath finding the net in a comfortable 3-1 victory. This version of Ron Atkinson's United, however, was a far cry from the one that opened their prior season with 10 league wins on the trot. This version would win just one of their opening 9, leaving the door wide open for Atkinson's departure and an incoming manager from north of the border. If Everton's form hadn't set the world aflame and if the injury crisis wasn't crippling just yet, wait for the trip to White Hart Lane when the club couldn't boast a single fit fullback. Met with a firing Clive Allen in his pomp, Everton were lucky to escape North London with only a 2-0 defeat. As September became October, Everton's capital woes continued. George Graham's Arsenal taking 3 points from Goodison, and not even another Kevin Sheedy brace could earn a point from Charlton away from home. That latest defeat magnified the woeful start that Dave Watson had made to his Everton career. Watson, you might remember, was Kendall's biggest transfer that summer, but if one thing was sure, he'd get injured soon and he'd typically miss out on the next away day a week later at Southampton owing to a hamstring strain. An aggressive offside trap won the day on the south coast before Neville Southall's return was much welcomed the following week, as a Trevor Stephen penalty was the odd goal in 5 against 84 cup final opponent Watford. So with Southall back in the team, all was good, right? Nope, the Toffees came unstuck against both West Ham and Chelsea, gaining a point from the club's first 2 November fixtures. Whilst lighter work was being made of the League Cup and teams as good as Sheffield Wednesday and Norwich City were being beaten, there were now 2 Merseyside derbies looming. First the home league derby 4 days after confirming a League Cup quarter-final tie at home to Liverpool in the new year. Everton simply needed to be back on track for those games. Southall at one end and Sheedy at the other gathered 3 points from Filbert Street, whilst the league fixture with Liverpool was known rather for officiating mistakes. Ian Rush probably should have seen his disallowed goal stand, whilst Adrian Heath was tripped by Mark Lawrenson for a penalty. In the end, 2 wrongs made for a correctly drawn match, goalless. It left Everton 6 points off the Arsenal pace after 16 matches. Liverpool, a team of notoriously slow starts, were 2 places and 2 points above Everton, so they had to get going at some point, otherwise this video doesn't make any sense. The Merseyside derby, a seemingly inconsequential affair, changed the season. Kevin Sheedy had been performing well on the flank, but the team weren't controlling games, so with the latest injury to Kevin Langley robbing him of his place late on in the derby, Kendall rejigged things. Sheedy would move in field alongside Trevor Steven. Main Road was next, a place where Everton hadn't won since 1972.
Away, the keeper in no man's land, and Heath will score. There's Paul Power up here, and Paul Power has scored on his return to Main Road. Opportunity here, sharp to Heath, he's got to wrap it up, and that is exactly what Adrian Heath has done.
Suddenly it was all up for grabs. 4 stuck beyond Norwich, 3 past Wimbledon, and the brightest performance yet came up at St James Park, where Trevor Steven helped himself to a brace, whilst Paul Power and Adrian Heath completed a 4-0 rout. Just forget about the loss down at Luton Town. Everton never really performed well on the artificial surfaces. 4 more wins as 86 became 87 proved that game was a mere outlier. Leicester, Villa, QPR and Wednesday all smashed. Cup progression taken from the visits of Southampton and Bradford. Suddenly, Everton were ahead of Liverpool, only 2 points behind Arsenal, and they had a game in hand on both. Peter Reid had returned, the goalkeeping situation was under control, as was the midfield. Dave Watson was finally back and now in form, and speaking of form, the likes of Sheedy, Steven and Heath were beginning to look like too much for First Division defences. Belief was now flowing through Goodison Park, further emphasised with Leeds United's Ian Snodding's decision to choose the Blues over Liverpool in his transfer from Yorkshire. Battles won off and on the pitch against the Reds just in time for the reprisal of the rivalry and a spot in the League Cup semi-finals up for grabs.
Walsh trying to hold it up for Rush. Came off Gary Stevens. Rush!
The blip became a wobble as Everton returned from the City Ground pointless 4 days later. That wobble became a catastrophe as the Blues combined FA Cup elimination down at Plough Lane in the 5th round with 5 points from 4 games in the league. The Toffees had traded in the driving seat for a hit-and-run 3-point deficit over Liverpool with 12 games to go. What had been the fleeting optimism of a first-ever domestic treble was now the crushing realism of another failed title challenge against their closest rivals. Now, it's not an enormous surprise that this drastic run of results coincided with a 6-week layoff for Kevin Sheedy and Dave Watson returning to the centre of supporters' vitriol. They'd kept the Wolves at bay with a 3-0 win over Southampton, but Everton needed a bit of luck. They needed one to go in off their arse, and then Charlton Athletic came to visit.
Everton, the breakthrough. He scores. Steve with a little flick header there. Oh, that's a chance and a goal. Gary Stevens.
24 hours later, Liverpool lost down at White Hart Lane, and on such weekends, leagues are won. With venues like Highbury and Stamford Bridge to come next, Everton needed to be strong spirits to survive that and to keep their title bid alive. And in these scenarios where the sand is escaping the hourglass of a season and your players are knackered, disillusioned or both, you need the entirety of your squad. And up step Wayne Clark with the winner at Highbury. Up step Alan Harper to turn 1 point into 3 at Stamford Bridge. Everton were back on top by goal difference, cradling desperately onto a game in hand. 8 matches remained, one of which was the daunting trip to Anfield at the end of April. Whilst Everton remained perfect through the visits of West Ham and Newcastle and a tricky trip down to Aston Villa, Liverpool's season buckled. First they were stunned at home to Wimbledon, not the biggest Dons result over Liverpool in the late 80s, before the League Cup trophy was passed up on to George Graham, not Kenny Dalglish, before the month was capped off with defeats at Carrow Road and Old Trafford. Now Liverpool were fighting to keep their title dreams alive. Everton, on the other hand, could drive the final nail in the Liverpool title coffin with a win at home to their biggest rivals on April 25th.
Out was provided by Ablett. Rush again. It's McMahon who can shoot. Oh! What will happen this time? Sheedy takes and scores by the near post. Johnston got to it. Rush! Went outside Whelan and timed it beautifully. It's Rush! And Ian Rush!
It left a potential title Mayday bank holiday party at Goodison Park cancelled. Much worse, as Kevin Sheedy was ruled out for the visit of Manchester City, as Everton were toothless in a 0-0 draw against a side battling relegation. With 3 slippery fixtures in Norwich, Luton and Spurs to come, had Everton just passed up a glorious chance to win the title. After all, Liverpool could close the gap to just a point when they met the Cup finalist Coventry City. Instead, all the Toffees had to do now was to match their rivals' next result to be crowned champions. Everton were away to Norwich City, Liverpool hosted Watford, 2 tricky teams who had recently tasted Wembley and Cup finals in just a 48-hour turnaround. Ian Rush grabbed a late winner in front of the Kop, so at Carrow Road, nothing but 3 points was needed.
Ball back for Van den Hauwe. The priceless breakthrough comes. Everton's day, their 9th title.
It would be Howard Kendall's last glory as Everton manager. It would be Everton's last championship. There has been the belief in the intervening nearly 40 years that Kendall left because of Everton's inability to compete in Europe. After all, when teams like Barcelona and Juventus came knocking, why would the manager depart a disqualified club for one near the foot of La Liga in Athletic Club, who had all but stood no chance of appearing in Europe themselves? And whilst he had done everything that he could do as the club's manager after 6 years and 2 titles, his mind was made up. He had fought and clawed to get Everton to the top of the mountain after 4 incredibly difficult years, especially under the weight of the red shadow across town. It had been a miracle that Everton were able to be as successful as they were, and no surprise with what followed. Howard Kendall's assistant, Colin Harvey, was promoted to the top job in the summer of '87, once a great man had moved to La Liga. The plan seemed sound, even if it was wholesale lifted from the boot room copybook. The only problem being talent was much thinner on the ground behind the scenes at Goodison Park, and there was much less experience. If Kendall was the foundational Shankly figure, surely that meant that Harvey would sweep all before him as Everton became champions of England, Europe and the world. But football doesn't work like that. All the promotion did was move Harvey's attention away from the training pitch and into the office. With less respect than his predecessor, botched activity in the transfer market, and a feeling that the club were being left behind ahead of the Premier League's formation, Howard Kendall was lent back on after 2 mediocre years. Much more bizarre, Colin Harvey's acceptance of an assistant role thereafter. Those 2 years killed Everton, just in time for English football's disparity to grow into a chasm with the birth of the Premier League. 1987 will always be overshadowed by the events that preceded it, both the more immaculate, more innocent and more successful times of 1985. There, a carefree Everton was filled to the brim with cult heroes and star talent embarking on success on a large scale for the first time in a long while. The second time around would never feel the same in the hearts and minds of Evertonians. 2 years had passed, but the footballing world was a darker, more cynical place. There was no more chance of European fame, and there was an Everton that was far removed from the glories of '85. Although most of your favourites were still there, the squad just felt different. Maybe without the drastic change between the championship winning years, Kendall wouldn't have delivered the title again to Goodison Park. Maybe if he hadn't opted to ditch Andy Gray for Gary Lineker, it would be Everton gloating about winning 3 titles in a row, maybe much more besides it. Football was only going to quicken up the pace of change as the 80s became the 90s, and by the time of a whole new ball game, Sky TV and one of their favourites taking to the punditry and commentary on our television sets, Everton were just hanging in there. Tottenham Hotspur had had their moments. They'd won the Cup a couple of times, won the league in 1951. So when Bill Nicholson took them over, there was an untapped potential. Within 5 years, his Spurs team transcended English and European football. This is how they did it.
Cheers not only him and Spurs supporters, but every English soccer fan.
Hotspur Cricket Club needed to operate during the winter, so in 1882 they formed a football team. 2 years later, they became Tottenham Hotspur. By November 1886, they were getting acquainted with some South London outfit called Woolwich Arsenal. It was a match with an annoyingly inconclusive finish, with Spurs winning 2-1 by the time the game was abandoned due to poor light. So began the great rivalry. By 1899, Spurs had moved ground for an eye-watering £1,200. After trialling names like Percy Park, Gilpin Park and Champion Park, it would become named after an access road next to a pub, White Hart Lane. Football was slowly escaping the industrial north. Spurs were the first professional team from the capital to win the FA Cup when they triumphed over Sheffield United after a replay in 1901. Politically, Spurs found it tough to gain election into the Football League and had to wait for a moment of opportunism, that being Stoke City's financial disarray of 1908. Spurs didn't look back, promoted to the First Division instantly, and although they would be relegated before the Great War, Spurs would again find their feet back in the top flight. And thanks to players like Jimmy Seed and Jimmy Dimmock, they won the Cup again in 1921 against Wolves. This was a team managed by Peter McWilliam, who would go on to form a Scottish enclave in the capital and inspire players who weren't from Scotland, like Vic Buckingham, Bill Nicholson and Arthur Rowe. If they weren't spending the next 20 years yo-yoing between the top two divisions, their players were gripped by the throes of the Second World War. Upon football's resumption, Spurs found themselves governed by Joe Hume, a man who bled Arsenal. Naturally, he never gained acceptance, and it was Arthur Rowe who would shepherd Spurs not only into the top flight, but immediately to their first championship in 1951. With a core of Hume's former players, Arthur Rowe played a brand of pass and move football that swept through the English game. With Eddie Bailey, Ronnie Burgess and Les Medley down the left, Sonny Walters, Alf Ramsey and Bill Nicholson down the right, Spurs were insatiable. Note those last two names there, Alf Ramsey and Bill Nicholson. Friendly rivals for defensive positions for the national team, they'd be at the front of the queue in the Arthur Rowe succession plan. After a 3-1 defeat at lowly York City in the 5th round of the FA Cup in February 1955, Arthur Rowe had a nervous breakdown. Come the summer, he would permanently be replaced by Jimmy Anderson. No, not that one. Anderson needed a coach. Waiting in the wings, not literally, were Ramsey and Nicholson. Ramsey, the former England captain, Nicholson, the man who was barred a prosperous international career by his clubmate and the talent of Wolves' Billy Wright. In the end, he proved an example of it's who you know, as Nicholson was selected as Tottenham Hotspur's trainer. Nicholson had built up a rapport with Anderson from his playing days at Northfleet, whilst Ramsey was a Southampton blow-in in the late 40s. Anderson, a great servant to the club and the man who acquired many of the great talents lauded by Spurs fans through the 60s, would be beaten by health issues just like his predecessor. Probably promoted beyond his means, Spurs already had his successor lined up, who had been busy that summer coaching the England national team in Sweden. Upon his return, Bill Nicholson was faced with an offer from Sheffield Wednesday. He turned down their manager's job to remain as Anderson's trainer. 3 months later, patience proved a virtue. Bill Nicholson was Tottenham Hotspur manager. Bill Nicholson's reign as Tottenham Hotspur manager had its seeds sown in the Second World War. In the outbreak of war, Nicholson was just 19, and when he was posted to Italy to work on the fitness of British troops, he decided that coaching was the life for him. After he resumed his playing career that took in a league championship and the odd tilt at an FA Cup run, he notified Arthur Rowe to find his replacement. That man was Danny Blanchflower. He was the man who would form the bedrock of Nicholson's first great Tottenham Hotspur team. He made his Spurs debut at Main Road in goalless league competition. Behind him in defence, Peter Baker had been acquired from Enfield in 1952, Ron Henry came through the ranks that same year, and Maurice Norman joined them from Norwich in 55. Bobby Smith's arrival from Chelsea in 1956 was a revelation up front, as he almost motored Spurs towards a title challenge in his very first season. Out on the wings, the acquisition of Terry Dyson from Scarborough in 1955 was joined by one of the finest to ever do it 3 years later, Cliff Jones of Swansea Town. Filling out the squad were Tony Markey and Frank Saul, who had been nurtured through the youth system, and Terry Medwin, who had been purchased again from Swansea Town. Nicholson's first big job was to get Danny Blanchflower back on board, which he did through the medium of handing him his captaincy back. Nicholson's tenure needed it. After the initial burst of a 10-4 victory over Everton at White Hart Lane, Spurs were at the wrong end of the table come March 1959. After the talk which we demand be called a clear the air meeting, Spurs grabbed a point from Molineux against the best team in the division. From then on in, safety was confirmed, but 18th place was no position for Spurs. In an attempt to rectify the club's plight, Nicholson returned Spurs to their Scottish roots. He got his first big names in through the door in goalkeeper Bill Brown from Dundee and Falkirk's inside forward John White. The man that revolutionised the team though was half-back Dave Mackay, purchased from Hearts. Rounding out the purchases, even though he wasn't Scottish, Les Allen traded Stamford Bridge for White Hart Lane. Also, there was further tinkering to the backline when Maurice Norman moved from full-back to centre-half, with Peter Baker moving into the first 11, and Bill Nick finally had his team. He also discovered the foundation for his great team from an unusual place, the Bolshoi Ballet in Moscow. During a 1959 pre-season tour, an amazed Nicholson inquired about the dancers' secrets to their fitness and stamina, and they returned home a changed club. The manager hired Olympic weightlifter Bill Watson, and Tottenham Hotspur became the fittest team in the land. Spurs were an important cog in the 1959-60 campaign, going to places like St James Park and Old Trafford and winning 5-1 on both occasions before inflicting the same scoreline on champions Wolves. All before the first defeat of the season up at Hillsborough the following week. While Spurs would go on to lose twice in succession before Christmas at home to Bolton and at Luton, the downward spiral wouldn't come until the club were blinded by the allure of the double in February. Yes, just after the club posted a mind-melting 13-2 FA Cup 4th round replay win over Crewe Alexandra. They nipped out of the cup at home to Blackburn before a defeat up at Turf Moor on March the 1st set the wheels in motion for Spurs' third place finish. A more than welcome return for a club that had simply just existed for nearly a decade, and signs that maybe, just maybe, Spurs could do the unthinkable and win the double in 1961. Danny Blanchflower was busy telling anybody that would listen that Spurs were to do it. Work on the training pitch centred around the undercurrent of their new fitness regime, combined with lopsided matches and the rehearsal of dead ball tactics. Nowadays they'd call it marginal gains or some other bollocks. Optimism was back. Aside from having one of the more exciting teams in the division, the season ended with a year ending in 1. The cup had been won in 1901 and 1921, the league in 51, omens pointed to another good campaign. Not that it could be found in an intra-squad pre-season friendly in which the reserves came back from 4-1 down to draw against the first team. But when the real action began, Nicholson's side clicked into gear.
He's got the chance.
Blackburn then fell at Blumfield Road and liked the defeat so much they repeated the trick at White Hart Lane 8 days later. That was a contest remembered for Bobby Smith becoming the club's record goalscorer. Squeezed in between was another triumphant visit to the north at Ewood Park. The first true marker came against Matt Busby's Manchester United, however.
Smith's there, lets it go to Medwin. Medwin back to White. White almost blocked, and a breakthrough!
Despite a glut of injury to Spurs' ranks, Bolton fell twice, Arsenal fell, Leicester too, before the most prolific afternoon of the season so far with the visit of Aston Villa. And the chance to break the record for the fastest start in any professional English league with a perfect 10.
Go to Allen, and Sims starts to leave his goal, changes his mind. Could well be goal number 5. It is.
The visit of Wolves was next, the biggest test of Spurs' season yet, and a chance to rack up an 11th win from 11 matches. A Cliff Jones brace and goals from Dave Mackay and John White ran in the goals in a 4-0 demolition job. Until Spurs were finally stopped, held to a draw 9 days later by Manchester City. The question now was, how would Nicholson's side respond, especially when Nicholson himself wouldn't be there thanks to illness.
Gap for Mackay down the side there, and it's over the top of the net.
The near perfection continued against Newcastle and once at home to Cardiff, and then with a bang-on bonfire night against Fulham.
So far, over 20 minutes gone. Allen going down and scores! Well, I thought Allen was down that time.
7 days later, the invincibility was over thanks to Sheffield Wednesday. In a way, those inside the club were glad. There was enough pressure to win a double that the added chasing of an unbeaten campaign had become a burden. They won all but one of their remaining 1960 matches, and the one they didn't win, an instant classic when Burnley came to town.
Slinging it back, there's Norman, and the goal! Tremendous, so swift strike that does it, getting it back to Jones, goal number 2!
And once Blackburn were thrashed to end 1960, the second part of Spurs' campaign could begin, with the visit of Charlton in the Cup.
Well, at the field with Smith moved offside, so it's up to Allen, he scored!
Charlton, of course, beaten, the rest of the league looked to have gone the same way, as Spurs entered 1961 with an enormous 10-point advantage over Wolves. Les Allen had finally come good, Cliff Jones was back in the fray after a first half of the season dogged with injury, and Alan White had made the left inside forward position his own. And even though Spurs tasted defeat to Manchester United and Leicester City in the first weeks of the new year, Cup success still hung in front of them. Crew pumped again in the Cup, Spurs had a tricky trip to the second city in the 5th round of the competition.
White. Getting the ball back to Jones. White on to Allen, Allen with it, on the edge of the box, hook, hard back across the goal, and it's an own goal! An own goal by either Dugdale or Neil. And Jones.
Next was the chance to kill off Wolves' slim title aspirations stone dead. The gap had shrunk to 8 points with 12 matches to play, and a Bobby Smith goal kept that lead in a 1-1 draw at White Hart Lane. After that, a trip to Main Road, the first team to stop Nicholson's Spurs that season.
Spurs out when all seems lost. Lanside means holding off the floats in a lovely one, and it's in the corner of the net, and there's the first one, and it's Midland that scores it.
Revenge there, and with the advent of spring, however, the ratcheting up of the pressure. The latter stages of the Cup were here, and Spurs were pencilled in with a tricky trip to Roker Park.
Corner there, Jones, and it's in the corner of the net. Cooper taking it, Hurley has gone up there, he's running in very quickly, and it's a great save by Brian, it's in the net!
5 would be slapped beyond the Black Cats when they came to London for the replay 4 days later, and yet Spurs entered their biggest game of the season, the Villa Park semi-final against Burnley off the back of a 3-2 defeat in Cardiff. A trip to Villa Park was already daunting enough, Spurs had lost their last 3 semi-finals there, and what's more, the reigning champions of England, Burnley, stood in their way this time. However, Burnley had just given up the ghost of winning the European Cup 3 days prior when they lost 4-1 in Hamburg.
And on that little side flick, oh, and Smith is here, and he scored! Towards Smith, Allen, nodded away by Angus, and what a strong goal again! These fans are already standing up, cheering their heads off as though they were already at Wembley. It's the Jones! This is the closing second, and it's a goal!
Whether it was a hangover or a blip becoming a wobble, Newcastle pitched up at the Lane 4 days later and became only the second team to inflict defeat on Spurs in front of their own fans. Now the gap was a mere 4 points to the new title rivals, Sheffield Wednesday. Before the pair could meet on April the 17th, Bill Nicholson's side had to traverse Easter, a notorious time in the football calendar. In preparation for a week that usually created champions, Spurs dithered to a point at Craven Cottage that only shrunk their lead further. Thankfully, Chelsea were put in front of Nicholson's side twice in 4 days, and 4 points were gleaned from their London rivals.
And so meant to tee that up for Adam, but it's gone out to White. And Fergie, Foden trying to find a way through. It's Jones, who's got offside. A beautiful move by Jones. And goal number 4, magnificent goal.
Then by Bloomfield, right onto it, and there's the first one. And it was Bloomfield, yes, that took it right off the foot of Field. He came in on it.
While Spurs won big over Easter, the Owls were wounded by 3 successive draws against Blackburn, Newcastle and FA Cup finalist Leicester City. The Stars therefore had a line to make April 17th for Championship Carnival should the correct result occur. 4 games left and a 6-point gap at the top. A draw with the Yorkshire club would confirm Spurs' championship. A loss and what was a 12-point advantage at its height would be stripped down to just 2, and with a trip to Turf Moor to come 5 days later. The result was of paramount importance, and a win is what Spurs achieved. Les Allen and Bobby Smith with the goals after Don Megson had silenced White Hart Lane, only temporarily in the first half. Title sealed, Spurs were only chasing records now, and records were tumbling no matter where you looked. 31 victories from a league season constituted the smashing of a new record. 66 points also a record, but thanks to defeats against Burnley and West Brom, it would only be jointly shared with Herbert Chapman's Arsenal from the 1930s. There was no doubt that Spurs were a good team that just won the league after all. The difference though between a good team and a great team was breaking down boundaries, and that meant in 1961 winning the FA Cup against Leicester City to become the first 20th century team to win the English double. Easing the nerves, Nicholson took the squad to the local Odeon to watch Guns of Navarone. Whilst Leicester were handicapped by injury, Bobby Smith needed all his stealth to sneak out to receive injections on the morning of the final so he would be fit for the game. Spurs were the biggest favourites to win the cup since Wolves faced Portsmouth in 1939, and that day the underdogs won out.
And it's Allen. Dyson back there calling for it. Smith, he took that magnificently and side to White, and out of Smith, number 9. In comes Dyson, he scored!
Here though they didn't, despite Nicholson describing it as one of Tottenham's worst performances of the season, calling it bloody awful, in fact. Nonetheless, it all served to create an immortal season, a season built on the optimism of Danny Blanchflower underneath the perfectionism of his manager. The difference between a great team and an elite team, now it meant winning in Europe. Any elite team needs to be led by elite players. Signed for a shade under £100,000, Spurs weren't mucking about when they brought Jimmy Greaves back from Milan and named him their star man. Europe was a fitting stage for a man who would become the club's greatest goalscorer, and Europe had to be in Spurs' crosshairs after they were beaten to the title by Ipswich Town and a deficit of 4 points. It turns out that former player Alf Ramsey's side's 2 wins over Spurs was the difference maker that season. By the spring, Spurs had long since been blinded by success in the Cup, first in the FA Cup.
And White just holding off. Floats it across and there may well be the third one, and there it is!
Before 6 days after that semi-final victory, they had the visit of Benfica in the second leg of another semi-final, this time in the European Cup, after what had been a heroic run to the latter stages.
Now level on aggregate, Spurs began to send victory. White sent a perfect pass to Mackay, and just watch how he scored.
And 1-0!
8 goals not only prompted a stunning comeback against the Poles in the first round, Bobby Smith's injury proved not to be a roadblock against Feyenoord in the last 16 before Bill Brown's goalkeeping dug them out of the hole against Dukla Prague. Spurs met the reigning champions of Benfica, who had strengthened their team even more so in the interim with the almighty Eusebio. Therefore, a 3-1 defeat in Lisbon was seen as some kind of victory. They had come back from a deficit before in front of their own fans in the second leg, and Bill Nicholson was confident of overturning the scoreline.
Agua Smith, goal to Benfica. A pass from Bobby Smith finds Greaves. It's in. What tragedy for Spurs. The goal disallowed. Offside. White gives a perfect pass to Smith. Goal. Goal.
Maybe it was naivety, maybe the strength of the opposition, maybe it was Jimmy Greaves' disallowed goal, but Spurs were out of the European Cup either way. However, they had become so great that Wembley and Burnley could almost be seen as a mere consolation to what was advertised as a potential treble-winning season.
Spurs have the lead again. Penalty against Burnley. Blanchflower himself takes the kick. So Spurs equal the record of Newcastle United, the only other club to win the cup twice running this century.
Aside from becoming only the second team that century to retain the FA Cup, winning it now brought Spurs into participation for the Cup Winners' Cup, a European competition in its third season. The fact still remained, however, that English sides hadn't done much on the continent. Manchester United might have done had it not been for the Munich air disaster. But in the European Cup, Chelsea had been barred from competing by the Football League, whilst both Wolves and Burnley had since only made it to the quarter-finals. Wolves had also failed to win the Cup Winners' Cup in its first staging, losing to Rangers in a 1961 semi-final before Leicester barely made a dent the following season. Meanwhile, England had provided the first three runners-up in the Fairs Cup, accounting for former finalists Rangers as well as Slovan Bratislava and OFK Belgrade. Spurs were on the cusp of another pioneering achievement. Standing in their way in the Rotterdam final was Atletico Madrid, and Spurs would have to win the Cup Winners' Cup without their injured defensive talisman, Dave Mackay.
Again to give Spurs that all-important lead. Goal that was. It certainly inspired the Spurs to even greater efforts. White notches goal number 2, and in the 67th minute, Dyson put them further ahead. Greaves made it 4-1. Finally, Dyson made it 5-1.
Bill Nicholson simply picked up the ball left behind by the great Arthur Rowe and ran with it. It was Rowe's brand of pass and move football, smart acquisitions by Jimmy Anderson and a combination of coaching and novel ideas from Nicholson himself that created one of the best teams English football had ever seen. They were the first modern team to win the League and Cup double, a feat unthinkable by the standards of the first half of the 20th century. They were the first English team to go out into Europe and bring back silverware, another miraculous achievement that wouldn't be realised again by an English team for another 5 years. 5 years, that was all it took for Bill Nicholson to return Spurs from also-rans to the best team in the land. Imagine what he could do with the rest of the 60s. The team that delivered Spurs the peak was slowly decaying. Its cornerstone, Danny Blanchflower, hung up his boots in April 1964, by which point star strikers Bobby Smith and Les Allen had been knocked down the pecking order by the arrivals of Jimmy Greaves and Alan Gilzane. Dave Mackay also appeared to be on his way out after breaking his leg not just once but twice in 1963 and 1964. Whilst Bill Brown definitely was out once Pat Jennings broke into the squad in spring '64. And then there was the tragic tale of John White. He was all set to be one of the club's star attractions in the latter half of the 1960s after what had been a disappointing 1963-64 campaign that saw the loss of their Cup Winners' Cup crown to Manchester United, an exit from the FA Cup at Stamford Bridge, and a 4th place finish in the league. Whilst playing golf, he was struck by lightning and died at the age of just 26. The outgoings would be all but completed by the summer of 1965 when Terry Dyson signed for Fulham, Peter Baker became a player-manager in South Africa, and the defensive pair of Ron Henry and Maurice Norman both succumbed to injuries. There was no glory Tottenham Hotspur to be found in the 1964-65 season either. Inconsistencies in the league led to 6th place, as Alan Mullery hadn't become the all-encompassing Danny Blanchflower replacement that he was earmarked to be. Then Spurs travelled across town to meet Chelsea in the 5th round of the FA Cup in mid-February, their season hanging in the balance. Barry Bridges' goal ensured Spurs' season was definitively over at such an early stage. The rebuild had to begin. Laurie Brown, Cyril Knowles, Joe Kinnear all acquired for the defence, with Phil Beale coming in from the youth ranks. By the 1965-66 season, however, Dave Mackay sensationally returned from 2 leg breaks to captain the side in defence. An 8th place finish and another 5th round exit from the FA Cup hardly showed signs that Spurs, though, were on the right tracks. Nicholson's squad, therefore, was further bolstered by Mike England from Blackburn and, from Chelsea, Terry Venables. England imbued a solidity in defence and improved the confidence of a so far shaky Pat Jennings in goal. The transitional phase was again clear to see in a 3rd place finish in the league. That was only possible thanks to a 16-match unbeaten stretch to end the campaign. But in a big difference to recent seasons, Spurs could once again hang their hats on a good cup run, and not only that, a return to Wembley.
Robertson was perfect for the rebound. And decisively, as it turned out, the sheer class of Tottenham Hotspur showed itself. From Robertson's header, Frank Saul shot into the net. A few minutes before the end, Chelsea got a goal. Boyle centred, Tambling headed in. Spurs 2, Chelsea 1 at the final whistle.
Of those that started Spurs' previous Wembley triumph 5 years prior, only Jimmy Greaves and Dave Mackay remained, whilst Cliff Jones could only make the bench in 1967. Within a year, both Dave Mackay and Cliff Jones were gone, the latter to Fulham aged 33 and the former to Derby aged 34. Both were viewed as past it. The third survivor, the great Jimmy Greaves, wouldn't be too far behind them in what ought to be his peak years, so it called for another Bill Nicholson revolution. And that revolution would start with Martin Chivers' transfer from Southampton for £125,000. He was supposed to be the finishing touch to a 3-pronged attack that featured Gilzane and Greaves, and whilst the trio would score 49 between them as Cliff Jones added a further 14, it was a campaign that featured early exits in the cup competitions. First in the Cup Winners' Cup against Lyon and then in the FA Cup. As well as that, Spurs finished precisely nowhere in the league, in 7th behind Chelsea and ahead of West Bromwich Albion. In fact, the season was barely notable outside of Jimmy Greaves scoring of a 300th league goal against Burnley in March 1968. The subsequent 68-69 season didn't offer much optimism from the outset either, as Martin Chivers went down to a long layoff at home to Nottingham Forest in September. With their goal scoring tempered somewhat in the league, Spurs had seemingly ironed out their domestic inconsistencies to join teams like Liverpool, Everton and Arsenal in a title race. Then Spurs were paired off with the latter in a 2-legged cup semi-final tie and wound up on the wrong end of a 2-1 aggregate defeat. With a combination of Leeds United's record-breaking form and Spurs' mid-table inadequacies, Nicholson found himself leaning on FA Cup success by the new year. Whilst Walsall and old sparring partner Wolves were beaten, as well as Aston Villa in the FA Cup 5th round, eventual winners Manchester City proved too much in the 6th round. A limp 6th place finish was made to look even worse when Spurs sat a staggering 22 points off the pace set by Don Revy's Leeds. Their 67 points have broken a record joint held by Nicholson's double-winning team of 1961. Still, Jimmy Greaves broken not only Bobby Smith's record for most Tottenham Hotspur goals, but also Steve Bloomer's record for the most First Division goals. And yet he wasn't long for Spurs, finally dropped in advance of a 4th round replay across town at Sellers Park with Crystal Palace. The match not only called time on Spurs' ambitions of silverware for the 1969-70 season, but it called time on Greaves' White Hart Lane career. He departed with the club 14th after 28 matches. The club would recover to just 11th from their remaining 14 games, and Jimmy Greaves would still top score for the club that campaign, despite not featuring again. In an all-London swap deal, Spurs forked out money for his replacement, fellow World Cup winner Martin Peters, with Greaves only valued at £54,000 as part of the deal. Now that their superstar was gone, there was a chance Spurs could become a team again, Chivers partly filled the goal-scoring void with 29 goals in his peak in the 1970-71 season. Alongside him, Gilzean added 17, Peters got 15, whilst both Alan Mullery and Steve Perryman had become important cogs in the unit.
Mullery to Chivers, he got a good chance, and he scored! What a start for Tottenham! Oh, and Gilzean, point speed, there it goes, by Gilzean! Dennis Bond with the corner, aimed towards England, flicked on well, Gilzean! Chivers! England. More pressure on Liverpool now as Mullery beats Hughes. Kinnear outside him, still Mullery. That's for Kinnear, first time in, and it's there by Martin Peters! Oh, now Gilzean in a bit of space and Chivers. Also Gilzean, there it is, number 2 by Gilzean. Peters taking it quickly, Chivers going in. Oh, and a goal by Chivers, superbly taken by the Spurs. Nodded away by Hill to Perryman, and it's in, off the goalkeeper's arms, it's a goal.
They shook the cobwebs of a North London derby defeat at Highbury from them and made ground up in the league. Although their time in the title race was brief and over by Christmas, Spurs had found the next best thing, of course. It was a cup run. After sinking Swansea, Sheffield United, West Brom and Coventry, second division outfit Bristol City across 2 legs was the only thing stopping Spurs from appearing at Wembley again. After a draw away from home in the first leg, a White Hart Lane decider was never in doubt. With Arsenal herring towards a double, Spurs only able to reach the quarter-finals of the FA Cup and finishing 3rd in the league. The League Cup final against Aston Villa at Wembley was of incredible importance now.
Chivers looking for it with his head, Gilzean, this must be a chance for Spurs, as Neighbour goes in, Chivers, there it is, Martin Chivers! Spurs are ahead, and they really don't deserve to be. Now they are stopping and looking, and Spurs are attacking it much quicker as Chivers now. Good control by Chivers. And he's done it again, Martin Chivers! Oh, what a goal by Chivers! Mullery then, to get the Football League Cup from Her Royal Highness, Princess Alexandra.
Whilst they weren't great and weren't breaking down any barriers like before, Bill Nicholson's new team was still winning silverware. Now they had to go and win the bigger prizes.
Mullery, Beale. What a goal! A magnificent effort by Martin Peters, quite literally, of Tottenham Hotspur. Chivers right into the middle. Peters a header, and is it there? It's a goal, they've done it! Then a chance to cross it, preparing to take on his man, and beat him, and a nice cross there for Grant! That right foot.
Martin Chivers had entered into overdrive, plundering 42 goals across 62 matches in the 1971-72 season that, given the state of the Wacky Race's title picture, could have easily developed into a potential quadruple.
Perryman together.
Okay, perhaps that was a little optimistic, but while Spurs regressed to 6th in a weak league, they were only 7 points off the pace set by Brian Clough's Derby County. What remained was another European run, and it all started with Keflavik. Now, no Icelandic team was going to stop Spurs as both Gilzean and Chivers bagged themselves hat-tricks in a 15-1 aggregate win. Nantes fell next in a slightly less comfortable 1-0 aggregate triumph. Unfortunately, that was the tie that officially put Alan Mullery on the shelf for the foreseeable future, thanks to an arthritic condition in his pubic bone, which sounds painful to say the least. Without him, Spurs comfortably saw off Romanian sides Rapid Bucharest before Christmas and UT Arad after Christmas. It allowed Bill Nicholson's side into the exclusive club of a European competition's latter stages, and sharing that platform with Ferencvaros and Wolves, Spurs were typically handed two-time European Cup champions AC Milan. By this point, Alan Mullery had completed his 5-month recovery and felt ready to return to the first team. Instead, Bill Nicholson sent him to the reserves and, after kicking up a fuss, Mullery returned to Fulham on loan. Fortunately for Spurs, it would be brief. John Pratt had broken his nose, Phil Beale was also injured, and with Milan to come in the semi-finals in Europe, Nicholson needed Mullery again. It was a risk, but what better occasion than the visit of the grand Italian team to White Hart Lane to carry out that risk. The pretence of success in the domestic game had long been abandoned for Tottenham Hotspur, and yet they'd be faced with a very English two-legged final of the first UEFA Cup season when paired off with Wolverhampton Wanderers. First leg at Molineux, 2 weeks later the sides would meet at White Hart Lane. It was make or break for the latest Bill Nicholson team.
Just outside the box, quickly taken, Keegan, McCallion, Modric, Chivers again, Gilzeet spreading out square, what a shot, hit that one out.
Martin Peters hitting one, and Muller has done it! He's done it!
And he had done it again. Spurs were successful once again, and it was a distinctly third great team that the great manager had overseen. Pat Jennings was by now one of the more reliable goalkeepers in England, and in front of him a solid defence of Kinnear, England, Beale and Knowles. Midfield was home to the mix of the smooth Martin Peters, the relentless Steve Perryman and the tenacious Alan Mullery, all of which in their own way played to serve the goals on a plate for both Chivers and Gilzean. If there was a weak area, it was on the wing, where Nicholson just couldn't decide between names like Jimmy Pearce and Jimmy Neighbour or Roger Morgan. Ralph Coates was supposed to be the fix, in from Burnley for a record £192,000, but he wasn't cutting it just yet. In a way, Nicholson never really did find the next Cliff Jones. What he did find though was a 7th trophy at the club, which made him the most successful English manager of his day. If he could find an 8th, however, he would have to do so without Alan Mullery. Thankfully, he could be replaced by the returning John Pratt, and thankfully, Ralph Coates got his act together in time for the 1972-73 campaign.
Chivers down for Perryman, Gilzean, Pratt. That's a good shot! Oh, beautiful! Chivers to Peters, and now for Chivers and a great chance! And that is it! That is it by Martin Chivers!
Late on anyway. Chivers! And Tommy Booth totally misjudging it!
Stoke in a little bit of trouble there, Gilzean, and then nodded back by Pejic as far as Banks, it doesn't get to him. And the header and a goal! Chivers winning it, Gilzean turning it back for Pratt! Oh, and John Pratt has scored another one!
Hennessy! Good gracious me! And there's the goal, Chivers. Offside! Offside flag is up against Jimmy Pearce on the far.
It probably spoke to Spurs' league form in acquiring just 45 points from 42 matches and a finish of 8th that their best player wasn't of an attacking persuasion. Instead, Pat Jennings not only could quite comfortably be called Spurs' best player in the 72-73 season, but England's, and sure enough, he was named Football Writers' Player of the Year. 15 points off the last Bill Shankly team to win a league championship, it was also his Liverpool side that put an end to Spurs' reign as UEFA Cup holders at the semi-final stage.
It's a precarious one-goal lead that Liverpool now bring to White Hart Lane. So Spurs are out, Liverpool go through, and Liverpool go on to beat Borussia Mönchengladbach in the final.
Spurs had long given up the ghost of an FA Cup run, shipping 5 in a 4th round replay to Derby County. By then, however, a League Cup run was well underway, and its first big landmark was another clash between Nicholson and Shankly.
Jimmy Pearce for the corner. Good touch, Peters.
The draw had far from opened up, with the vanquishing of the competition's best team. While Spurs had managed to avoid Chelsea, they stumbled into the arms of Wolves in another two-legged contest, mere weeks after they'd overcome them in the same format in a European final. Beaten again, Spurs returned to their rightful place at Wembley.
He was already there on the spot, and again Mike England's going forward, again a lower one, Chivers with a back heel. Now Mike England hoping to get in, Coates hoping to blast it in, and Coates has done it! Ralph Coates! And so Spurs have done it. They kept plugging away at that Norwich defence, and nobody more so than Steve Perryman. There's a plug for the big match. It was a big match here today that never quite fulfilled all the expectations. Winners in 1973.
By now, the league was a mere pipe dream, what with Bill Shankly and Don Revie capping off their tenures at Anfield and Elland Road with successful campaigns. Bill Nicholson was in the same position in his managerial career, and yet his Spurs side were consigned to mid-table once again in 1974. So when Spurs exited both domestic cup competitions at the first hurdle and without scoring a single goal, the season could have been a disaster. Thankfully though, they kept their silverware dream alive via their last remaining medium, the UEFA Cup.
Still Coates. Good play there by Ralph Coates. Oh, and a great header there by Mike England. Near post. Here comes the corner again. Curling on the win once more. Mike England is in there. And headed in by Martin Peters. Take on and beat Glovac. On to the right foot. There's the cross towards Martin Chivers. Played back again. Now Chivers, yes! A little chip onto the left foot. Martin Chivers on the far side. Coates is going in. Yes, Ralph Coates. Finding Terry Naylor. Here comes the cross from Naylor. Chivers helping it on. Martin Peters! Number 3!
And Spurs make sure of a place in the final with this victory in the home leg.
Tottenham Hotspur found themselves on the precipice of success yet again in a third European final, and they had Feyenoord standing in their way, but they'd beaten former European champions on the continent before.
England!
On the back 10 yards. Van Hanegem can bend and did! England coming across the box. Trying to lose it out! And I don't think England knew anything about it. That's a great ball to De Jong. Just by his fingertips, and it's in. Scored by Rice-Diamond. Knocked back for Boskamp, the substitute. Russell with a chance to shoot, and he scored. And that wraps it up.
And that defeat was just about that for Bill Nicholson. The beginning of the end was the defeat in Rotterdam to Feyenoord in a losing effort to retain the UEFA Cup. The true end was marked with a 4-0 loss to lowly Middlesbrough in the League Cup 4 months later. Bill Nick remains far and away the most successful coach Tottenham Hotspur has ever seen. The last time they won the league, he was the manager who delivered it. And whilst other names might have come in and won trophies both at home and on the continent like Nicholson, nobody won the lot quite like he did, armed with the tools of the Spurs way that he had played under and learned under through names like Peter McWilliam and Arthur Rowe.
That's nice, that's McDermott, and that's a goal! Oh yes! Neil against tonight. Liverpool have won it in the same season as they've won the championship.
Bill Shankly built the club so they could compete and be successful. Under Bob Paisley they conquered all of Europe and didn't want to stop. This is the story of football's greatest managerial transition. Shankly to Paisley, and the most successful time of any English club. Bob Paisley, like his Liverpool predecessor, was birthed into a mining community but began bricklaying. Also, like Bill Shankly, he got his big break out of his community via football, and after moving from local outfit Bishop Auckland to Liverpool at the end of the 1930s, was due to make a name for himself. Then, World War II hit. Paisley, restricted to just 2 reserve matches before the conflicts halted all football, finally got his moment in the sport in the 1946-47 campaign when Liverpool were crowned champions of England. Sadly, the eventual manager's playing career would become more famous for a decision made by Liverpool manager George Kay ahead of the 1950 FA Cup final with Arsenal. There, the championship-winning coach dropped Paisley for the biggest game of his career, and it never really recovered from there. Paisley survived through the Don Welsh years, but upon Liverpool's relegation in 1954, he knew his career was done. He was 35 years of age, and that wasn't the time to be introduced to the second division, so he quit, contemplating a return home to sell fruit and veg, or even opening up a newsagent's. Ultimately, a small course in physiotherapy that he took during his playing career saved him, as that was the qualification needed to give him a role on the Liverpool staff after his playing time had ended. He took on the reserves and rose through the ranks to ultimately become the new manager, Bill Shankly's number 2, just in time for Liverpool's rise through the ranks of both English and European football. Even though he was Shankly's closest confidant, Paisley was stunned like everybody else by the retirement of his boss. What would the club do next? Paisley stated, "I never applied for the job, I wouldn't have applied for the job. He didn't need to anyway. The football club decided that he would be handed the job of succeeded Bill Shankly." The club though had reservations, earmarked by Kevin Keegan in a later remark when he stated they were not sure whether Bob could do the job. He was a good number 2, but he wasn't very good communication-wise. What he did have though was a solid foundation gifted to him by Shankly, which he was never going to change, and thanks to their most recent European Cup exit in November 1973 to Red Star Belgrade, the club had a blueprint on how to go about things when it returned to the European Cup, and they would return. Outside of that, things kept ticking along as usual. Players like Phil Neal and Ray Kennedy were signed by the club, and Paisley showed he had just as much tactical nous as his predecessor in shifting the latter from a centre forward to left midfield. Also, Phil Thompson was in from the reserves alongside Jimmy Case and David Fairclough, and thanks to Liverpool's evolution to using ball-playing centre-halves, Thompson would be moved back into defence, signalling the end of Larry Lloyd in the heart of the backline. After a trophyless season, Paisley inadvertently pulled the plug on Shankly's official association with Liverpool after his predecessor continued to skulk around Melwood. Noticing patterns between Liverpool and their great rivals Man United after their retirement of foundational manager Matt Busby, Paisley needed breathing room. He didn't just expect the club to cut all ties with Shankly though. Whether it helped or it didn't, Bob Paisley would never have to endure another trophyless season at Anfield. Whilst Liverpool were humbled to Ferencvaros in yet another early round defeat in Europe via the Cup Winners' Cup, Paisley wouldn't give Europe the same satisfaction in the UEFA Cup in the 1975-76 season. Hibs were able to beat the Reds at home in the first round's first leg, but from then on in, Liverpool simply did not lose in the competition. Toshak bagged himself a hat-trick in the second leg, whilst the thrashings doled out to Real Sociedad in the second round proved somewhat of a turning point in the competition. From there, Paisley's side went out to Wrocław and Dresden and won relatively handsomely as they were paired off with the best remaining team in the competition in the semi-final, Barcelona. Meanwhile, Liverpool had bounced back from their opening day of the league season humbling at QPR. Whilst nobody knew it at the time, Liverpool had already gotten their fiercest league game out of the way, as QPR would be the surprise package that ran the Reds all the way in the league. However, the tandem of Toshak and Keegan proved way too powerful for the Londoners in the league. Whilst Manchester United dropped out of the race in the spring upon their return to the top flight, QPR kept going and Liverpool needed every ounce of effort to get over the line. The period of late March and early April described this more than any other. Across 5 league games, Liverpool kept the defence impenetrable and relied on scuffs and nicks such as a late Phil Neal penalty at Birmingham and a second-half winner at home to Leicester. In between were 3 wins solely won by the goals of David Fairclough, or Super Sub as he was known and didn't want to be known as. A late goal sunk Norwich at Carrow Road before one either side of the break beat Burnley in front of the Kop. Easily the most satisfying, however, was the 88th minute winner in the Merseyside derby on April the 3rd. Meanwhile in Spain, John Toshak's sole strike provided the away goal in yet another tentative one-goal clean-sheeted win in the Camp Nou. Then it was left to Phil Thompson to score a crucial goal in a 1-1 draw in the home second leg. Whilst it ended a run of 6 matches without conceding, the 2-1 aggregate win spurred Liverpool on for greatness. 2 further wins in the league against Manchester City and Aston Villa were necessary as QPR beat Leeds to go a point above Liverpool ahead of their final day visit of Molineux on May the 4th. The match had been postponed because of Wales' surprise participation in the Euro 76 quarter-finals. Before then, Liverpool had the first leg of a UEFA Cup final to host against Club Brugge. It had started disastrously as the Belgians had taken control of the game and ran up a 2-goal lead inside of 15 minutes. With the hour mark appearing quick on the horizon, Liverpool finally churned through the gears.
Bringing in Kennedy. Great goal! Keegan turning brilliantly. Kennedy again. And Case. And Keegan comes up now.
With the slender 3-2 advantage to take to Belgium, Liverpool had a league title to win. They had history of winning the league on the final day at Molineux, the days of 1947 and a battle between first and second when Albert Stubbins scored the crucial goal and a certain Bob Paisley was part of the Liverpool ranks. This time Wolves had nothing to play for, so were free to do as they pleased. It released their inhibitions as they went ahead early on. Liverpool needed both points to win the league and the half-time mark passed, so too the hour mark. Then, with 14 minutes left, the Reds struck through Keegan, Toshak and Ray Kennedy. 3-1 winners, Paisley had his first piece of silverware. His second wouldn't be too far away as Liverpool jetted off to Bruges.
And Dresden, it's Harbour to take it. Who's trying to invent something and organise something? Can't score direct. Keegan, he's done it! That tore its way through, and the whistle goes, and Liverpool win the UEFA Cup.
Bill Shankly had done the league and UEFA Cup double in 1973. Now Paisley had emulated him, and not only that, Paisley had taken Liverpool back to their perch. They were now sat alone on 9 league titles ahead of Arsenal's tally of 8, whilst both Everton and Manchester United languished behind on 7, with Aston Villa and Sunderland increasingly becoming specks in the rearview mirror on 6 apiece. Liverpool never stood still in the transfer market, and that was true in '76. Ray Wilkins was considered for the pivotal midfield role until Terry McDermott's pre-season convinced Paisley otherwise. Regardless, the club parted with £200,000 to bring David Johnson to the front line. Preparations for the new season were hit, however, in advance of the Charity Shield against Southampton when Kevin Keegan announced that the campaign would be his last for Liverpool. He would depart for Europe the following summer. The European Cup, though, was there to be won in the meantime. You never could quite predict a European campaign, as proven by Liverpool drawing Northern Irish team Crusaders and getting special dispensation to arrive at the airport only 2 hours before a 5-0 second leg away win. Then, more predictably, shoddy officiating cost the Reds in Turkey, losing 1-0 in the last 16 first leg away to Trabzonspor. Within 90 minutes of the home tie-back at Anfield, though, Liverpool had run up their 3 goals and cruised into their springtime portion of the competition. Saint Etienne in the quarter-finals, however, was a different brine kettle of fish. After a 1-0 defeat in France against one of the premier teams on the continent and European Cup finalists the prior summer, Liverpool needed something special in front of the Kop. They got it in one of Anfield's greatest ever nights.
Here tonight, matching the wall of noise which surrounded the players at St Etienne of Portman. Keegan. Djokovic has missed it! After nice shot, throw again, goes in! Neal and Toshak going after it. Kennedy, 2-2! And Fairclough is onside. This now could be interesting. Fairclough!
All wasn't rosy in the Anfield Garden, however, as Phil Thompson's season-ending injury left him out for the remainder of the campaign, and it left Tommy Smith left to shoulder the rest of his penultimate campaign in the thick of the trenches. And Liverpool were really hunting down a season for the ages come the spring of '77. First off, FC's Europe were a comparative breeze in the semi-finals in Europe as the Reds won 6-1 on aggregate. Then Everton proved a much tougher nut to crack in the FA Cup semi-final, the Toffees needing a replay to be chowed down after a 3-0 defeat at Main Road. A week beyond that, the title was all but confirmed thanks to Kevin Keegan's first half winner at home to Manchester United, the team that would be waiting for the Reds at Wembley. 4 points of difference in the league between Liverpool and Manchester City with 4 matches to play. Liverpool could afford to not win for the remainder of their campaign. They went to QPR and got a point, but their advantage didn't waver. They went to Highfield Road and got a draw off Coventry, and their advantage still didn't waver. It meant that one more point in their final home game against West Ham would do it. Another goalless stalemate was just fine with the Kop. Paisley had won the league again, and Ian Callaghan had tied Cliff Bastin's record of 5 English titles. It left Liverpool just 2 more games away from immortality and the treble. All wasn't well in the build-up to the FA Cup final, with Manchester United at Wembley, however, thanks to the FA and their nonsensical timeline that placed a would-be replay on June the 27th. That insane idea left Paisley in a conundrum. Stick to what the team knew or go for the jugular. He went for the latter, opting for David Johnson in a 3-man front line, sacrificing Ian Callaghan as a result.
As Jimmy Greenhouse header on for Pearson, a chance on here. Pearson is the scorer. Case, good turn. Oh yes! On by Macari. Smith slips slightly. Jimmy Greenhouse.
It didn't work, the treble dreams were in tatters, and that particular peak was reserved for a certain other club 22 years later. One peak they could scale before any other English club though was to match a league title with a European Cup in the same season. Again, preparations weren't perfect. 1. Ray Kennedy had a thigh problem. 2. Summer signing from Wrexham Joey Jones was carrying a knock. 3. Kevin Keegan was more busy in London, finalising a £500,000 deal to Hamburg. 4. John Toshak had only returned to training and then went and did his Achilles, ruling him out of the contest. In the starting 11, 2 survivors from the club's first crack at the European Cup 12 years prior, Tommy Smith and Ian Callaghan. The stage was set, Borussia Mönchengladbach in a city that Bob Paisley hadn't been in since he was in charge of an army truck in 1944. Rome.
That's nice, that's McDermott, and that's a goal! That's a mistake, and here's Simonsen. And that's it! Oh yes! Neil against tonight. Liverpool, who've won it in the same season as they've won the championship.
Bob Paisley called it the best performance the club had ever seen, and just where would they go from the very top of the mountain? The first thing to think about was the Kevin Keegan succession plan, quickly accomplished when just £440,000 was needed to get Kenny Dalglish from Celtic. It meant that Liverpool got out of that tricky situation with more money than what they entered with, and arguably a better player. Then Alan Hansen was added to the backline from Partick Thistle for just $100,000, whilst Graham Souness would be the belated third name through the door midway through the campaign, with half an eye to succeeding Ian Callaghan. I'll wager that's just about as good as any transfer business ever achieved in a single season. 2 legends replaced 3 even bigger names, replacing them. Bob Paisley absolutely was not standing still in the wake of the club's finest achievement. But that didn't mean that they didn't come undone in the subsequent season. 1. Newly promoted Nottingham Forest, managed by that same pesky Brian Clough that pipped them to the title in 1972. He rocked up and not only beat them to the league, but went toe-to-toe with them in the League Cup final too.
Forest, a very controversial penalty. John O'Hare seemed on the edge of the box when he was tripped by Phil Thompson after 54 minutes, but Pat Partridge, the FIFA World Cup referee who goes to Argentina, awarded a spot kick and John Robertson scored.
It wouldn't be the last time Liverpool were left smarting by refereeing decisions in a contest with Nottingham Forest. The Reds were safe in Europe though, where Clough and Forest couldn't get to them. Not yet. They proved untouchable on the continent once again, destroying Kevin Keegan's new Hamburg club 7-1 on aggregate in the Super Cup before swiftly eliminating both Dynamo Dresden and Benfica after a kind bye beyond the first round. And whilst Gladbach got the smallest slivers of revenge in Germany, David Johnston had packed away a late away goal in Liverpool's luggage which set them up perfectly for the second leg. In front of the Kop, a 3-0 triumph was inevitable, and it booked another European Cup final, this time with an all too familiar foe, Club Bruges. If the first European Cup triumph was a Liverpool success, the second one was definitively a Paisley one. After all, only Ray Clements, Phil Thompson and Emlyn Hughes had started both Shankly's final match and the club's second European Cup triumph 4 years on. A second European Cup triumph which definitively put Liverpool on a perch as the most successful English, no British, club in Europe. Ajax had won the European Cup 3 times in a row, Bayern Munich had done it 3 times in a row as well, so it just made sense that Liverpool would join them in winning the same competition for a third consecutive year to close out the 1970s. Well, just guess who pitched up to meet them in the first round.
Cuts through on his own, the pace and confidence to do it, not a bad looking cross, Woodcock, and a superb goal from Barrett.
Liverpool roared back, don't worry. Alan Kennedy was brought in from Newcastle and would displace Joey Jones at left back, whilst the long earmarked retirements of Ian Callaghan and Tommy Smith were confirmed in the summer of '78. With yet more changes, Liverpool didn't feel a bit of it as they won the league title at a canter in comfortably the domestic pinnacle of Bob Paisley at Anfield. Not only did they destroy a record set by Don Revie's Leeds with 68 points, but they rattled through their opponents at will in achieving the joint best goal difference in English football history. 7-0 against Spurs, 5-0 against Derby, unbeaten against Forest in the league, 6 past Norwich, 3 past both Leeds and Man United. It was as if they were angry, riled up by Clough and his win in Europe, and this was Liverpool saying they would not take that fact lying down. They'd won the big one twice, as Bill Shankly desired earlier in the decade, and they had shaken the flash in the pan known as Nottingham Forest to return to their league throne. All that was left was to get back into the European Cup and go and win it all over again. Things though had to change both on and off the pitch. Ahead of the 1979-80 season, with a new decade of glamour on the horizon, Liverpool were at the forefront of the English game in more ways than one. Not only were they the country's record European Cup winners and league winners, but they were the first to adopt a front-of-shirt sponsor. The club didn't want to become overly commercial, but this one had become a necessity. Hitachi's name was splayed across the front of Liverpool shirts because their £2.4 million worth of revenues in the prior season equated to just £71,000 worth of profit. Whilst the Bob Paisley team would never quite match the peak that they had reached in the league in 1979, Liverpool didn't need to be completely imperious to retain their crown, which was effectively won courtesy of an unbeaten streak of form that built up to Christmas 1979. With Boxing Day came the cherry on the cake, a triumph over Manchester United that split Liverpool from their nearest and dearest rivals come the end of the campaign. Liverpool went top that day and never relinquished that status. But unfortunately the league was only distracting comfort from their other activities. After all, winning the league was the least Liverpool could do after they bombed out of both the domestic cup semi-finals, thwarting a spectacular first ever domestic treble. First typically to Nottingham Forest, of course, in the League Cup before it took 4 matches to send Arsenal through in a whistle-stop tour of the longest FA Cup semi-final that sent both sides around the country to Sheffield, Birmingham and Coventry to decide who would surprisingly lose to second-tier outfit West Ham. There wasn't even any joy to be had upon their European Cup return as they fell at the first hurdle again, this time to the archetypal crack Eastern European outfit Dynamo Tbilisi, who won 3-0 behind the Iron Curtain in ravenous fashion. It was clear that further retooling had to be done by Bob Paisley. Ian Rush was signed for Chester, earmarked for the future, so too Bruce Grobbelaar, who was acquired midway through the season, with an eye on replacing Ray Clements come the end of the campaign. Of all players, it was Terry McDermott leading the way in the scoring ranks with 22 strikes from midfield. Liverpool, though, found themselves officially languishing in 5th place after way too many draws. The club's safety net midway through the season could be found both in their European Cup run and also the League Cup, which was finally won. In fact, let's get this out of the way now. Here's Liverpool dominating the League Cup under Bob Paisley, the kind of run that made Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho perk up somewhere in the Iberian Peninsula.
More towards Hansen, and the goal by Clements, but it's not away yet. Rush, 3-1 up those familiar steps to get today not one trophy but two.
And again, Wheelan's scored it! Brilliant goal! Liverpool have won the Milk Cup competition for the third year running.
And whilst Everton eliminated them from the fourth round of the FA Cup, it left Liverpool with all their attention on the European Cup. First off, Finnish opposition were finished off 11-2 on aggregate before a certain Alex Ferguson was knocked from his Aberdeen perch 5-0 in the last 16, and a tricky CSKA Sofia quarter-final was comfortably traversed thanks in part to a bewildering Graham Souness hat-trick. All the while, Liverpool remained pristine away from home, McDermott winning the day up at Potodry, David Johnson performing similar duties in Bulgaria, so when Bayern Munich left Anfield with a 0-0 draw in the first leg of the semi-final, similar heroics were needed inside of the Olympia Stadion. And heroics is what they got.
Johnson, Kennedy is up, suddenly in space and onside and scores! Ray Kennedy's given Liverpool a lead, and they've done it! The away goal has counted! Ray Kennedy's goal has been enough to take Liverpool through to the European final.
Despite everything, the injuries to Alan Kennedy, Phil Thompson and Kenny Dalglish, the crumbling league form, Liverpool were back in the European Cup final once again, and to win their third continental crown, they would have to go up against the absolute best historically. The stage was set. Real Madrid, Paris. This time, the Reds had to thank the other Kennedy. They'd gone and done it again. Where next? Well, Mark Lawrenson was acquired for a club record 900 grand from Brighton, signed for a defence in another brutal move by Paisley. Alan Kennedy, who had just scored the European Cup final winning goal, was the man he was earmarked to be replacing. Only when the Irishman was moved into centre-half and Paisley rejigged his team did Kennedy get a look back in on the left. He wouldn't relinquish that chance and went on to play 205 consecutive games for the club thereafter. Other names through the door were Ronnie Whelan, Steve Nicol and Craig Johnston, whilst Grobbelaar made the number 1 jersey his own after Ray Clements was afforded his wish to move to Spurs that summer. Heartache followed shortly thereafter in September when Bill Shankly died just 7 years after his retirement. In the face of that adversity, Liverpool did him proud on the pitch. Spearing this offensive, Ian Rush, who had been angered by his European Cup final omission but was quickly told by Paisley to forget about it and become selfish in front of goal. He did, and he would reward Paisley with 62 goals in 100 matches over the next 2 seasons. As a result, Liverpool were insatiable in front of goal and won 13 and drew 3 of their final 16 league matches to pull the league title away from Bobby Robson's Ipswich Town. Unfortunately, outside of the League Cup, of course, honours wouldn't follow. Firstly, a Flamengo side fronted by Zico had the Reds' number in the Intercontinental Cup. Then, the slippery CSKA Sofia got their European Cup revenge in the quarter-final. Either way, Liverpool were just as good in claiming a second successive league title. A staggering 11 points from Watford, a deficit where Liverpool even had the chance to gain just 2 points from their final 7 matches in coasting to the title. There was no competition for Liverpool at home, but they couldn't crack Europe again under Paisley, bowing out to another Eastern European team in the quarter-final, courtesy of Vidzu Vudge. Bob Paisley was done, he had conquered every world. As he stepped back from Liverpool, he was keen to remind them of the work done before him, when he said, "Bill built the house, I just put the roof on." And I couldn't really put it any other way. Bill Shankly literally built the trophy room, of course with help from Paisley, both physically thanks to his expertise in bricklaying and in the form of football through his coaching. Paisley was the one to fill that trophy room. While Shankly was outgoing and gifted sound bites and quotes like sweets on Halloween, Paisley was the kind of man who declared that if he could walk down the street and nobody recognised him, he was delighted. The introverted Englishman knew his limitations, and it was those very limitations that were his reason for never taking on the England job despite being long coveted for the role and for comfortably being the most qualified out of his contemporaries. Paisley knew the England manager had to be a diplomat, a politician even, and he knew he could never be that despite the resounding success he had at club level. With the passing of time, history tends to paint Bob Paisley as a guy who simply just came in and continued the work of Bill Shankly and won the big one, which should have been reserved for his predecessor. However, let's not forget that Bob Paisley built two teams himself in such quick succession and was the biggest reason why that trophy room got so full so fast. While Shankly divvied about creating another team in the late 60s, Paisley was quicker to kill his darlings and transition his team into another way. Of the 1978 team that won the European Cup for the second successive year, only Phil Neal, Alan Hansen, Graham Souness and Kenny Dalglish remained in the squad for the 1983 League Cup final triumph, Paisley's last cup success. Despite the absence of an FA Cup, there was nothing really for Bob Paisley to do. He'd won the league title time and again, and his exploits in Europe didn't get eclipsed until 2022 with Carlo Ancelotti. At this time, Liverpool got fair warning over his retirement when he secretly arranged a deal with his assistant Joe Fagan in December '82 that the boot room lineage should continue into the 1983-84 campaign with him. And for his successor, he got into the groove of a League Cup triumph over Everton that prompted another wave of success. Even if Fagan did last just 2 years in the job, he took Liverpool to the European Cup final in both seasons, claimed the league title in his first campaign and added a fourth European crown to the club's illustrious history on the continent. And whilst it can't be categorised as the treble, Fagan was the only Liverpool manager to win a treble that featured the European Cup after winning on penalties in a hostile Rome against their hosts, which supplemented the winning of the League and League Cup in '84. Sadly, Fagan's time would be diminished by the Heysel disaster and the 1985 European Cup final, which was an ill-fitting end to his time at Liverpool. That put the end to an era decisively at Anfield. No longer could they go out to the continent and continue to dominate, which is probably what would have happened had a Kenny Dalglish-led Liverpool side been given half a chance. Rangers were in an absolute slump. The hero of '78, Jock Wallace, couldn't coax them back to life. They needed something new and they got it. This is how. Graham Souness revolutionised Rangers, Ibrox and the whole of Scottish football.
Johnny McCoist, down he goes this time at Walters. Mark Walters makes it 5.
Rangers hadn't gone so long without a league trophy since Jock Stein was ruling over Celtic and, by proxy, Glaswegian and Scottish football. 8 years had passed since the heady days of the domestic treble in 1978, and all the likes of John Greig and Jock Wallace had to show for it was a bunch of League Cups and the odd Scottish Cup. What made it all worse was the fact that it wasn't even Celtic commanding the top of Scottish football anymore either. Naturally, they would have their fair share of titles, 4 of the 8 that Rangers had snuffed out on, but the other 4 were divvied up by some northeastern blowings that were busy calling themselves the new firm, Dundee United and Aberdeen. They looked on course to finish outside the top 5, a catastrophe when you consider that the club's lowest finish was 6th, and that was all the way back in 1926. There weren't any guarantees that Rangers wouldn't slink any further down the table, what with another managerial search underway. The last one Rangers attempted in 1983 when John Greig was shown the door was botched beyond belief. Naturally, the Gers had attempted to scoop up the managerial talent from the new firm, namely former Rangers frontman Alex Ferguson and Jim McLean. Neither would move and the focus was quickly shifted to the club's policy to not sign Catholics. Eventually Jock Wallace returned. David Holmes had already snapped. The slump had to be corrected. He cut the boardroom down to size. Now only 4 men effectively ran the club as they searched and searched for the manager who would take the team into a new light. As early as September 1985, Graham Souness was on camera, throwing his hat into the ring and making his feelings perfectly clear.
I'd still like to play a manager of Rangers. I've set up a manager. Talk about it next time.
Rangers and Tenai must surely have been pricked up to that idea. By the February, Souness had been in conversation to make that player-manager dream a reality. Within a month he'd have Dundee United coach Walter Smith attached to the project, and he was one of Scotland's best young things in coaching at the time. The £50,000 compensation it took to prize him away from Tannadice would prove a bargain. Now David Holmes had to decide when to pull the trigger. With Jock Wallace's contract up at the end of the season, it made no sense to shake up what had already been a bad season. Then Celtic turned up at Ibrox on March the 22nd.
Chance again for Celtic. The out swinging cross, Cammy Fraser. Point past the bums, a great chance for Celtic for the third. Hoist. Well taken by Bonner. Played back in and under the crossbar. McLeod!
Wallace lasted little over 2 weeks in the job after that result. The revolution was underway.
Three-quarters of an hour before the European Cup final between Liverpool and Juventus, broadcast live all over Europe, 38 fans were trampled to death in a corner of the terraces called Block Z.
39 lives were lost during the 1985 European Cup final between Juventus and Liverpool, a match with consequences far beyond the 90 minutes of a mere football match. English clubs would ultimately be banned from Europe for 5 years, Liverpool until 1991. For a nation that had all but ruled Europe with an iron fist between 1977 and 84, a power vacuum now existed not just in the British game but in the European one too. Whilst no European football was a fate now bestowed upon all of the English, it had unthinkably become a threat for the Rangers too. After 3 lost on the spin with 3 different managers, temporary or otherwise, in losing visits to Hearts, Clydebank and St Mirren, the chance of Rangers qualifying for Europe was dwindling fast. Still operating in a world of 2 points for a win, Rangers had 2 games to salvage the 1-point deficit to the top 5. Whilst Walter Smith could only get a point out of Pittodrie, there was positive news from Parkhead, as Celtic did their old foes a favour in defeating Dundee. Celtic's fate was just as desperate as Rangers, as they needed a miracle to usurp Hearts for the title on the final day. Now, thanks to their goal difference, Rangers just needed to match Dundee's final day effort. McCoist and McPherson ran in the goals in a 2-0 home victory over Motherwell to qualify for the sanctity of Europe.
Primo gol al quarto d'ora, Nicol serve Durant in area, anche qui il controllo liberissimo, Run che di testa realizza il gol del pareggio, anche questo.
Not that it had been knocking around for long, as a 9-man Rangers fell to a 3rd round away goals defeat to a handy Borussia Mönchengladbach team. A lot of water had flown under the bridge by then though. The first faint glint of promise could be witnessed in the usually dismissed Glasgow Cup final. Ali McCoist grabbed all 3 goals in a 3-2 win over Celtic, as both sides used their strongest 11 since the Scottish Cup final between Aberdeen and Hearts would be contested 24 hours later. Then Souness got to work, his first signing being the contract extension for McCoist, who had been quick to furnish him with the old firm goals. Then the revolution really started to take shape, the idea to take the best and brightest they could afford from south of the border. Norwich City's Chris Woods was captured for the number 1 jersey in a world record fee for a goalkeeper. He was followed by Terry Butcher, who had recently been performing a one-man mission to keep Ipswich Town afloat. And whilst the revolution just about stopped short of signing Brazilian World Cup hero Falcao from Roma, Souness had quickly made his mark at Ibrox. A shade under £2 million was spent that summer, with Watford's Colin West also through the door. Rangers were ready to show just how much they had been revolutionised.
Cohen setting it across, the chance is now on for PD. 1-0 to Hibs. McCoist. Superbly
Alright, not the best start. Far from the loss at Easter Road though, Graham Souness was sent off, banned for 3 games, and the club were fined $5,000 for the melee that ensued in Edinburgh. By September, Souness had gotten hold of the Manager of the Month award as the club held 6 victories and 3 defeats from 9 fixtures, most important of which was this. Ian Durrant's winner at Ibrox against Celtic on August the 31st was the first goal in the first ever Old Firm encounter broadcast live for TV. A month later they were given the chance to do it all over again, this time at Hampden after Rangers had scraped through the League Cup via the penalties against East Fife before both Dundonian outfits fell in the latter rounds. An early chance for a first piece of Graham Souness silverware at Ibrox.
Cammy Fraser is there, Butcher's there, Durant is there and scores! Edison, a brilliant equaliser! The Rangers. 2-1.
The first trophy was under the belt and Souness's side had beaten the top 2 teams in the division to achieve it. After 13 games they were within touching distance of both Celtic and Dundee United, and now with that momentum and confidence that a trophy brought. Trips to Tannadice and Parkhead were next, and whilst they didn't generate a victory, the pair of draws kept their title rivals at arm's length. No, it was the defeats at home to Motherwell and away to Aberdeen in November that could have proven disastrous. Graham Souness completely and utterly ran the game. Whilst the club hadn't been beaten or even shipped a goal in the league for 6 or 7 weeks, this game was a true turning point of the season. The gap was down to just 3 points. Whilst the title wouldn't have been lost, Rangers now had fate back in their own hands, and thanks to that game in hand and an April 4th trip to Parkhead. The run continued. Rangers dropped just 2 points between the Old Firm matches that were split by 3 months. It was down to the prolific goal scoring of Ali McCoist and Robert Fleck just as much as it was the correct balance of youth and experience. The experience of Davy Cooper and player-manager Souness was beginning to blend perfectly with youngsters Ian Durrant and Derek Ferguson. And that's before we've mentioned the enormous signings from England in Chris Woods and Terry Butcher. They contributed to 11 successive league clean sheets between November 29th and January 24th. That survived a win over Hamilton with just 9 players and a subsequent goalless home draw against Aberdeen in which the offending players served their suspensions. Souness, however, still believed he hadn't enough firepower to win the league, so he plundered England for another signature. This time Spurs' Graham Roberts arrived. 1987 was to be Rangers' year.
Promising for Rangers is Black. Taken short, Cooper hooks it in, there's McPherson. Dave McPherson at the...
Passing on, Durant. Butcher with it. And Butcher, he's done it now. Ali McCoist.
They were grinding out the wins. I believe they call it the form of champions. The only real blemish thus far to Rangers' season had been a shocking home defeat to little old Hamilton Academical in the 3rd round of the Scottish Cup. Then came the trip to Parkhead on April the 4th, where the title could effectively be sealed with a victory.
Yards away. 1-0 to Celtic. There's McClair. Identical from McClair and Cooper taking on McGrain. That's McCoist. Look at this though. Looks very casual. There's Jimmy Nicholas, didn't control it. Archdeacon stepped in. The Rangers defender still protesting, and Archdeacon was too close to the action.
5 games remained and the gap was now down to 2 points, and the goal differential was now only 7 in Rangers' favour. Neither side had any outside distraction, all the focus was on 5 league fixtures. Rangers got back into the groove. 6 goals from McCoist across 3 victories over Dundee, Clydebank and Hearts would do that. Celtic would have no such comfort blinking to a draw at home to Dundee United on April the 18th. It meant that a trip to Pittodrie on May the 2nd could be Rangers' championship ceiling afternoon. However, with Celtic at home to Falkirk, it could just so easily be another swing of the pendulum in the title race.
Today's match, if at all possible. There's a good break for Falkirk. It's forgiven. And it's for the season.
No mistake.
Here's Gilmour. The chairman, you lose your little player.
And it's in. It's a goal from Gilmour. Jimmy Gilmour has scored for Falkirk.
Souness had bookended a season with a red card as Rangers failed to win, but it did not matter. They were champions yet again. The manager was quick to reaffirm his stance when he rallied the troops once more. This mustn't be a one-off success, he said. Sure, it has been a remarkable year, but I don't want to particularly sit down and reflect. The party isn't over, it's just beginning. The figures spoke for themselves. Rangers' overdraft had skyrocketed from just 300 grand to 4.1 million, albeit turnover just about doubled in that same time frame. The key to these numbers is Rangers had to continue to win, and they weren't doing. There, Billy McNeil was getting his first Old Firm win as Celtic manager. Graham Souness was dropping homophobic slurs in the direction of the referee. It was the end of a painful summer for Rangers. 5 games in and they had already lost 3, all on their travels, and Souness's ploy to stand still in the market looked silly as names like Glenn Hoddle, Trevor Stephen and Graham Sharp got rotated around the rumour mill. The one concrete name that Rangers were linked to and could feasibly make a realistic capture for was Mark Hateley. Alas, whilst the Gers were the big fish in the little pond known as Scottish football, they couldn't offer the £7,000 a week wages that Monaco could. He would take another 3 years to arrive at Ibrox. Souness got his second choice through the door though, Watford's Mark Falco for £500,000 and half a season too, whilst the manager plundered his former club for the cheap deals of John McGregor and Avi Cohen. Finally, Trevor Francis pitched up on a short-term deal which didn't do much good for anybody really. It was an inexpensive summer for the club who filled their pockets with the doubling in price of some season tickets, as well as banking a £1 million sponsorship deal with McEwan's. There had to be good news on the horizon, and it tasted like Skoll, the sponsor of the League Cup.
Walker. Roberts is dictating things. That's brilliantly stopped by David Cooper. Durant's header to McCoist. There's Durant, a great chance for Rangers. And she's a great chance for Hewitt. Yes! Back to Bet. To the Faulkner. Willie Faulkner's header and Abbott returns it. Roberts with the header. There's Ian Durant and Fleck. And a disaster for Aberdeen and for Peter Nicholas in particular. There will be no need for any other kick. Perfectly taken by Durant. Rangers have won the Small League Cup.
And their league form did return, only to find the going tougher when teams like Dundee United, Aberdeen and Celtic turned up. For every signing of Richard Gough from Spurs to shore up the defence for $750,000, there were pitched battles on the training field between Ian Durant and the gaffer, as well as the breaking of Terry Butcher's leg against Aberdeen. Still, Rangers were back in the European Cup for the first time in 8 years since their quarter-final defeat against FC Köln. The opposition didn't relent upon their return, with recent winners of the Cup Winners' Cup Dynamo Kyiv coming to Ibrox.
Will go the line up. I know that Rangers are trying to concentrate on height in the air. Here's a great chance. It must be. It is. So back in. Nicol in support. Nichol's cross coming in.
As much as Dynamo and then Górnik Zabrze of Poland may feel like bankers, or at least games in which Rangers may be slight favourites for now, back in 1987 it was a whole new ballgame. With the narrowing of the Ibrox pitch dimensions, Souness pulled out a piece of ingenuity to limit the Ukrainians' long passing in the first round's second leg. Meanwhile, Górnik offered less of a resistance as Rangers qualified for the springtime quarter-finals, just as they had done in '79. And they would be drawn Steaua Bucharest, again a team they could quite comfortably whip 4-0 in 2024, but in '88, Steaua were between two European Cup finals and could easily be described as one of the more dangerous teams on the continent. That was March though. In the meantime, Rangers were just about keeping their head afloat in the title race. A loss that was bad for Rangers' title aspirations, but even worse as Rangers' new signing Mark Walters was subjected to racist abuse all afternoon. But with that, Rangers had a long way back to swim to shore. 7 points of difference as Scottish football still lived in that archaic 2 points for a win rule, soon as the side going under. Then the Scottish Cup turned up and attempted to offer a little promise. But even that was quickly snuffed out. Now all Rangers had to fight for was the European Cup. For the late surge, Souness dipped back into the club coffers too, acquiring Dundee's John Brown, a Dane in the shape of Jan Bartram, as well as St Mirren's Ian Ferguson for a total outlay of £1.3 million. This would naturally be largely offset by Falco's departure and the sale of Robert Fleck to Norwich. All those names, as well as the aforementioned Mark Walters, wouldn't be able to turn out for the European Cup, however, unless Rangers reached the semi-final stage. And what's worse, Ali McCoist underwent knee surgery merely 2 weeks out from the quarter-final.
Vediamo come sfrutteranno questo calcio di punizione, la finta di Agi. Si intendono i due, Agi per Jovan, il tiro, negazione, il gol! E il gol del 2-0 per questo gol importantissimo segnato a Glasgow dalla Catus al terzo minuto.
Sometimes timing in football just isn't right. This, Rangers' first chance at the European Cup in a decade, would be the first true realistic chance at ever winning the trophy. Given that the eventual champions PSV Eindhoven would claim the thing despite drawing their last 5 matches in the competition, it could retrospectively be identified as a missed opportunity. Still, the season couldn't rest there as Celtic were the visitors to Ibrox 4 days later. One last chance to put up a fight in the defence of their title.
Handball against Goff, still not clear for Rangers. This ball McStay. Taken away by Bailey, who far from.
With that, the season was put to bed, and thanks to losses over Hearts, Aberdeen and even fucking Morton, Rangers slumped back to 3rd when the music stopped. So much for the party isn't over, it's just beginning. The party needed to be restarted. Graham Roberts was shipped off to Chelsea for about $500,000. Graham Souness slinked closer and closer to his playing retirement, and his annual stab at signing Mark Hateley wound up with him settling again, this time for Norwich's Kevin Drinkle. All in all, it made for an incredible start to the season.
Back to Brown, blocked by McCarthy, there's McCoist! Pushed in field by Stevens, there's Butcher. Back with Wilkins. Here's Durant retreating it for Rangers. McCoist not good on an awkward one for Andrews. They get a point cross.
Off the back of the biggest old firm win in 22 years, Rangers didn't so much as lose a game in the league until their 9th fixture away to Aberdeen. Whilst it wasn't terminal to Rangers, it was to the rest of Ian Durant's season as his knee ligaments imploded. Shortly afterwards, they sacked off the UEFA Cup in the second round to FC Köln, but quickly rebounded at Hampden in the League Cup final. And against familiar Skol foes too. Despite having to field Scott Nisbet and Mark Walters as an improvised front two at times, Rangers had made it to the end of 1988 largely unscathed, save for an Old Firm defeat at Parkhead and successive December defeats against Dundee United and Hearts. They'd even have time to undergo an ownership change, with Graham Souness not only touting David Murray to do so, he also stuck a considerable amount of his own money into the purchase too, a 10% stake of the £6 million, as David Murray managed to beat off Robert Maxwell at the 11th hour. Let that image soak into your cranium. The traditional New Year Old Firm game, however, would set Rangers up for the rest of the campaign.
Here's Butcher with it, it's in! It's in! Rangers are in the lead, 2 goals to 1. Ferguson with the shot, is there? Here's Walter through. Walter's with a great chance, and he's done it!
7 points away with half the season to claw it back, Celtic were a speck on the Rangers' rearview mirror, and with 4 points taken from their now closest title rivals Aberdeen and Dundee United by mid-February, Rangers went into God mode. In total they would win 9 on the spin after their Tannadice draw, which took in a win at lowly Celtic on April Fool's Day, ironically enough. But it would not be the last Old Firm derby of the season. Enter the Scottish Cup final of '89 at Hampden, with the treble on the line. The majority of the summer was filled with the unbelievable news that former Celtic player Mo Johnston had been signed by Rangers. A man who in the recent past had put in ink his hatred of Rangers would now be one of the club's star attractions ahead of the 1989-90 campaign. He'd bag his first goal at home to Aberdeen in early September in what was Rangers' first league triumph of the season. Such was the furore over that deal in Glasgow, it's easy to imagine how Trevor Stevens' signing, and even the rumours that Kenny Dalglish may replace Souness, could take a back seat. Ultimately, after defeats at Fir Park and Pittodrie, Rangers' league campaign went even more swimmingly than the last, to virtually zero opposition, as Celtic finished a dismal 6th, with more losses than wins, and Aberdeen's 44-point tally in second place was poor. Not that the season could be categorised as a rip-roaring success, mind.
Lofting it in. The header from Mason. Aberdeen are ahead. Sideways to Jaganowski. Here's Joe Miller, and a great chance for Celtic.
Rangers were out at the first sign of real danger in all 3 cup competitions, quite literally at the first hurdle in a mean European Cup draw against Bayern Munich, out in the 4th round of the Scottish Cup in an Old Firm game after yet another League Cup final was reached against Aberdeen, but was this time lost. Ahead of the 1991 campaign, Souness replaced the silky smooth Ray Wilkins for the steel of Nigel Spackman in midfield. The manager needed tireless men in the middle of the park as they looked to compete on all 4 fronts. It was an enormous summer from a transfer perspective, as Souness finally got his man in Mark Hateley, who would not only improve the front line with his goals but in turn make Ali McCoy's tick as well. Then you've got the width of Peter Huistra and the experience of Oleg Kuznetsov at the heart of defence in exchange for the shocking departure of Terry Butcher. The Revolution's pace was not slowing down one bit.
La Rossa 3, Rangers, Glasgow 0.
And whilst they were able to achieve 1, the League Cup from Celtic, the Scottish Cup fell out of their grasp to that very same team. Whilst that in Celtic's current state could be seen as unforgivable, Rangers' exit from Europe was entirely understandable, as they met the eventual champions Red Star Belgrade as early as the last 16. All the Yugoslavs did was prove Walter Smith's succinct assessment correct when his oppositional scouting report comprised of just a simple enough "we're fucked." No, this season would be one for an incredible title race, and no, it did not involve Celtic. After 2 defeats in the early season, both of which against Dundee United, Rangers simply shook off disappointments by returning to strong form in the league. When Celtic came for their New Year's pasting at Ibrox, the league looked as good as done. Celtic were a mid-table team now, and with Scotland still sticking loyal to that 2 points for a win, Rangers' 5-point lead looked unassailable. That would only open up to 7 when Celtic did their old pals a solid and beat Aberdeen at Parkhead on January the 19th. It didn't seem to matter that McCoist wasn't really getting in the team yet, that Kuznetsov's campaign had lasted just 2 games before his knee ligaments went pop, or that Terry Butcher had gone. Then Kenny Dalglish resigned as Liverpool manager on February 22nd, Rangers won 1 game in 4 weeks, and Aberdeen were playing like it was 1983 again. Now let's rewind. Dalglish leaving as manager of Liverpool sounds like a line from a completely different video, but let's also attach the other side of the coin. Graham Souness was favourite to take over. His emotional attachment to the club that had won the European Cup for proved to be too much of a draw, just when he had completed his longest unbeaten run at Ibrox as well. He would ultimately depart on April the 16th. And given the combination of how the league table looked on that day, the fact that the top 2 would meet on the final day, and that Aberdeen had all the momentum in the world, a 3rd successive Rangers title looked less likely now. And as we stand on that cliff edge with the appointment of Walter Smith and the remainder of this title race to come, sorry to leave you hanging, here's how the Scottish Premier Division looked on April the 16th when Graham Souness swapped Glasgow for Liverpool. 2 points the difference with 4 games to go, the last of which between the title challengers, and it was the Dons who held the momentum now. Walter Smith was in the dugout now, and after failing to bring Ray Wilkins back up to Ibrox, he settled on Manchester United's Archie Knox as his assistant. Whilst Aberdeen were in dreamland, Rangers' season looked nightmarish. Each of Oleg Kuznetsov, Trevor Steven, Stuart Munro were all sidelined through injury. Then you had John Brown, Ian Durrant and Ali McCoy severely lacking in match sharpness. Still, Rangers took to grinding out the results, Sandy Robertson with his only goal of the season away at St Mirren, before Ian Ferguson repeated the trick with his first strike of the campaign in a similarly dour 1-0 triumph at home to Dundee United. All Aberdeen did was close the gap in terms of the goal difference. First Motherwell fell at Pittodrie before St Mirren rolled over for the Dons just like they had done for the Gers 7 days prior. The only thing that had changed was the time left in the hourglass. Only 2 more matches as Aberdeen grabbed themselves 2 points at home to St Johnstone on May the 4th and awaited news from Fir Park, where Rangers were stationed. The Motherwell onslaught meant that the difference was now goals scored. Now Rangers had to go and win the final game of the season against Aberdeen. The whole dynamic had shifted. In advance of the trip to Ibrox, Aberdeen had dropped a single point from 12 matches using an aggressive 4-3-3. They blinked, switching to a 4-4-2 in order to manage the game. And so Rangers won their 3rd league title in a row under the most strenuous of examinations yet, some baptism for Walter Smith in his first management job. In a weird little way, it was the 3rd Motherwell goal that stuck the oar in Aberdeen's title bid. Even though it subjected Rangers to a little bit more humiliation on the day, the damage was really done to the Dons. Now they had something to protect at Ibrox, and they sacrificed what got them to a final match shootout in the first place. For Rangers though, it was the chance at immortality and a domination the like of which Scottish football had yet to see. Money was here, Celtic were not, and the European Cup was possible. Then UEFA had the fantastic trick up their sleeve of implementing a harsh foreigner rule. This limited the amount of players from different countries that could be included in a starting 11. Oh, and it counted each British and Irish nation as separate. So what began a revolution of capitalising on players in England wishing to play in the European Cup was now a more Scottish outlook on Ibrox. The trio of Mark Walters, Trevor Steven and Chris Woods would depart for the better part of £8 million, and for just over half of that, Walter Smith added Scottish talent in Andy Gorham, Stuart McCall and David Robertson, before a slight sprinkling of foreign delight in Alexei Mikhailichenko. The European Cup had a wee spruce up to include 2 knockout phases before what was effectively a semi-final group phase, and for once, Rangers didn't draw a cataclysmically hard task for their first round tie.
Un match à la limite de la régularité, un très beau but ici du Sparta de Prague, c'est Nemec.
Chance this time from McCall. See Ruden's face.
But at 2-0 up and with a place in the next round looking there for the taking, Rangers somehow contrived to lose the most bizarre goal and with it the cherished European dream for another season.
That game marks the second time Andy Gorham had been blamed for a cup exit, and he'd only been at the club for a couple of months. His torrid start to life at Ibrox as Chris Wood's replacement would only be cured with the appointment of Alan Hodgkinson as goalkeeping coach in the autumn. Meanwhile, Ali McCoist couldn't buy a game as he spent the entirety of the first weeks on the bench playing catch-up fitness-wise after suffering from a pre-season hernia. Liam Brady was the new man in the Celtic hot seat, not that it made much of a difference, as Rangers unlocked them at the end of August in their own backyard thanks to a Mark Hateley double, the man who was helping keep McCoist out of the 11, but he would soon come to develop a fruitful partnership with the forward. Coisty got his first goal of the season away in a League Cup quarter-final win at Tynecastle, before Rangers' only goal in a draw at Dundee United 10 days later. Then he went on a tear he really did, 2 at Airdrie in a 4-0 win, 2 more at home to Hibs in another victory, another 2 in Perth in a 3-2 triumph over St Johnstone, the first in a 2-0 win over Hearts. He took the weekend off from the score sheet at home to Falkirk before he even found the net in dropping points at Tannadice and at home to Celtic, before smashing in 4 goals in 3 comfortable November victories over Dunfermline, Airdrieonians and Hibs. Smith struck at the perfect time in the transfer market, putting even more of a pep in Rangers' step. When acquiring Dale Gordon from Norwich City, the league was soon a formality and more would follow.
Right on half-time whistle, cross to Hateley, here's McCoist! That's a good effort by McCoist!
Unthinkably, a first Scottish Cup in 11 years had been won. Ibrox had grown to the tune of 6,700 seats with a third tier on the main stand. Adidas were busy forking out £11 million in a kit deal, and the reversion back to a 44-game league season made the championship even more of a formality. Ali McCoist wound up with 34 league goals in the 1991 Scottish Premier Division campaign, and after the returns of both Dave McPherson and Trevor Stephen, he grabbed 34 more. The gap to second place in 92, 9 points, the closest team, Hearts, Celtic in third. In 93, with Celtic still in third place, Aberdeen this time were the ones trailing Rangers by 9 points. It had become a one-club league, scratch that, a one-club country, as Rangers added the League Cup to their list of honours, finally getting another domestic treble for the first time since 1978.
Here by Rangers. What? Alex McCall! Stuart McCall!
Ferguson playing it in, there's Hateley and Stephen!
But the thing that Rangers will remember about the 1992-93 season ultimately is the Champions League. Whilst they wouldn't be sent Danish champions Lyngby until September, the reality of the European campaign began with a pre-season friendly in July, when Marseille were unfortunate to only win 2-1 at Ibrox. The format remained the same, 2 knockout ties before a potential 6-match semi-final group phase and final in Munich. Whilst Lyngby sound like rollovers now, they contain 3 members of Denmark's Euro 92 winning squad.
A good cross, a header there by Hendry. It's by Verhofstadt.
Rangers comfortably through, Durant starring on the European stage.
But in the end they were no match. The draw for the next round had press either side of Hadrian's Wall salivating and speculating. Howard Wilkinson's Leeds United versus Walter Smith's Rangers. The Battle of Britain.
And a brilliant start for Leeds, Gary McAllister. Well, up to Lukic. When he's fisted it into his own net.
The way some were reporting back in England, you might be forgiven for thinking it was July 1966 again. It should be noted that Rangers did beat Leeds 2-1, and regardless of any away goal, the Scottish side still held the advantage. Whilst Rangers were adding another trophy to their collection in the form of the League Cup between the two ties, Leeds were happily bouncing around the newly formed Premier League, closer to relegation than any kind of sustained time at the top of the table.
Haley. Oh, a great goal! A fantastic goal for Rangers. Hoist on the far side. It's a super goal, and Rangers now have thoroughly killed off this European Cup tie.
There had been only one winner. Rangers party hard into the night, at one point joined by former player and current Manchester United manager Alex Ferguson. They were taken back to Manchester, continuing those celebrations, boozing until 6 AM despite the fact that an old firm derby was 48 hours away. Naturally they won that game too, and the season rumbled on, and so Rangers went into an 8-team group stage draw for the next round. Crucially, it was not seeded. Rangers did well to avoid the biggest sharks left in the draw, four-time champions Milan, as well as teams like PSV, Porto and Gothenburg, who had all collected European trophies in the past 5 years. Meanwhile, Rangers were the only team that had won anything of note in Europe from their group, but they did have to face the most upwardly mobile team in Europe, and they came first, Marseille.
Waiting up alongside him, Kelly's gone into the middle, needs to be picked up, box in! 1-0! Little touch in, follows after this one, and it looks as though Rudy Villa will make it 2. Middle, McSwegan's in there too, will he come for McSwegan, there's his header, and he scores! This time Durant, finding McSwegan, a lovely ball play with the outside of the news, Durant again, the cross comes in, and it's in there!
Champions League game. Ian Ferguson scoring what proved to be the only goal of the match with the help of a deflection.
After being battered for the better part of 75 minutes on their own patch, Rangers fired back, equalising Marseille's goals and into Bochum in front of 6,000 Rangers fans for a wintry clash against Russian opposition where Ian Ferguson found the winner. Rangers were clutching on to the 3 points Walter Smith aimed for after 2 games. The competition could now be put to bed until March, where a Belgian double-header awaited.
When some hesitancy in the Rangers' defence allowed Dubinsky to crack home the opening goal. Peter Houstra hit home the equaliser.
A point away in Belgium was disastrous, but given the manner of the late equaliser and the fact that Marseille too had been held by their matchday 3 opponents, it could have been a whole lot worse.
Stephen with a good ball to Durant. Yes! Van der Heyden knocks it forward, danger here. And it's gone in. That's straight into the back of McCall, and Nisbet whips it in. Oh my word!
Mark Hateley, who had been badgered by a mysterious Frenchman on the telephone non-stop not to play in the Marseille games, had been sent off for what was at the time a soft offence. It would of course lead to a suspension for the Velodrome game on the 5th match day, from which Rangers needed both points to be in the driving seat ahead of the visit of CSKA Moscow.
Boxic waiting in the middle. It's a terrific goal by Durant! 1-1!
A draw where the big internal talking point was Marseille owner Bernard Tapie approaching the referee in his dressing room under the illusion of match fixing, despite his team leading at the break. It didn't work. That point all the way back in March and in Bruges was now the sickener that would live with Rangers players for the rest of their lives as they went into the final game needing a minor miracle. Still, they were still in the competition and even made slight favourites to qualify. Their remaining match with CSKA Moscow was to be their easiest in theory, and Marseille had to go to Belgium and get something. A potential Champions League final awaited for Rangers.
Pushed away again, another brilliant save there by Blatnikov.
But in spite of their best efforts, Rangers just could not get that breakthrough. Alen Boksic, ensuring them their place against Milan in Munich.
And with that, the dream was over. Marseille would win the group by a point, they'd win the trophy too, and be the only French champions of the European Cup until 2025. And yet it was all a bit shady. Marseille had been convicted of match fixing their penultimate league fixture against Valenciennes, so they were fresh for the Champions League final. They were stripped of their title, demoted to the second tier and removed from Europe entirely. And despite protestations from Milan owner Silvio Berlusconi to allow Rangers to play a replayed final in their place, Marseille would get to cling on to their one and only European Cup. They would never come so close again, neither would Rangers. Rangers were 5-time champions of Scotland in a row. They'd effectively just reached a Champions League semi-final. You'd have thought everything would be going swimmingly and the mood would have been at an all-time high. Instead, Ali McCoist had a broken leg, Scott Nisbet had a pelvic injury so bad that he would be forced to retire, and the team as a whole had completely and utterly peaked. Luckily, Celtic hadn't yet hit rock bottom, so Rangers were, in theory at least, allowed unopposed runs at a full-scale domination of Scottish football that had never been seen before. Not that they could begin to imagine that in Europe. Once that shame was over, the summer of '93 was dominated by Duncan Ferguson signing, a little upstart from Dundee United who craved goals just as much as a good scrap. He'd be convicted by assault by the end of August. He would be quite the problem up front, while Smith faced a goalkeeping dilemma, leaning on substitute Ali Maxwell, not the top 20 on Rangers' list, but he had to do since Andy Gorham underwent surgery. The injuries would stack up, Stuart McCall also going under the knife for his problem hernia, as Richard Gough spent swathes out with groin injuries and Ali McCoist wouldn't return from injury until October. 5 league wins up to November was comparatively cataclysmic for Rangers, even if they had got their mitts on a trophy. Gordon Jury arrived the following month, in from Spurs for 1.3M, and despite a momentary blip at home to Dundee United, Rangers simply pulled away from all domestic competition. Unbeaten until April 26th, Aberdeen were ultimately no match as Rangers romped to the Championship, confirmed despite a defeat at Hibs on May the 3rd. Meanwhile, both Hearts and Kilmarnock were pipped to the Scottish Cup final.
Losing run to an end, and the players responded. Rangers goalkeeper Ali Maxwell will have nightmares about his part in the only goal of the match, robbed by Christian Daly.
Though not many in the newspapers were thinking much about that, as Duncan Ferguson stuck one on Paul McStay. He was made an example of, fined, banned and even famously sent to prison. It was the beginning of the end of his Rangers career. If the summer of '93 was all about the botched Duncan Ferguson transfer, waves would be made in a more positive fashion with the acquisition of Brian Laudrup, soon to be followed by Marseille's Basile Boli in the summer of '94. It was hardly a good baptism of life into Ibrox and Scottish football, however.
Boli found it difficult to make an impact on the match. Unsurprisingly, AEK opened the scoring.
To retreat. Collins takes it. He scored!
Rangers thought they were in for an easy night. We'd reckoned without Falkirk hitman Richard Cadet. His first half goal was
out in Europe before the real competition started again. Rangers wouldn't even be able to rely on the gimme that was the League Cup, or the Coca-Cola Cup as it was now known, when Falkirk got their first win at Ibrox since 1926. Meanwhile, Celtic even turned up and got 3 points. Yes, Scottish football had bounced into the new era and were now awarding 3 points for a win. Basile Boli had already mentally checked out of Ibrox by the time AEK Athens came and eliminated Rangers from the Champions League. He criticised almost every aspect of the club, stating, "You just cannot go about winning such an important game when you are having a laugh in the dressing room half an hour before kick-off," in regard to their crucial qualifier. Andy Gorham worked his way back into the number 1 shirt, whilst Oleg Kuznetsov was belatedly given a free transfer to Maccabi Haifa. And when trips to Easter Road and Fir Park were pointless, there were many saying it was Walter Smith's biggest ever Ibrox crisis. And yet, their 19 points from 10 games was enough to still be top of the pops at the end of October. Quite possibly the worst time then to be heading to Parkhead in the league.
Through now for Heysel! Oh, that is a magnificent goal by Mark Heysel! Good Ball through again for Rob upside, it's Heysel! On for Laudrup, with tremendous pace, he's past the goalkeeper!
It sparks a run of 14 games unbeaten as Laudrup got into the groove and Rangers led by a mental 15 points. Then again their nearest challengers Hibs had won just one game on the road, all season in the league. The standard was that bad that Rangers could do without Gorham, Hateley and McCoist and blunder to 4 defeats from their remaining 12 and still command a 15-point dominance over Motherwell. Motherwell, a team who could boast a 0-goal difference as Celtic lingered in 4th place. Whilst Rangers wouldn't have much joy in the Scottish Cup going down at Tynecastle in the 4th round, they'd be back with a vengeance the following year. If 94 was the summer of Laudrup, the 1995-96 campaign was all about one man on the back pages just as much as they were on the front. That's right, Paul Gazza Gascoigne. David Murray promised a major transition. They'd gotten one as £12 million was forked out, a third of which was for Gazza, whilst Aberdeen's Stephen Wright at right wing-back and the likes of Gordon Petrich and Oleg Salenko joined him thanks to the lifting of the much-maligned foreigner rule, thanks in part to John Mark Bosman. Smith leaned back onto the 3-5-2 that Souness tried to implement after Italia 90. With a wealth of attacking talents which include the now record Rangers goalscorer Ali McCoist and now actual wing-backs to back that up, they were rampant domestically.
Good one. Looking for Cleland. Great header! Here's Gascoigne now. Can he produce some magic? Still it's Gascoigne. Oh yes! That's a header which was touched over by Gorham. It's been very evenly balanced. Here's Gascoigne now. Pushing forward. Should grip determination! Oh, he's done it again! The penalty spot. This is the hat-trick in the championship.
But it was far from a canter as Rangers appeared spooked by the crushing weight of number 9 in a row that loomed somewhere there in the distance. Ultimately they'd proved too much though, Gazza capping off another Rangers championship with one of his more famous displays at home to Aberdeen at the end of April. Aberdeen the only team to have stopped the club sweeping up back home in the semi-final of the Scottish Cup, as the League Cup was routinely won once again, this time by sticking 5 beyond Hearts. And in Europe, Rangers even managed to qualify themselves for the group phase, although the fact that they were given a kind draw in Cypriots and a Forces Famagusta wasn't really saying much of anything really. Especially when they were handed 2 former European champions in Steaua and Juventus, as well as a front runner in Borussia Dortmund in the groups.
Referee's quite happy now with the defensive wall. Lavanelli driving it through. And Gorham completely. And I think all of that frustration come out there. Here's Maroki. Going to try another one. Oh, it's a marvellous strike.
1993 this was absolutely not, as Rangers were dumped out of the continent by Christmas without a win. Juve were a class apart anyway, hardly helped when both Laudrup and Gascoigne were missing for crucial clashes. Still, the club was in a rude health financially. UEFA profits of £4 million and increased eyes on the club led to a new bumper Nike deal. The following year they would make the group stages once again, and this time they were handed an even kinder group. Grasshoppers Zurich were earmarked as a whipping boys, Auxerre down as a surprise French champions, and Ajax were not supposed to be the team they were even the prior season because of the mass exodus that had swept through the club. So, how did Rangers fare on the continent?
Moore, il va aller provoquer Moore, mais au centre il y a Degnaud. Oh, et but! Et but! Superbe but!
En die maakt er 4-1 van.
5 goals across 6 matches and just the 1 victory spoke to another Rangers embarrassment. The squad had grown old together as they sat on the precipice of 9 championships in a row, edging towards the only prize that mattered now. In a way it was like a team in a rut just needing a result, not the performance. They had spent heavily again, bringing in through Jorg Alberts from Hamburg, Joachim Björklund from Vicenza and little known Sebastian Rosenthal from Chile. They had missed who they really wanted though, Mario Jardel. Kenny Dalglish of all people was summoned as director of football before undergoing so many job changes he lasted mere weeks before going back to the Premier League by Newcastle United. In the end, it was a campaign where Mark Hateley was required to come back up north in the March to coax Rangers over the line. Out early to Celtic in the Scottish Cup, slender winners in a madcap League Cup final against Hearts, Rangers finally delivered their long-awaited glory.
And then his second goal in 3 minutes finally destroyed the Edinburgh side's dream.
Celtic took control. Richard Gough was noticeably missing and Andy Gorham noticeably struggling.
William Jarrett coming through, the goalkeeper's off his line.
It had been a stumble, it was a team whose race was run. Laudrup was away, Gaza was mentally shot, and the dressing room was begging for more leaders after the likes of Richard Gough had departed. And it could have been oh so differently. Celtic, after all, had hired Wim Jansen, an uninspired choice as their new manager, and the door was clearly open for Rangers to win a 10th consecutive title. But the job had been done. It appeared as though the appetite just was not there. There would be no glory to be gleaned from Walter Smith's last season, the 1997-98 campaign. Losers at Hampden in the Scottish Cup final, out early in the League Cup, not making the Champions League groups again, and finally handing the title on a platter for a piss-poor Celtic side. Was it because of Marco Negri's eye exploding during a squash game that derailed their form and his insatiable appetite in front of goal? Was it Gazza's sale to Middlesbrough? Was it because Paul Lambert chose Celtic instead of Rangers? Or was it even due to the rescheduling of an Old Firm game because of Princess Diana's death? Either way, Rangers were trophyless for the first time in over a decade. They needed another revolution.
Here's Bronchiar, got away from Risa! It's a wonderful goal! Claudio Ranieri's team have qualified for the Champions League!
Watch that and you tell me that the Claudio Ranieri times did not deliver. The Italian, a man derided from the early days right through to after his time at the club because he was different, because he wasn't Jose Mourinho. This is Chelsea, and these are their underrated Claudio Ranieri years. The table had long been set for a new manager at Chelsea long before the FA Cup triumph against Aston Villa in May 2000, the last trophy worth winning to be won at the old Wembley. Before that match, Chelsea manager Gianluca Vialli told Torriandre Flo and Gianfranco Zola he was more than willing to move them on if he could get better players. Flo and Zola, two players who were at the forefront of the rampant success that Chelsea had been having recently. Two players that, by the time Claudio Ranieri pitched up on September the 18th, 2000, were still at the club. The new manager's CV was nothing much to write home about from a footballing standpoint, certainly not when held up to the likes of those that came before him. You'd find no league titles, Champions League or international honours inside the quaint playing career of Claudio Ranieri. He'd earned his stripes working up the Italian football pyramid as a manager with Cagliari before an aborted first attempt at elite-level coaching fell flat with Napoli in a time where Diego Maradona was getting pretty sick of being shackled to the club. Ranieri stuck around in Serie A comfortably, the best league in the world at the time, and led Fiorentina into the top flight in '94 before claiming the Coppa Italia 2 years later. He'd inherited players like Gabriel Batistuta and Francesco Toldo and signed those of quality of Manuel Rui Costa. Not only that, Ranieri found success abroad in helping to build Valencia into one of the finer teams in La Liga. His Copa del Rey, won in 1999, would be the appetizer to greater achievements for his successor, Hector Cooper. Ranieri inherited a club that had quite clearly made drastic moves to enforce a sea change that summer. In came the club's record transfer when Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank had moved from Atletico Madrid, a path Ranieri himself would walk down a month or so later. The Dutch frontman would be joined by Bolton's Ida Gudjonsson, Mario Stanic from Parma and goalkeeper Carlo Cudicini. Whilst nobody batted an eyelid at Chris Sutton's sale up north to Celtic, he'd been a walking disaster in West London after all, but there was some sadness when Ranieri completed Vialli's work by flogging, and success wasn't headed Chelsea's way. It was in Claudio Ranieri's second match with Chelsea that this happened.
And taking it on the burst and putting it into the net is Sasha Muller. So Gane crosses and Muller! Well, it gets worse for Chelsea.
Much worse than the limp exit to inferior opposition in the very first round of the UEFA Cup was the broken leg suffered by Roberto Di Matteo. After seeing his fellow countryman Pierluigi Casaraghi lose his career prematurely years earlier for Chelsea, Di Matteo sadly went the same way. It was one hell of a birth into the Chelsea job for Claudio Ranieri. He'd drawn his first game in spectacular fashion up at Old Trafford in a berserk 3-3 draw, and then to suffer the double whammy he did in Switzerland. He should have known this wasn't going to be any ordinary job. They were out of the League Cup at the very first available opportunity away at Anfield, and whilst Arsenal dumped the Blues out of the FA Cup at the 5th round stage, by February Ranieri's Chelsea had slotted into some kind of rhythm. Except when you've had trophies, title challenges and big nights out in Europe, 6th place and just scraping a European spot was a bit of a damp squib in truth. Ranieri faced one of his strongest battles though in getting the public on side. It was 2001, a notoriously sensitive time for the red top tabloids who still kept the national sport like you wouldn't believe. It was obvious from his first season that Ranieri was going to be something that the press did not like. Ranieri favoured foreign players, just like Vialli and Wenger, but they were successful in doing so you couldn't blame him. He also rested and operated a squad rotation policy which was already in the works by the best managers in the division, Sir Alex Ferguson joining Arsene Wenger in that respect in order to win the treble of '99. It was clear that it was something a little bit more sinister than that. Ranieri hadn't got to grips with the English language fully, so he was criticised by the same people who go to Gibraltar or Benidorm every year and shout burger, por favor and call it integration. Then again, Ranieri's predecessor also had to work tirelessly to grasp the language, and he wasn't nearly lambasted for it. He was constantly being derided, ridiculously nicknamed the Tinker Man. He would never shake that moniker at Chelsea, but would he find success? Claudio Ranieri's first full season began with an enormous changing of the guard. Out went enormous pillars of previous successors, Dennis Wise and Frank Leboeuf. Also departing was Gus Poyet to Tottenham Hotspur, which appeared nonsensical until his replacement was unveiled the following day, West Ham United's Frank Lampard. Not a bad piece of business considering. Still, the acquisition of Barcelona's Emmanuel Petit would go down as the more important of the two midfielders signed. An enormous coup and a former double winner with Arsenal, after all. Also joining the Frenchman from Barca was Bolo Zenden, acquired for the wing, whilst Marseille's William Gallas would take on the mantle left behind by countryman Leboeuf at the heart of defence. Once again, the European campaign was an unmitigated disaster. After easing through Levski Sofia in the opening round, Chelsea were dumped out of the competition at the second hurdle to Hapoel Tel Aviv. First leg in Israel, security tensions were heightened after the assassination of a political figure, and therefore the likes of Petit, Lasso, Desai, Gudjonsson, Ferrer and Gallas didn't travel. The late defeat couldn't be turned around back home, and it left Chelsea to figure out matters back home. First up, the League Cup, and a gruelling run that took in victories at Leeds and at home to Newcastle, which became seemingly name on the trophy stuff when the Blues were handed Spurs in the semi-final. It was becoming a bit of a joke that Tottenham hadn't beaten Chelsea since 1990. That's 26 matches up to this point. Tottenham hadn't beaten Chelsea at White Hart Lane since August '87, so when Chelsea claimed the first leg 2-1 at the Bridge, there was surely only one winner.
Sheringham is hit by Sherwood. Cleverly for Sheringham. It's 4. It's rip-rolled.
Alright, that was a bit of a strange one, but the FA Cup was still a possibility after Gianfranco Zola's mesmerising back heel against Norwich that helped seal the third round. A late John Terry winner at Upton Park before Preston was seen off in the 5th round. It meant a March return to White Hart Lane. This time Chelsea would not be so forgiving.
Sullivan has a scrape at it. It's a goal. Is this going to be 2 for Chelsea? And a good Johnson. Sherwood, Lasso's stolen it from him. Graham Lassow! The good Johnson in at Neil Sullivan again. He scores again.
And when the newly promoted Fulham were the opponents at Villa Park in the semi-final and not Arsenal, there was cautious optimism that the cup might have blue ribbons on it. John Terry confirmed the semi-final victory as both Arsenal and Chelsea marched on Cardiff for the second ever Millennium Stadium final of the FA Cup. But who's that in the Arsenal midfield? Oh, it's alright, it's only Ray Parlour.
Parlour. Can he have a crack here? Ray Parlour! He's got the better of Terry. Freddie Youngberg! Oh!
The season had long been put to bed thanks to a consistently inconsistent season that saw Chelsea far off the required pace of Newcastle United to return to the Champions League and far removed from being threatened for their spot in the UEFA Cup. Still, 61 points to 64, it was a minor improvement, but still far off the ambition already earmarked when Ken Bates said he wanted Chelsea to be the Manchester United of the South. They were barely the Manchester City of the South in 2002. So Chelsea were back in the UEFA Cup, and after 2 pretty nonsensical attempts at rekindling the successes of the 90s, they were surely going to avoid embarrassment this time. Well, they saw their exits to the might of St Gallen and Hapoel Tel Aviv, and having been drawn Viking FK of Norway, they went and did this.
Kan du gå inn I 16-spilleren Nygaard foran I mål, og der skårer Viking! Der skårer pinadø Viking! Erik Nevland skårer! Et nydelig spill! Og Nevland setter ball!
Comfortably, it was the low point of Ranieri's Chelsea career, if not his managerial career or even his professional life. So to then mount a believable title push with what little remained of 2002 was quite the achievement. After successive league defeats to West Ham and Liverpool as September became October, Chelsea began a mini revival, not losing a game before Christmas. They were still in the League Cup and standing in their way just as they were doing in the league, Manchester United. With a Premier League trip back up to Old Trafford shortly after the League Cup visit there, it was quite the derailment and quite the unexpected figure that delivered the blows.
And great opportunity, and he's taken it. It's him again. His 4th goal in his last 3 starts.
Yep, Diego Forlan, a man who had been derided even more so than Claudio Ranieri in his football-adjacent abilities. He was the one who destroyed Chelsea's season. Out of the League Cup, they were almost certainly out of the Premier League's title race, a fact only rubber-stamped by Forlan's winner after the post-Christmas defeats at Elland Road and Highbury. Now they just needed to make sure they were in the Champions League conversation. They recoiled from the Old Trafford loss by beating Leeds, but what use were Leeds now? They were relegation fodder. Manchester City, they were whipped 5-0 at the Bridge, but again, different times. City were in that same bracket and had only just been promoted. In the end, Chelsea had the chance to all but qualify for the Champions League with a win at Upton Park. Then Paolo Di Canio stuck a dagger in Chelsea hearts. 64 points just like last season. Any result from the final game would be another tiny incremental Ranieri improvement. But no matter what happened now, fate was in Chelsea hands. There was positive news that afternoon from Anfield. Liverpool had lost. Therefore, what they were calling a £20 million match was ever so slightly weighted towards the Blues at Stamford Bridge. First off, home territory. Secondly, an 8-goal advantage split them. A draw would get Chelsea over the line, a loss would hand Liverpool a spot back in the Champions League, and it all came down to the final afternoon at Stamford Bridge.
Back in from Gronkier. Oh, it's in! Marcel Desailly has responded. Melchior.
They don't need that, do they?
Here's Gronkier, got away from Risa. It's a wonderful goal.
Surely the future was a little brighter now. An FA Cup final and now Champions League qualification. Chelsea fans didn't know the half of it yet. Enter Roman Abramovich. He went to watch a football game in April 2003 called Manchester United vs Real Madrid in the quarter-final second leg of a Champions League. United won 4-3 on the night but lost on aggregate, and Ronaldo stole the show with a hat-trick. That would be the bedrock of Abramovich's idealised version of the sport. He sent for a man who set him up some meetings, one with Tottenham Hotspur and the other with Chelsea. What we know about Russian money in London, he was always going to take on a club from the capital, wasn't he? Probably the kicker had been that Chelsea were already in the Champions League, so didn't need as much development as a Spurs side who had been aggressively mid-table since the birth of the Premier League. A few days after the initial meeting with Chelsea, all it took was 15 minutes for a deal to be thrashed out, as Ken Bates received 17 million for his shares, whilst Roman Abramovich forked out £140 million. 60 million for the actual club, 80 million to service the debts, and that's how thin the tightrope was that Chelsea were walking. Chelsea had gone from signing one no-name in Quique de Lucas in the summer of 2002 to every day during the summer of 2003 feeling like Christmas Day. Every fresh newspaper on those nostalgia-filled sunlit mornings would be a new face wearing that new Chelsea kit. It was enough to give Jim White and Sky Sports News a semi. Now it should go without saying that back in 2003 the letters FFP and PSR hadn't been thought to be rearranged in that way in a sporting context to shackle football clubs with deep ambitions and even deeper pockets. So Chelsea just went bananas in the transfer market, like someone slapped a few zeros on the end of a transfer budget in the Football Manager editor. You can now sense the changing of ambitions and markets Chelsea were shopping in just from taking a skim read of their transfers in section for the 2003-04 season on Wikipedia. Without Roman Abramovich, Chelsea were preying on lapsing contracts for second-string goalkeepers, Sunderland's Jurgen Macho, Chievo's Marco Ambrosio. Then once the wheels got put into motion, it was hard to stop. July the 15th, Glenn Johnson snapped up from West Ham for $6 million, and a day later, Jeremy is prized from Real Madrid for $7 million. So far, so sensible. Then teams like Southampton and Blackburn Rovers were raided. Two clubs who had won trophies or reached cup finals and occupied top half positions and could have arguably usurped a cash-strapped Chelsea. Their best players were taken, Wayne Bridge and Damien Duff. And then a breather before another Premier League double swoop took the exciting, prestigious talent of Joe Cole from the threat of EFL football with the recently relegated West Ham, whilst Manchester United flop one Sebastian Veron joined him that same day. A week later it was Adrian Mutu joining the ranks from Parma for a staggering 15 million. Alexis Mertin was a comparative steal at just 3.5 million from Bordeaux before the biggest splurge of the lot, Hernan Crespo from Inter. But hold on, we've not done yet. A third backup goalkeeper was needed, so Neil Sullivan was taken from Spurs for $500,000, proving that Chelsea and an overabundance of goalkeepers isn't a new phenomenon. Deadline day comes, of course, Chelsea. They've got to do some business, and whilst it wasn't the big start or for the biggest money, it would arguably be the most important signing when Real Madrid's Claude Makelele walked into the building. It had been a scattergun summer, and had you done that on Championship Manager of its day, you'd have won the lot. This game wasn't that binary though. One player that Chelsea and Abramovich couldn't have was Gianfranco Zola, who had recently been voted the best player in the club's history. His contract had lapsed on June the 30th. A day later, Abramovich's money was sunk into the club. In that time, however, Zola had given his word to hometown Cagliari that he would return. His word was worth more than £3 million, apparently. Ken Bates wouldn't be too far behind him, going off in a strop as he was squeezed out of his chairman role. He'd take his wealth and stick it in Monaco, a fairy tale story that just warms the heart. Meanwhile, Peter Kenyon was poached from Man United to be involved on a commercial basis. It was clear from this move, and potentially some of the loftier transfer rumours that summer, that Abramovich wasn't messing around. He wanted the absolute best. But shall we actually discuss some of the football that actually happened in the 2003-04 season? So, if you were a Chelsea fan who fell into a coma the second Jesper Gronkar's goal against Liverpool confirmed Champions League football, and you suddenly woke up with none of the context and only the season's accomplishments in front of you, written in text, you'd have probably had an aneurysm so hard you'd have fallen back into your coma. But it was an underachievement according to the man that mattered. Immediately, rumours swirled that Claudio Ranieri's position was under threat. Remember him? He's the manager of Chelsea right now, and after qualifying the club for the Champions League for only the second time in its history. It truly was a new era, and you only knew that because Chelsea didn't botch a gimme of an opening round match. MSK Zelina, the mighty MSK Zelina, fell in qualifying, which left the Blues with a group containing Sparta Prague, Besiktas and Lazio. Given a new format that demanded a 16-team knockout after the group stage, no matter what, Chelsea weren't going to be asked to compete in a marathon quite like their first go at the same competition 5 years prior. Lucky to escape the first game in Prague with a 1-0 win, that fortune didn't smile upon Chelsea in the first home game as they went down to Besiktas 2 weeks later. However, things really got going when the stakes were raised and a Lazio double-header was in front of them.
Pulls it back for Lampard to smack it in, gets it. The Dane's got a good cross back to Mutu. Unlucky Mutu again, yes!
And Lampard, Spilt, Gudjonsson, banking on him, and he's passed them both, Damien Duff. And still going, oh, and he scored!
Belief was in the Stamford Bridge air, and after finishing the group with 2 clean sheets, Chelsea trotted simply through as group winners to face Stuttgart in the last 16. By the time European football swung back around, it wasn't just that they could stake a claim in. OK, both domestic cups were gone in 5th round defeats, first to Villa in the League Cup and then to Arsenal in the FA Cup. But once a defensive masterclass was completed against Stuttgart, the League and Champions League double was a very real possibility. Standing in Chelsea's way on both accounts was an Arsenal team that were invincible. If you take out the Champions League where they lost to Inter Milan and Dynamo Kiev, if you take out the League Cup where they lost to Middlesbrough, and if you take out the FA Cup where they of course lost to Manchester United.
Lampard, Lehmann, against Gudjonsson, what a finish! Ida Gudjonsson. Cole. For Perez, they have pegged it back.
Not ideal, but still it was better than a 2-1 loss that Chelsea had suffered on their own turf to the same Arsenal a month prior. In the meantime, they'd cobbled together a few victories as the Gunners preoccupied themselves with a doomed treble. Highbury, a place without the European reputation of an Anfield, Old Trafford or San Siro, but still notoriously a difficult place to go. But Arsenal had just begun to unravel their season, going out of the FA Cup at the semi-final stage. 3 days later, anything was possible.
Across towards the far post, headed down, Lumbo couldn't get there, Reyes could! Only as far as Makalele, keeper's lost it, and Lampard has scored! Weybridge could win it, he has!
4 points the gap in the league, a Champions League semi-final, something that Arsenal hadn't even achieved yet. The Blues were boisterous and hunting down that double. Then the ceiling fell in. 2 points dropped at the Borough, a loss at Villa Park, another home draw against Everton before another defeat on the road up at St James's Park, and with that the league was spaffed up against the wall. After what had happened in Monaco in the first leg of the Champions League, it looked as though Chelsea's European endeavours were going the same way as well.
Ball in and it's found ahead of Perso to slip, Crespo to Morientes, who's wide open, it's Morientes! The new man Nonda, who's got on the end of it, and he's got a goal!
Hits him with the left foot, in! Trying to get a second now. They might well do Lampard, they have! This is dangerous, Morientes, and it's in! Think about the shot for a minute, he's got it back, Morientes, Chelsea dead and buried.
Claudio Ranieri's obituary may as well have been penned on May the 5th, 2004. In truth, there had been a long, unforgiving series of eulogies ever since Abramovich had purchased the club. Everyone had an idea that he would be brutal to get what he wanted. They didn't believe he'd be this brutal though. Second place in the Premier League for the first time, Champions League semi-final for the first time, an FA Cup final appearance for only the 7th time. Those are the hard and fast numbers of Claudio Ranieri at Chelsea. The latter achieved with the club rapidly on its way to insolvency, the former achieved as soon as an injection of cash and life was added to the club. To be sacked after the first 2 achievements, harsh, yet it had been in the tea leaves for so long because of what football had become. Sky Sports might think they've got the right to pimp out 1992 as a year for the dividing line of the sport, where the old was traded in for the new. New TV deal, new rules, new competitions, etc. Fair point. In English football, mainly Arsenal fans might say 1996 with the introduction of Arsene Wenger, but in 2003 when Roman Abramovich lined up his Russian tanks in West London and filled the sport with a gargantuan amount of money, football had officially crossed the Rubicon. No longer was it enough for a football club to just do okay. You didn't win the league? Gone, mate. You didn't win the Champions League? Gone, mate. You didn't even qualify for the Champions League? See ya. Claudio Ranieri stopped just about short of performing miracles when he led Chelsea back into the Champions League in 2003, not to mention getting to an FA Cup final the year before. The club finances were in the toilet, the desire from the club resided there as well, and it seemed that Chelsea had run out of lives. The club had only ever embarked on 4 top 6 finishes in a row twice in its history. First off in the days of Dave Sexton and trophies won in the FA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup in the 60s and 70s. Secondly, winning the same kind of stuff 20-25 years on under Vialli and Hullet. Both great achievements, Ranieri did the same, except with both arms tied behind his back, financially. He'd benefited from the work of those latter 2 names, but also added his own talent people like Lampard, Zenden and Gallas, not to mention Gronkia, who arguably scored the goal that put Ranieri's tenure at Stamford Bridge on life support when he put Chelsea back into the Champions League. With the new money, Chelsea were always going to have good foundations in a looser financial world for the next manager who came along. And maybe Ranieri would have achieved what his successor did at the Bridge, but it probably wasn't going to feel as special.
As you can see, it's a lovely day. So for me, it's a great day to be announced as the new manager of Newcastle United Football Club. I'm very proud of that. I'm very honoured about that. And I'm absolutely thrilled.
It had been such a long time coming, but finally, Sir Bobby Robson was the Newcastle United manager. He was the man tasked with re-energising the club, St James's Park, the whole city really. He might have just made Newcastle United's best ever Premier League team along the way.
Oh, and a block by Tommy Wright Phillips again, and Sunderland has scored. It's 2-1.
I don't think it's too sensationalist to call this Ruud Gullit's managerial suicide note. Not so much the defeat against Sunderland, despite it being a long-anticipated match in an illustrious rivalry. No, it was the image of Duncan Ferguson and Alan Shearer on the bench watching the game simply unfold. It was Newcastle's 4th defeat from their first 5 league games to begin the 99-2000 season, a campaign where Sunderland mortifyingly finished in the top half above Newcastle. The start was only compounded with Ruud Gullit presiding over another limp visit to Wembley in a defeat to Manchester United in a cup final 3 months prior. He quickly resigned as Newcastle's season lurched from disaster to cataclysmic, rudderless in defeats at Old Trafford and Stamford Bridge after Gullit's hasty departure. Newcastle United had been in the doldrums since Kevin Keegan left in the first weeks of '97. Then they hired the perfect man to lift the spirits, Bobby Robson. Supposedly retired and almost certainly belatedly, Robson was in through the door 3 years after he kept to his word and contract when he remained with Barcelona, despite the Spanish club treating him with utter contempt. His long-awaited homecoming wasn't too bad, you know. A great start, but it was more than on-pitch matters that Robson had to remedy. First things first, repairing more Gullit damage by bringing Rob Lee back in from the cold. He'd been shunted to the reserves, his number handed to new signing Kieran Dyer, as if there wasn't room for both at the club. Robson solidified the core of the team instantly, headed by captain Alan Shearer, his best mate Rob Lee, and the experienced lads of Shea Given, Warren Barton and Gary Speed. Whilst it wasn't an immediate lift-off, they did give a very good Leeds United a game at Elland Road, only going down 3-2. Alarm bells, though, must have been ringing after a 4-1 defeat at Highfield Road next. The entire club knew this process was not going to be easy. There was, however, a fight returning to the club, a lifting of standards as CSKA Sofia and FC Zurich were ejected from the UEFA Cup, and home victories against Middlesbrough and Derby County kept the club ticking over in the Premier League. And even though their avenues to silverware were slowly being eradicated, first at St Andrews in the 3rd round of the League Cup, and then at the same stage in Europe against Roma, the Magpies were stable once again. Robson even got them to Wembley for the 3rd consecutive season.
Shearer! He keeps his balance, and Ferguson, excellent goal!
Shearer far post!
Here comes Dar once more, and here comes Ferguson!
Alright, the cup run was extinguished by Chelsea at the semi-final stage, but by that point the season had become enough of a basis for a strong foundation. 11th in the league, somewhat present in the cup competitions, and a clear idea of where the club should be under the stewardship of someone that actually cared, Newcastle United were going to be alright. With a full summer under his belt to reshape the club, the transition was quick. Out went the fall guy for Shearer's substitute appearance in Hull's last stand, Paul Robinson. No, not that one. Or that one. Yep, cheers. Then the man that stood alongside Shearer in that dugout to more sadness, Duncan Ferguson, was gone. In total, Robson cleared the decks of Timur Bayer, Laurent Chavert, Didier Domi and Alan Goma across the season. Meanwhile, Cal Court was an expensive gamble from Wimbledon, Lemanu Luar from Colchester, whilst Olivier Bernard and Andy O'Brien's acquisitions would come to represent bargains in the long term. Less said about Clarence Acuna, Daniel Cardone and Christian Basadas, the better however. Whilst it's clear that Newcastle weren't completely remedied, and neither immediately, Robson was attempting to mop up a hurricane of quality player sales over the course of 5 years, back to the days of Les Ferdinand and David Ginola.
Given his set again, stand set again.
Go Route 1 at St James's Park, a policy that brought an instant return.
St James's Park had been improved and renovated to the tune of 50 million quid and 52,000 seats in capacity, and whilst Cal Court scored on his home debut in August on the stadium's curtain raiser, it was obvious quite quickly that the forward was going to be as inconsistent as the Toon throughout the season. Unfortunately, it was a campaign with just as many afternoons like the 5-0 whitewashing at Highbury and embarrassments at home to Sunderland and Manchester City as there were thrilling wins against Leeds United, Aston Villa and Spurs. 14 wins but 15 defeats. Newcastle had to settle for mid-table mediocrity again, but were under no illusion that a drastic improvement needed to happen next. One mark in the positive column, Alan Shearer would be back after an injury-hit campaign. No longer would they have to rely on players not ready in Luar and Shola Amiobe. Another was more targeted recruitment that brought Craig Bellamy to play alongside him. Bellamy, who Robson had courted a year prior before they settled on courting Cal Court. He proved cheap thanks to Coventry City's relegation at £6.5 million, whilst a further 14 million quid would be shelled out on Laurent Robert and, in the winter, Jermaine Genus. Now they'd warmed up in the transfer market, the collaboration of chief scout Charlie Woods and the manager could no longer miss, and they had to warm up quite quickly to competitive football thanks to the Intertoto Cup.
That's good work from the Argentine player. Got a bad ball into the middle.
Beating is right. Here's Solano. And Forster has got in with a cross in towards Boutal. Fantastic goal.
The good old Intertoto, fine when you can undeservingly backdoor your way into the UEFA Cup by winning it, a glorified mess of a pre-season friendly tour when you don't. It made for a campaign of zero distractions. Bobby Robson would be knighted during the season, but he was no longer being tapped up for a return for England. With the team's increasingly clean bill of health, they began the season rapidly.
But inside the last 10 minutes, Shearer struck. Watching outside of him, doesn't want it, doesn't need it.
Right in the thick of it, but not this time.
And here's Noel Solano for Newcastle, and he's made it 4-3.
They'd beaten some of the biggest clubs England and Europe in fact had to offer. Who gives a shite if they were out of the League Cup? The Toon were top of the tree on Christmas Day, and they had proven that they could actually win in the capital as well. Bellamy and Shearer might not have got along off the pitch, but they were magic on it, and the starting 11 was improved at the turn of the year with the return to fitness for Kieran Dyer. The Christmas period is hectic enough as it is, so a simple enough 3-0 thrashing over local rivals Middlesbrough was brief respite on Boxing Day to line already turkey-filled stomachs. The Toon were in form, they'd not lost for an age in the league, but the best league on the planet kept feeding Newcastle dangerous opponents as 2001 became 0-2.
Hasselbank's in the middle, he doesn't need him.
Silvestre, van left or right.
If ever there was a week to strike whilst the iron was hot, this was it. Newcastle, though, had gone from top of the table by 3 points at the halfway mark of the season to 4th by the time they played again in the league. After a brief FA Cup pit stop, the fixture computer spat out another easy league fixture when leaders Leeds United pitched up on Tyneside.
Oh, little flick from Solano, it's in! In towards Bellamy, on goes Dyer!
See that? Have a bang on that. It's called impetus. Forget Filbert Street and a pale imitation of a football match 7 days later. There was progression in the cup to the quarter-final stage. There was a machine-like quality to Newcastle's results in the league. They went to London at the end of January and picked off Spurs. They showed grit to come from behind against Bolton. They slapped Southampton. Next up was Sunderland, and come the end of the week, they could even lead the league once again.
Third time so lucky. Turn it up. Boy, is he happy.
Nikos Dabizas, an underappreciated club stalwart, with the winner that kept Toon fate in their own hands. Whilst December 2001 is an often noted nirvana for Newcastle in retrospect, February 02 is equally important in keeping the Magpies in the hunt. That month was important for the club moving forward, as Warren Barton and Rob Lee were both packaged up and sent to Derby, with Jermaine Genius being welcomed to the club from Nottingham Forest. In one stroke, the experience and the average age of the squad had shrunk quite dramatically. 3 transfers that all made sense on their own in a vacuum, but in the presence of a potential double charge, maybe not the shrewdest timing. Neither was a Craig Bellamy knee injury that ruled him out for the majority of the season.
What a great touch from Bergkamp. And here comes Murphy. Now
Bergkamp takes it towards Aaron.
Gone was the chance of the FA Cup with defeat at Highbury, slipping away the chance of the Premier League after both Arsenal and Liverpool turned them over, and even relegation-threatened Ipswich Town stole a point at St James's Park. United were back in 4th place, 8 points off the pace of Manchester United, but with 2 games in hand. More alarmingly, however, was the impeccable form of Arsenal, who sat 7 points clear of the Magpies and had played the same amount of games. Newcastle therefore had to be perfect to keep pace. 6 goals against Everton to end a horrific march was that kind of required form. Less so, the pair of 1-1 draws to open up April against Aston Villa and Fulham. By this point, Newcastle were thanking their lucky stars that the Champions League had opened up to such an extent that their current position of 4th was now going to be enough to qualify. With 5 fixtures remaining against mid-table fodder, Newcastle had the best running to eat at Europe's top table once again.
Forced wide, but it's still a chance. Oh, Lualua! 2-0 down, 3-2 up. By Solano. Speed!
The point at Ewood Park did it with breathing room to spare. 4th place and Champions League football at the start of the season, you'd have no hands left for the amount of snapping off Toon supporters would have done to you. But there was a slight twinge of disappointment in the March meltdown, which saw hopes and dreams frittered away of bigger glories. That was rapidly forgotten about when the Champions League anthem got playing in the heads, when names like Rivaldo were being linked to the club, and it was hard not to get all starry-eyed about the 2002-03 season ahead. In actuality, the summer was less Rivaldo and more Sylvan Distan, toning them down to go to a dirt-poor Manchester City, with names like Titus Bramble and Hugo Viana coming through the door. They were both signings that fit the Robson mould of young talent, but there was a dearth of talent for what was an added girth to the schedule. And it all began with an unpronounceable team from Bosnia-Herzegovina that I'm going to butcher now, Željezničar.
To beat the keeper. A great finish. Newcastle were on their way home with a priceless away goal.
in the middle, he's made a terrific run. And he doesn't like to give up the ball lightly. And a good run as well. Here comes Viana. Surely he doesn't want to miss out.
Champions League group stages, here we come, the jubilant Newcastle fans would have cheered, forgetting that back home they'd lost 3 games already in the Premier League by the time the actual group stages came along. That's a third of their entire loss tally from the prior season. And the Champions League was even more brutal.
Newcastle also lost a key player inside 5 minutes. Played 2, lost 2. Cadio della Elpi in Turin. 2 goals by Alessandro Del Piero.
All that work, all that effort to piss away the club's first 3 games in the Champions League since '97. But hey, at least they were back to winning ways in the Premier League. A loss in Kiev, no matter. Sunderland will roll over at St James's Park. Defeats against Feyenoord and Juventus, don't worry. There's newly promoted teams with names like Birmingham City and West Bromwich Albion who will lose to you quite gladly. And then Blackburn stuck 5 past Newcastle. Great prep work for what was the biggest game in club history in years, when Juventus came to town.
It's still with Andy Griffin. It's gone in. Andy Griffin has scored. It's 1-0 Newcastle.
Arno's corner.
Oh yes!
And Shearer.
It is on.
Sorry, I got a bit excited with the edit then and showed you the crucial win over Dynamo as well, a match that probably gets lost in the shuffle between the Juve win and the next match day in Rotterdam. Arguably, the club's most important in competition history.
Bellamy, chance for Craig Bellamy! Tunis for Newcastle, it comes out to Viana. Well strapped for Bombarda! And Learning! It's a good jump. It's Kieran Dyer. Pass back 100! Oh, Dyer blocks! Bellamy! It's in!
But this was the problem with Newcastle in Europe in this time. Win back home, cool, you're going to have to sacrifice some European results. Get back into form on the continent, out of the League Cup and back to losing ways in the Premier League with you. Then with a second group stage, yes, second group stage upon the tune, they shipped 5 in controversial fashion at Old Trafford. Who's that in the distance there, hairing up the A1? Oh, don't mind them, it's only Inter fucking Milan.
Champions League. For those who took this, Almeida fired them into a 2-goal lead. Crespo on the end of Ocan's a 4-1 defeat.
What's that stadium in the distance there? Only the sodding Camp Nou.
And Danny! Kluivert! You're pushing and shoving going on. Now was that over the line? It is. The flag's up far side.
And so Newcastle United were back in the same position as they were a few weeks prior, pointless after a couple of group games in what was feeling like an utter maze of a Champions League format. At least the competition was put to bed for 2 full calendar months. Just ignore the prospect of the most recent runners-up in Bayer Leverkusen in a quick-fire double-header when it did return. But that was tomorrow's problem. In the now, Newcastle were 9th, 13 points off the Arsenal pace. The perfect time then to move through the gears.
Ball loose for Gary Speed. He's hit it and he scores. In the area. Robert's cross. Bellamy. It's arriving through Jenner. It's ahead of him. Still with Craig Bellamy. Casey Keller pushes it out. And chance.
February was here, the champions was back round the corner and the Magpies were fluttering back into the title race, second and only 5 back on Arsenal now. And you knew Newcastle meant business because they opened up the chequebook and instead of a fatigued moth limping out, wings clipped, a £9 million wedge was busy capitalising on Leeds United's financial anguish to pull Jonathan Woodgate up to St James's Park. And then Bayer Leverkusen turned up and weren't what they were advertised as being.
Still going, Amiobi through the middle, in, and here's a great shot, perfect delivery from Gary Speed, Legion and Shearer's waiting there, the chance, and perhaps, go on.
Now hold on, 2 Champions League wins and 2 Premier League wins in the same 2-week period, and you're saying they're against good opposition, are you? In the hunt for a first ever Champions League knockout match and a first league title in nearly a century. Surely, it was all just too good to be true, wasn't it?
Good ball in and Jeremy
Slipped away. Titus Bramble was hassled by Patrick Kluivert.
and here's Scholes and that's his hat-trick.
And yep, with that Paul Scholes hat-trick, the season was over. You can blame Middlesbrough's hasty postponement from February to slap bang in the middle of Newcastle's Champions League charge maybe if you want, but things had improved to such an extent that Newcastle were 5 games out from the end of the season and had Champions League qualification sewn up, and it was a disappointment. Now 1 point from games against Fulham and Aston Villa certainly tested that confidence as Liverpool crept to within a point of the Magpies. Thankfully, Newcastle saw the fixture list and saw who was next. They needn't have even worried.
Time Derby and Norberto Viana with a free kick.
They'd got through the campaign unscathed with lumps of experience heaped onto a young squad, so the theory went the 2003-04 season would be the best yet.
Newcastle, Shearer looking to lead from the front and lifted it miles over the bar. And again, Jerkovic, and he's buried it, and it's Partizan Belgrade who go through.
Top level sport though isn't as easy as all that. Out of the Champions League before the actual Champions League, without a win in the Premier League until October the 4th and early exits from the domestic cups, spoke to a rancid first half of the season. It was yet another misstep in the transfer market that saw zero cash spent in the summer of 2003, a summer that should have been the one time where the club pushed the boat out. It was only the capitalising on Leeds United's dire situation again that brought Newcastle a new player, Lee Bowyer. For once a player of enough experience but not too old to be thinking about their UEFA Pro licence or Sky Sports punditry. But just as one name entered, one exited. Nobby Solano midway through the campaign. Again, Newcastle didn't have enough. There was a smidgen of fight left though, and it was shown in the UEFA Cup.
This is a big chance. There, steaming through there. This is Laurent Robert. Up for Shearer to blast one.
And it's going to be 3. Alan Shearer.
Oh, good header. Could have been a goal at the other end. It might be one here for Didier Drogba.
And once Newcastle fans broke away from their European hangover, they found a situation back home that wasn't completely unsalvageable. OK, they were in 6th position, they had a poor return of 53 points, but to paraphrase Kevin Keegan, they were still fighting for that Champions League qualification. A game in hand on Liverpool with a final day trip to Anfield. Why couldn't Newcastle go again?
Actions all over the place, and the shot comes in!
From the home side.
It felt like a natural end. Newcastle United had squelched to UEFA Cup spot. When Sir Bobby Robson found them in 1999, that would have been an immaculate achievement. Now pushing 72 years of age with friction between he and chairman Freddie Shepherd, it was only going to go one way, emphasised further by a failure to sign Wayne Rooney in the summer. Robson should have been offered a dignified way out, either in the summer of 2004 or at the end of his contract the following summer. Instead, he was dumped out like hot garbage after 4 games of the 2004-05 season. It would take 20 years for the club to repair this latest mess. It was a case of so close but yet so far away for Newcastle United in the Premier League era. It was undoubtedly a much stronger division than it was in the days of Kevin Keegan loving it if they beat Manchester United to the title in '96. Feasibly, in Newcastle's pomp, there were 6 credible title challenges, from the experience of Man United and Arsenal who had actually done it, to the historical units of Liverpool and Chelsea and the young pretenders in Leeds United. Given the squad's makeup, Newcastle could easily be placed into the latter of that category, especially when 2 of their number, Craig Bellamy and Jermaine Genius, won the PFA Young Player of the Year award in Sir Bobby's time at the club. For all the experience around the squad, namely Shearer, Speed and Given, there was probably too much of a gulf to the young and hungry talent of Dyer, Bellamy and Genius. Attempts were made to bring in those like Jonathan Woodgate and Nicky Butt, but it was far too late by that point. It should be an era less remembered for the partisan penalties, the Loire lurking at Fratton Park, and the missed opportunities, and one remembered for Shearer's belter against Everton, topping the league at Christmas, nights in Rotterdam, Milan, Barcelona. They weren't cup finals like they had been under Joe Harvey or Gordon Lee, they weren't the title races like they had been under Kevin Keegan, but Sir Bobby Robson's vintage of Newcastle United at the turn of the millennium could comfortably give any one of those Newcastle teams a game on their day.
And Leeds knew they were going to collect the league championship this afternoon. There it is, take a long look at it.
Leeds United were back in the minds of English football supporters up and down the country once again, and it's because of one man, Howard Wilkinson. After a decade in the doldrums, he was the man that changed Leeds United forever. Once again, Leeds found themselves chasing their own tail, hiring a manager midway through a season who would oversee the previous management's players. Howard Wilkinson was effectively Sheffield Wednesday born and bred, having played for the Owls, coached the Owls and managed the Owls. He gave them sanctuary with a high of 5th in the First Division and a spot in the FA Cup semi-final in '86, and sanctuary is what Owls are supposed to like. After not being offered the same kind of relief from an unambitious and spendthrift boardroom, he found himself at Leeds United, which is enough irony for one day. As the first outsider to the club in almost a decade, Wilkinson immediately set about removing the stench of Leeds United's past. Norman Hunter removed as a coach, so too the presence of Joe Jordan and Mick Bates from around the training ground. This was a fresh start. On the playing staff, he would add to the Bremner-endorsed acquisitions of Noel Blake and Vince Hilaire by snapping up Rotherham's Andy Williams, as well as Carl Schutt, Mike Whitlow and Neil Parsley. He picked up the club skirting the edges of the relegation dogfight in what would become a stable foundation.
Hilaire. Sheridan, have a go. Yes! What a beauty!
Robin's first-time ball broke for Baird, who scored in a manner he could never quite achieve.
ITV had kindly reimbursed the Football League's clubs to the tune of £44 million over 4 years from 1988, and finally, in the subsequent summer, Wilkinson felt relaxed enough to spend some of that cash. After flogging some of the old names in John Sheridan, Ian Baird and Noel Blake, a new calibre of player entered Elland Road. If it wasn't Gordon Strachan from Manchester United, Newcastle's John Hendry and Wimbledon hardman Vinnie Jones in the summer, it was Jim Beglin, Chris Fairclough and Miles Sterland who added further grit and experience. A defeat up at St James Park on the opening day proved that things weren't going to be plain sailing for Sergeant Wilco's new band of players, neither did a League Cup exit at the first hurdle against Oldham Athletic, but when the season got going, it really did get going. Everything about the club felt fresh. 15 matches had transpired between the opening day aberration in the North East to Leeds' next league defeat on Remembrance Day at Filbert Street. It was the act of bouncing back from that, as well as another November loss in the Midlands away to West Brom, that was the mark of a stronger Leeds United. By Christmas, promotion seemed a formality as they led Sunderland by 9 with almost half the campaign played. With the prospect of First Division football at Elland Road for the first time in 8 years, players were now queuing round the block to turn out for the club. The most impactful, Lee Chapman. Leeds United could no longer be stopped. Regularity as way to Barnsley on New Year's Eve, at Swindon in February, as well as at Watford and Wolves in March, the tension ratcheted up a bit. Then the Peacocks were held by both Bradford and Plymouth before Oldham stuck their oar in yet again. It left the club flailing about trying to catch hold of anything. A win from anywhere would do. Thankfully, Sheffield United obliged with a 4-0 win, but the relief was merely temporary. First, a trip to the South Coast, and Brighton only returned a point before a Yorkshire rival pitched up at Elland Road and did this. What a gut punch. Suddenly, with First Division at their mercy, Leeds were now contriving to throw it all away. They led the league still, but it was on the flimsiest of bases. Sheffield United had a game in hand and trailed by just a point, whilst Newcastle United were the ones with all the momentum and sat only a point further back, waiting for a Yorkshire slip-up. The visit of Leicester City, therefore, was vital. On an afternoon where promotion could have been sealed, both Sheffield United and Newcastle United followed Leeds' incredibly tense queue and also won. It was as you were heading into May Day, Howard Wilkinson was about to rest on his laurels. In a shocking move, he ditched most of his first big signings, John Hendry and Jim Beglin gone before Vinnie Jones departed for Sheffield United. The sale of the latter marked a cultural shift towards Gary McAllister, the club's new midfield fulcrum, at a cost of £1 million. The Scot was the second through the Elland Road door that summer, costing over £1 million, as John Lukic made his long-awaited return from Arsenal, whilst Chris White was added from West Brom. Leeds were back, and they weren't about to simply make up the numbers. They played 6 matches in only reaching the 4th round of the Cup, despite taking eventual champions Arsenal to 3 replays. The League Cup also a net positive, as Leeds took apart each of Leicester, Oldham, QPR and Aston Villa to reach a 2-legged semi-final against Manchester United.
Sterling getting the header, sharp, it's there for Manchester United, curls it in, and it might even come, it has for Chris White, Leicester with a header, they claim a handball, it might come from the back, but he's sharp now for Manchester United.
Thankfully for Leeds fans, and with personal pride attached for Howard Wilkinson himself, it was Sheffield Wednesday who wound up beating Alex Ferguson's side at Wembley in the final. Cup success, however, is all well and good until you've got to face up to the harsh realities of the league marathon. But those realities weren't at all harsh. In fact, Leeds looked like they belonged back in the First Division.
Neville Southall came for Lukic's defence-splitting punt, collided with Imre Varadi, and in rushed Gary Speed.
Strachan, the lead skipper, this time makes no mistake.
Capable drive from 25 yards to celebrate his return.
Chamberlain felt that he could get it in the first place, but he didn't.
Chapman improvised.
From the summertime triumphs over Everton and Norwich to the autumnal bragging rights over Sheffield United from the correct side of the Pennines and away at Main Road to those from the wrong side of the tracks, Leeds started off brilliantly. They only got stronger as 91 closed in. A run of 4 wins ended one of the happiest years on record, with each of Everton, Sunderland, Chelsea and Wimbledon going down. Wilkinson's side even got a point at Old Trafford. Just as Leeds had potential designs on trotting back out onto the continent, a more inconsistent second half of the season struck. And whilst the club tended to ship 5 goals a game just as often as they put 5 a game beyond their opposition, their 4th place finish was one to marvel at, an incredible foundation for the club, who boasted the Football Writers' Player of the Year in 34-year-old Gordon Strachan. The question now was, could they maintain it? Howard Wilkinson was driven by his personal past of not standing still in football management. It had cost him at Hillsborough in a previous life, and he was quick to step on the throat of English football that gaped open vulnerably for him. Tony Dorigo was the 3rd player to enter Wilkinson's Leeds for over £1 million, and he was quickly joined in that bracket by Rod Wallace. If that wasn't ambitious enough, Steve Hodge made it 3 top-class signings from 3. To say that ambition was represented in Leeds' start to the campaign was an understatement.
Secured all 3 points with a solitary goal.
Cross, it's bounced away to Speed. Oh, that's with his right foot. That's a great goal from Gary Speed. Not really. It's out to Dorigo. Half volley. Oh, that's a wide to Speed. Chip. There's Carl Schutt, and Carl Schutt scored now. Grobbelaar did his best. Dorigo's in there. So too Hodge.
And with that loss at Crystal Palace, Leeds United were finally beaten in league competition. In any competition, if we're honest with ourselves. The fact that they'd only be beaten in the remainder of 91 in something called the fucking Zenith Data Systems Cup tells you all you need to know about how the Whites rebounded.
Once this one got on the far post, there's Wallace, and Rob Wallace has scored his first goal. Block him off, Chapman's there, and so's Wallace, and Rob Wallace.
Leeds United were not messing around. They were top of English football's top division for the first time since April 1974, and they were holding their own against the best the land had to offer. Against each of their title rivals, Leeds walked away with something. In the early days, it was a trio of draws against Wilkinson's former Flames Sheffield Wednesday, as well as at Old Trafford and at home to Arsenal. Then came a famous win at home to Liverpool on September the 21st, before a point was gotten out of Tottenham, and all 3 over famous names like Aston Villa and Everton to end the year. This was only replicated in the League Cup, where Leeds found themselves in a New Year's quarter-final with Manchester United. In fact, the return of the FA Cup granted them the same opposition, both matches falling a week apart, both at Elland Road. After dispatching Everton comprehensively in the 4th round of the League Cup, there was now the feeling that Leeds could do just about anything.
Giggs onto Kanchelskis, onside, he slipped it past Lukic, and Manchester United are in front.
Hughes up, the early ball might find him, Speed getting back, Hughes!
You see, Manchester United have been on a long journey of their own from the 2nd Division malaise and back into the big time. They were favourites to win the league title for the first time in a long while. After eliminating them from 2 competitions in basically the same movement, Leeds, as a young First Division team, could be forgiven for falling away. And whilst they would surrender only their 2nd league defeat of the season shortly thereafter away at Oldham, the truth of the matter could be found between the 2 cup exits when Leeds were faced with title rivals Sheffield Wednesday in the league.
And Chapman, here's Dorigo, that's breaking away, here he is, and there's a goal. Gary Speed won't get it, Chapman will. Sterling to Wallace, Whitlow, Wallace, Rodney Wallace.
That was the real Leeds United. And whilst Lee Chapman's absences did trigger a tense few weeks and more regular dropped points, Howard Wilkinson always had a trick up his sleeve, and in the first months of 92 he went by the name of Eric Cantona. To call it a gamble would be underplaying Cantona's entire professional existence. He was a man ostensibly banned from French football who was being touted around England by his national team coach, the legendary Michel Platini, because of his incredible potential. If only he could find a strict environment where he could flourish. The robust Leeds United of spring 1992 was supposed to be that place.
Wallace with a real chance. He's got it. Ron Wallace on his return.
On Saturday, he scores from the spot again.
And Chapman side-footed it home.
And after that week of football, we knew decidedly less about Leeds than ever before. Whilst they were spectacular at White Hart Lane and at home to Wimbledon, they were pulverised by QPR 4-1. Leeds had a 2-point advantage at the top of the league, but only because Manchester United had played 3 games fewer. And whilst they hadn't been beaten since New Year's Day, they had felt the same wrath Leeds had just felt. After all, it was QPR who had inflicted the last defeat on Alex Ferguson's side by that same 4-1 scoreline 2 months prior. Before Leeds had a chance to play again in the league, the Red Devils had 2 opportunities to take control of the title. They missed both, losing at Nottingham Forest before being held at home to Wimbledon. When Leeds got a point at Highbury and the pair both played out goalless encounters on March 28th to opponents from the capital, it was obvious that nerves were being shredded either side of the Pennines. The gap remained at 2, and in one of Man United's 2 games in hand on the final day of March, they finally assumed control with a 3-1 win at Carrow Road. Leeds had chance to return to the top of the top flight on April the 4th with a visit to Man United's city rivals at Main Road. That was supposed to be the defeat that killed Leeds' title bid. As Howard Wilkinson planned to revert to the team from the first half of the season, ditching Cantona for a duo of Wallace and Chapman, Manchester City also got a point out of United. Then the pair traded home wins. First it was Leeds who thrashed Chelsea, then Manchester United who snuck all 3 points out of Southampton in front of the Stretford end. Suddenly Easter was upon us, and it only seemed fitting that, in the final ever First Division season, that the holiday would impinge itself on another title challenger.
While Leeds held their nerve to gain 4 points from 2 matches. First, a goalless draw at Anfield. Second game, Leeds edged out Coventry City, who were battling for their own Premier League lives.
Won't. Oh, Schmeichel's lost it. And Manchester United are a goal behind. Alistair will get it clear. Brown. Oh, he scored.
1 point gain from a potential 9, Manchester United had shat the bed in the most spectacular way imaginable. With 2 matches remaining, Leeds were now the ones in the driving seat, and April 26th was one for local rivalries and an afternoon which could potentially crown Leeds United champions of England once again. The Yorkshire club went first, travelling to Bramall Lane for a midday kick-off before Alex Ferguson's side were posted out to Anfield later that afternoon.
Leeds can't get it clear. Corp! He does do so. There's Wallace. Speed now against Gale and Wallace. It's in. Vital. There's McAllister's free kick. Newsom! Oh, it's 2-1. Another one of those Gannon corners again. It's back in off Chapman. The even snatcher winner. Cantona's racing on. Gale in there. He's needed up. He's headed it over. It's gone in.
Agony at Anfield. Manchester United lose 2-0 to bitter rivals Liverpool last April and blow the title. That result confirms Leeds as champions.
Didn't that man, John Newsom, score a couple of important goals?
Leeds were the champions of England, and in Howard Wilkinson he was only the second manager Elland Road had ever seen lift a major trophy. Acceptable at home without a win on the road all season, Leeds United marked the birth of the Premier League by being one of English football's worst ever champions. Just when everything seemed right with the club for the first time in ages, financially they were grand thanks to Admiral chucking £10 million at them. Overdrafts were being underwritten by the board, and the formation of the Premier League promised an even more boatload of cash. A new East Stand sprouted up, promising yet more returns. And even though hindsight will tell you that Eric Cantona's sale to Manchester United kickstarted the disastrous middle portion of the 90s, he hadn't particularly been all that at Elland Road. Hat-tricks aside, of course, in the opening weeks of the 92-93 season, first in the Charity Shield, then in the Premier League, there was simply nothing to suggest that he would go on to be the kingpin for such a dominant machine as Manchester United over the next 5 years. As such, Leeds barred themselves from competing at the very top of the Premier League in its inaugural years. Therefore, they had to rely on the cup competitions, and what better way to show that than in the European Cup? No, wait, the Champions League, which is what they were calling Europe's top competition these days. Yeah, so that was a bit of a mess from start to finish, really. After the Stuttgart debacle, Leeds were conveniently handed a 3-0 walkover, which tied up the aggregate scoreline thanks to the German side exceeding their foreigner limit. The Camp Nou, all 7,400 of them, was the scene of Leeds' progression to the second round, to Rangers, where their journey was swiftly ended. Effectively, what was a £2.75 million exchange as Brian Deane came in and David Batty went out should have plunged Leeds into more chaos, especially when considering David Rocastle's time in Yorkshire was dogged by injury. However, they improved in the 93-94 season. They even began to win on the road again, starting on September the 11th with Southampton. And come the end of the campaign, they were dreaming of Europe once again.
1-2 with speed again, now wide on the left, lovely move by Leeds. Dorigo now, Dorigo cross. Oh, there's the header. Wallace has made a great run here. Wallace! Oh, what a goal!
One solitary point was the difference between the blinding lights of Europe and yet another season as just another team in the middle of the Premier League. When Howard Wilkinson wasn't peppering the Steel City to bring in names from United's John Pemberton to Wednesday's Carlton Palmer and Nigel Worthington, he scoured South Africa for talent, most notably Lucas Radebe, then Philemon Masinga.
For the lead skipper, here's McAllister again. Oh, that's beautifully done. Gary McAllister.
It was an improvement of 3 points, remaining in 5th, but this time Leeds United would be back in Europe. And to play in Europe you need a European edge, so Leeds scoured the European market for some European footballers. Parma's Thomas Brolin was probably more renowned than Frankfurt's Tony Yeboah, but after the 95-96 season there was one obvious name that Leeds fans took into their hearts. But I'm leaving out the more pertinent details of the 95-96 campaign here because Leeds United had finally returned to Wembley for the first time in 22 years to try and lift a major trophy. Unfortunately, it didn't go too well. It felt like the end of an era, and despite Howard Wilkinson's 10-year plan to dredge up the quality of the entire club from the grassroots of youth right to the very top of the club's financials, reputation and infrastructure, he was gone later that year. It was his work after all that got Leeds into a position where they could win a trophy, the 93 FA Youth Cup. It was Wilkinson's work that helped open up the Thorpe Arch training base. Someone else would have the fruit of his Elland Road labour. Less crucially to on-pitch matters and more so for the future of the club, one of Wilkinson's great Elland Road dealings was the acquisition of David O'Leary on a free from Arsenal in 1993. Before then, however, they would have to suffer through the George Graham days. If you